Chapter 201. Never seen such a shameless person. 1. Shi Songtao looked at the mountain of forging materials in front of him with mixed feelings. They had gone to great lengths to identify the materials and compete for them. But with just a few words, they had obtained 10 times as many materials as their own. Was this the difference? He was shocked when he first saw Zhou Shu rob Great Xia. Later, he gradually felt numb when Zhou Shu did the same to the other nations. Shi Songtao didn't know what he was thinking now. He felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when he thought of the distressed expressions of the challengers. So what if my life is being controlled by that Zhou fellow? Didn't you guys also suffer a loss? Zhou Shu clapped his hands and said casually, "All right, let's go to the second checkpoint." Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan looked like they wanted more. It was really a waste of their good posture. Those fellows were so cowardly that they didn't even give them a chance to strike. Lu Wenzhuang glanced at Yin Wei with disdain. What's there to be excited about bullying a bunch of weaklings? Yin Wei really thought it was fun. When she was in Chang'an, she had always kept a low profile and rarely used her strength to suppress others. This time, she realized that scaring people was fun. If the challengers from the other countries knew what Yin Wei was thinking, they would definitely curse loudly. Fun your head. You are a second-rank martial artist, yet you're robbing people. Where is your dignity as a martial Dao expert? Where is your martial virtue? One was a second-rank martial artist while the other was a third-rank martial artist. They were practically invincible among all the challengers. Just like Great Xia's Shen Yu, he hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't make a move. He obediently put down half of the forging materials and even left behind their identification information. He didn't want to do it, but he had to. Great Qian's army never intervened. If Shen Yu and the others resisted, they would be beaten up and their belongings stolen. In any case, they had to hand over everything in the end. There was no need for them to be beaten up as well. Shen Yu was a smart person. Even though he felt aggrieved, he still knew what to do. Other than Shen Yu, the final decision of the challengers from the other countries was almost the same. They were not stupid. Great Xia might not kill them, but it would be embarrassing to be beaten up. Thus, Zhou Shu's robbery went unexpectedly smoothly. When Zhou Shu and the others carried bags of forging materials to the location of the second checkpoint, the challengers from the various countries were complaining to a Great Qin general. "General, it's him. He's the one who robbed us." One of them pointed at Zhou Shu. "They snatched away the materials we obtained from the first checkpoint. You must punish them severely for this." "Brother Zhang, we may be familiar with each other, but I will sue you for defamation if you do this," Zhou Shu said. "Aren't your materials behind you? How can you say that we robbed you? You robbed half of them. What a joke! Have you ever seen a robber only taking half your stuff? Brother, it's robbery." "Enough," the Great Qin general said impatiently. "If you have any personal grudges, settle them yourselves after the trial is over. Now, let me announce the content of the second checkpoint." From his attitude, it was clear that he didn't care whether a robbery took place or not. The challengers from the various countries weren't idiots. At this moment, they realized that the rules of Great Qin didn't explicitly state that people were prohibited from robbing. It could only be said that they were too slow to react. "I have 9 different forging formulas." The Great Qin general raised his hand and shook the stack of papers in his hand. "The teams are to use your forging materials to forge the weapons on the forging formulas. Those who succeed in forging will enter the next checkpoint. Those who fail will be eliminated." "General, what if our forging materials don't match the forging materials?" someone asked. "That's your own business. I will kindly remind you that you can exchange forging formulas or forging materials as long as others are willing." The Great Qin general made things clear. There were no restrictions on trading. As for robbery, this round didn't allow robbery. "Which one of you will choose first?" He raised the 9 forging formulas. All the challengers looked at each other and then raised their hands. Everyone wanted to be the first to choose. "I'll choose first. Does anyone have any objections?" A lazy voice sounded. Everyone's gazes fell on the person who spoke. Who else could it be other than Zhou Shu? Someone wanted to object but was stopped by his teammates. Didn't he see the 2 gods behind him? Would it do any good to anger him? Zhou Shu glanced at the challengers from the various nations. He liked the way they looked at him. They were unhappy but couldn't do anything to him. He walked forward with a smile and took the 9 forging formulas from the general. He looked at each and every one of them carefully. He had to look at each of them for 15 minutes. He spent more than 2 hours reading the 9 forging formulas. The challengers from the various nations were angry but didn't dare to say anything. This was the effect of strength. If one's strength was inferior to another, then one could only endure. Zhou Shu finally picked up a forging formula and said casually, "This one then." As soon as he left, the people of the other 8 nations flocked over and even started fighting. The challengers of Great Xia possessed absolute strength, and no one dared to challenge them. Chapter 202. Never seen such a shameless person, 2. However, the remaining 8 nations' challengers all seemed to have the same strength and were not afraid of each other. In order to snatch forging formulas that they could successfully forge, they competed intensely. All of this had nothing to do with Great Xia. They stood aside to watch the show. "Old Shi, do you see this? This is the benefit of strength." Zhou Shu clicked his tongue in wonder. If Great Xia had the strength to look down on the 10 nations, would we still need to come here to challenge the trial? Who would dare to disobey Great Xia's orders? The Great Qin general sneered. "Our Great Qin is the most powerful among the 10 nations. Great Xia? It's the last of the bunch, yet he's talking big. If we can win the rights to host the 10 nations martial arts tournament, Great Xia's strength will increase rapidly over the next 10 years, Shi Songtao muttered. Zhou Shu smiled but didn't say anything. He tossed the secret forging formula to Shi Songtao. "See if you can forge it." If Shi Songtao could forge it, he wouldn't do it. It was only the second checkpoint. It was not time for him to take action yet. Zhou Shu had seen all 9 forging formulas. They weren't difficult to forge. Obviously, Great Qin didn't make a big move right from the beginning. What they were doing now was similar to how Zhou Shu had taught apprentices to forge weapons in the past. They had dismantled the process. That's right. They were dissecting the problem into countless smaller problems and throwing them to the challengers. As long as they solved all these minor problems, then Great Qin would naturally be able to solve the final problem by itself. Shi Songtao looked at it for a while, then raised his head. "I can forge it." While they spoke, the other nations' fight also came to an end. Every nation had obtained a forging formula. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. If you lack any forging materials, you can come and look for me." Shi Songtao was just about to begin forging when he heard what Zhou Shu said. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. "What is the meaning of this? You just robbed them of their forging materials, and now you are returning them? In that case, why did we rob them in the first place?" At this moment, he heard Zhou Shu continue. "The price is favorable. If you want to buy anything, you have to be quick. Silver, banknotes, or anything of value is fine. If you really don't have anything, you can mortgage your weapons." "Everyone. The Great Qin general. So, you came here to do business?" The Great Qin general was a little depressed. He was the one who said that the teams of the various nations could exchange forging materials. A trade was also considered an exchange. The challengers from the various nations looked at each other. Spending money to buy back their things? This was intolerable. Yet it seemed to be tolerable. Money was just a worldly possession. The most important thing was to succeed. If they could obtain the hosting rights of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, it was something that couldn't be exchanged with money. Yin Weihua became a bit anxious and whispered in Zhou Shu's ear, "Zhou Shu, if you need money, I can give you some." Wasn't it a good thing that the challengers from the other nations didn't have enough materials? If they were all eliminated, wouldn't Great Xia be able to directly obtain the rights to hold the next 10 nations martial arts tournament? If he sold them the forging materials now, wouldn't he be creating opponents for himself? Zhou Shu shook his head. Things were not that simple. Great Qin wouldn't allow the challengers from the other nations to be eliminated so quickly. They were still hoping that these people would help them solve their problems. Zhou Shu was certain that Great Qin definitely had a backup plan. They wouldn't allow the challengers from the various nations to be eliminated simply because they didn't have enough forging materials. Since that was the case, Zhou Shu might as well sell the materials to them and earn some money. If we sell the materials to them, what if we don't have enough? Yin Weihua said anxiously. We can just rob them again, Zhou Shu said casually. Isn't it tiring to have to carry all the forging materials to the next checkpoints ourselves? Don't worry. I know what to do. Yin Weihua still wanted to say something, but Zhou Shu interrupted her because there were already people from other countries coming over with banknotes. Those who had the qualifications to join the challenge teams were also well-known figures in their own nations. Such people naturally wouldn't lack money. However, they didn't bring much money with them this time. A lot of people wouldn't be able to fork out much money. Thus, they could only take out all their valuables as collateral. Shen Yu even mortgaged his personal sword to Zhou Shu. For a moment, the scene looked like a market, but the result was good. Everyone was happy. Every country had gathered all the forging materials they needed. Zhou Shu looked at the pile of banknotes and various collateral items in front of him and smiled very happily. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Everyone has a share. Take whatever you like. Zhou Shu laughed. Yin Weiu, Lu Wen's Huang, Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan looked at each other. What's there to be polite about? Both of them are rich ladies. Don't you know? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes at Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan. Take them. These are yours. He stuffed a bunch of banknotes into their hands. There were at least 1,000 taels of silver. Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan were overwhelmed. The two of them were actually not poor. Of course, this also depended on who they were compared with. Compared to Yin Weiu and Lu Wen's Huang, they wouldn't be able to rebut even if someone said they were poor. One was the princess of Great Xia, and the other was the daughter of an aristocratic family. How could they compare to them? Even if they were not poor, 1,000 taels of silver was not a small sum to them. This was an unexpected windfall. Who would have thought that aside from being able to make a contribution, they would also be able to receive a fortune just from joining the challenge team? Following the marquee was indeed a good idea. I won't give you two, Zhou Shu said to Yin Weiu and Lu Wen's Huang. Why won't you give any to us? Yin Weiu blinked her bright eyes. We also contributed. You two are so rich. Before Zhou Shu could finish speaking, Yin Weiu had already grabbed a few banknotes and stuffed them into her arms. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. It's our business if we are rich. We earned this ourselves, so of course we want our share. Lu Wenchuang's expression was also cold. She used her actions to tell Zhou Shu that she wanted her share too. Zhou Shu said helplessly, all right, let Shi Songtao and the others split the rest. Shi Songtao had already brought a few other forging masters to begin forging. After the challengers from the other nations gathered the forging materials, they also started forging. Yin Weiu looked around and said, Zhou Shu, aren't you going to do anything? Shi Songtao can do it. Zhou Shu shook his head. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Experts are always the last to appear. The Great Qin general rolled his eyes. Who is this person? Why is he so shameless? One moment, he said the Great Xia would command the world, and no one would dare to disobey. The next moment, he claimed to be an expert. Tui. That makes sense. Do you want some water? Yin Weiu nodded in agreement and took out a water jug. The Great Qin general was dumbfounded. He couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned his head to the side. Are you here to challenge the trial or to mock people without partners? Amid the clanging sounds, the challengers from various nations forged their weapons. In this round, the 9 secret weapon forging formulas only recorded standard weapons. There was no need for star positioning at all. For these elite forging masters, it was naturally extremely easy. The general guarding the checkpoint examined the weapons forged by everyone and immediately chased everyone away impatiently. If he let them stay any longer, he was afraid that he would have a heart attack. They were both humans, but why was it that he could earn money and had beauties to accompany him while he could only watch from the side? After passing the second checkpoint, the people from the other nations exchanged glances, then glanced at Zhou Shu's group. Then they spread their legs and ran toward the third checkpoint at full speed. They had to clear the third checkpoint before Great Xia. They couldn't give Great Xia the chance to rob or extort them anymore. Zhou Shu watched as the group of people dispersed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He said in surprise, why are they running so fast? The third checkpoint isn't something that can be passed just by running. I wanted to take care of them, but they didn't give me a chance. Chapter 203. Green Dragon Crescent Blade successfully completes a kill. 1. Marquis, let's hurry. Shi Songtao urged anxiously. The group now had a light load and didn't need to carry the heavy forging materials. But Zhou Shu seemed to be taking a stroll in the park, walking unhurriedly toward the location of the third checkpoint. Shi Songtao was anxious. We no longer have any forging materials. When we arrive, we'll have to rob the other challengers. They've already gone far ahead. If they've already used up all the forging materials by the time we arrive, we won't be able to rob them. He put himself in the other's shoes and thought about it. If it was him, he definitely would quickly use the forging materials. He definitely wouldn't leave any for Zhou Shu's group. The corners of Zhou Shu's mouth curled up slightly. What are you worried about? Running fast might not necessarily be advantageous. No matter how anxious Shi Songtao was, Zhou Shu refused to speed up. Shi Songtao wanted to catch up first, but he thought about it. Even if he caught up, without Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, he wasn't confident that he would be the one robbing others. Get Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang to go with him? That would be a joke. It would be weird if they listened to him. Shi Songtao sighed. He had originally thought that the chances of winning this time had greatly increased. But in the end, the Marquis had started to bluff again. He was mentally exhausted. The location of the third checkpoint was only tens of kilometers away from the second checkpoint. Even though Zhou Shu and the others were walking slowly, it only took them half a day to reach the third checkpoint. When they were still some distance away from the third checkpoint, Yin Wu's and Lu Wenchuang's expressions suddenly changed. The two of them moved at almost the same time, one on the left and one on the right, staying close to Zhou Shu. Two powerful sword chi shot into the sky. Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan finally realized what was going on and quickly reacted. The two of them darted to the front of the group. The green dragon crescent blade and the flaming sunset saber were placed in front of him. An enemy. Shi Songtao and the other forging masters finally reacted. Before they could finish speaking, they heard the sounds of fighting coming from ahead. Interspersed with the roars of demonic beasts and the cries of martial artists, a chaotic battle seemed to be taking place. A look of understanding flashed across Zhou Shu's eyes. Indeed, it was the same as what he had learned when he dreamed he was Wang Xin. The third checkpoint was to slay demonic beasts. Great Xia said that the 9 trials were related to forging. Now, they were requesting the 9 nations challengers to kill demonic beasts. It seemed to have nothing to do with forging, but in reality, it was related. Forging materials were not limited to ores. Some demonic beasts' bones, fur, and even blood could be used for forging. It was barely reasonable to let the 9 nations challengers kill demonic beasts and personally obtain forging materials from the demonic beasts. Everyone, don't be nervous. We have business, Zhou Shu said with a smile. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the third checkpoint. This place was still a valley. There was a group of Great Xia soldiers guarding the entrance. A Great Xia general saw Zhou Shu's group arrive and said, "The third checkpoint, pass through the valley and kill 10 demonic beasts to enter the next checkpoint. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. There's a certain amount of danger in this pass. If all of you give up, then you can head directly to Great Xia's capital." Give up? Giving up was equivalent to giving up the right to compete for the hosting rights of the 10 nations martial arts tournament. No nation would easily give up. This was something that would affect the fate of the nation for the next 10 years. Let's go in, Zhou Shu said nonchalantly. Shi Songtao was a little nervous, but looking at the 4 martial artists on the team, he was somewhat relieved. The Marquis is truly far-sighted. Fortunately, there are many martial artists in our team, and they are strong. Shi Songtao had forgotten. Back then, he felt that there were too many martial artists on the team and had objected. The group entered the valley. The battle in the valley was currently intense. The challengers from other countries formed groups of 3 to 5 and fought with the demonic beasts. There were already many demonic beasts' corpses lying on the ground. But even more demonic beasts were swarming over. This valley was basically a demonic beast lair. Countless demonic beasts surrounded the challengers from all over the world. Boom! 2 demonic beasts charging toward Zhou Shu's group were sent flying by Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang. Chen Ji drew his green dragon crescent blade halfway. Then he put it back slowly. He just wanted to test the power of the green dragon crescent blade. Why was it so difficult? Zhou Shu, let's hurry over. Yin Wu wrinkled her nose. Although the demonic beasts here weren't strong, there were too many of them. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, Zhou Shu would be injured. There's no hurry. Zhou Shu smiled. He raised his voice and said, "Is there anyone who needs help? We can help you kill a demonic beast for 100 taels of gold. 1,000 taels of gold for clearing the level is definitely a good deal. Don't wait any longer." Zhou Shu's voice reverberated throughout the valley. Even the sounds of battle couldn't cover it. The Great Qin general guarding the entrance of the valley revealed a somewhat stunned expression. He was stunned for a while before spitting out a curse word. The rules didn't prohibit nations from helping each other. This was the first time Great Qin had set up a trial. There were too many loopholes in the rules, and the main reason was that these loopholes didn't affect their final objective. Help me! I have money, a voice shouted. Zhou Shu looked over and was immediately amused. Yo, an acquaintance. Chapter 204. Green Dragon Crescent Blade successfully completes a kill, 2. The person who shouted was Great Liang's Han Daji. The seemingly fierce but actually cowardly Great Liang general. He was currently being chased by a demonic beast bear that was even taller than him. His teammates were also held back by other demonic beasts and couldn't help. An old acquaintance, it's our first deal, so I'll give you a 20% discount, Zhou Shu said with a smile. General Chen, do you want to make some money? Zhou Shu looked at Chen Ji. Chen Ji laughed. I can't wait. He was just worried about not having the chance to attack. Carrying the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Chen Ji charged toward Han Daji. Even though there were many demonic beasts here, Chen Ji wasn't worried about Zhou Shu's safety. With the princess and deputy envoy Lu, there was no need to worry about the Marquis's safety. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Chen Ji roared. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade emanated a brilliant glow. There seemed to be a shadow of a dragon swimming on the blade, and everyone seemed to have heard a dragon's roar. Swish! The Green Dragon Crescent Blade descended from the sky. With just one slash, it split the demonic beast chasing Han Daji from head to toe. Blood and organs splattered all over the ground. The surrounding demonic beasts seemed to be shocked. The area around Chen Ji and Han Daji suddenly turned into a no-man's land. Chen Ji was also surprised. Although he already knew the power of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, he was still pleasantly surprised when it came to actual combat. Is this still a yellow-grade weapon? This is almost as powerful as a black-grade weapon. Chen Ji was full of excitement. Zhou Shu, is this the Green Dragon Crescent Blade you forged? It's so powerful. Yin Wu's voice sounded. Shi Songtao and the others all looked at Zhou Shu. Marquis Zhou also forced this Green Dragon Crescent Blade? Shi Songtao felt his mind go blank. This Green Dragon Crescent Blade was so powerful. It would probably enter the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual very soon. He suddenly recalled something that Zhou Shu had once said. I'm taking over the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. From the looks of it, it was impossible for him to take over the entire Yellow Grade Armament Manual. But it was very likely that he would take over the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Fortunately, there was still the Great Destroyer Sword ranked second in the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Otherwise, the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual would become his domain. Shi Songtao let out a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Shu was one of their own, he was also a forging master. Seeing the gap between the two grow bigger and bigger, how could Shi Songtao, who had always bragged about being a forging genius, feel good? Marquis, shall I try as well? Yin Chengshan said. Seeing Chen Ji show off his power, he couldn't wait to take action as well. The flaming sunset saber had not killed an enemy before. There's no hurry. You will have a chance. Zhou Shu laughed. We can't kill these demonic beasts for nothing. If they don't pay, why should we kill them? Meanwhile, Han Daji was pleasantly surprised. This thick-skinned demonic beast was killed in one strike? The people of Great Xia are truly abnormal. Also, this saber is really mighty. I want it. Han Daji wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I'll pay. Escort the people from Great Liang and help us kill 10 demonic beasts. Han Daji said loudly. Great Liang's strength was the weakest among the challengers. Even the demonic beasts were bullying them for being weak. There were more demonic beasts attacking them than the other teams. Even though they would be able to make it through if they went all out, they would definitely suffer injuries. This was greatly detrimental to the later stages. Why would they risk their lives for something solvable with money? Chen Ji glanced at Zhou Shu. When he saw Zhou Shu nod, he laughed heartily. As you wish. Follow me. Chen Ji's Green Dragon Crescent Blade led the way as he led Han Daji's group toward the exit of the valley. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade you forged effectively completed a kill. Reward. A barrage of messages flashed past Zhou Shu's eyes, but he didn't have the time to take a closer look. Among the remaining nations, another one asked for help. Look, I told you they still had money on them, didn't I? At the last checkpoint, they were all pretending to be poor. Zhou Shu smiled. General Yin, go and help. Understood. Yin Chengshan said excitedly. He picked up the flaming sunset saber and imitated Chen Ji. He bent his knees, leaped high into the air, and slashed in the direction of the person asking for help. Boom! A figure was sent flying. The person being rescued was forced back a few steps by the shockwave and almost crashed into the arms of another demonic beast. He cursed angrily. Is this how you do things after receiving money? Yin Chengshan somersaulted twice in the air and landed awkwardly. He was the one who was sent flying. His cultivation level was not as high as Chen Ji's, and the flaming sunset saber in his hand was not as good as Chen Ji's green dragon crescent blade either. He had embarrassed himself. I won't take your money for nothing. Yin Chengshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised the flaming sunset saber and charged over again. Zhou Shu couldn't help but laugh. The demonic beasts here ranged from the 4th to the 8th rank. Yin Chengshan was only a 6th rank martial artist. Even if he held a sharp weapon, he couldn't kill the demonic beasts as he wished. Little Deputy Envoy Lu, do you want to practice? Zhou Shu looked at Lu Wen's Huang. He was also led astray by Yin Wu. Killing intent radiated from Lu Wenchuang's eyes as she stared at Zhou Shu. Say that again? Zhou Shu glanced at her chest and said awkwardly, Deputy Envoy Lu, Deputy Envoy Lu. I'm not interested. Lu Wenchuang said coldly. She held her sword and stood still, not showing any intention of attacking. Zhou Shu felt a little awkward. It was not easy to lead a team. Even if he got money, he wouldn't do it again. Grand Minister. He could only look at Yin Wu. Letting Yin Wu deal with these demonic beasts that were not even at the 3rd rank was truly overkill. But there was nothing he could do. If Yin Wu didn't make a move, would he have to take action personally? It wasn't a big problem for him to make a move. Right now, his cultivation was at the 6th rank of the martial Dao, just like Yin Qinshan's. No one would suspect anything if he killed a few 6th rank demonic beasts. After all, he still had the Great Destroyer sword ranked 2nd in the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Okay, I'll do it. Yin Wu didn't refuse, but she didn't move. She reached out and drew her sword, but there was nothing in her hand. Swish! A streak of sword chi crossed a distance of several meters, and a hole appeared in the chest of the demonic beast in front of Yin Chengshan. At this moment, Yin Qinshan's flaming sunset saber had just landed. Swish! Yin Chengshan chopped off the demonic beast's head with a single slash. Unfortunately, before his blade landed, the monster was already dead. Yin Chengshan awkwardly turned around and grinned at Zhou Shu. The shadow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique has advanced, 10 days added to the dream entry time. A message flashed past Zhou Shu's eyes. Take a third of this money, Zhou Shu shouted at Yin Chengshan. Although it was Yin Wu who killed the demonic beast in the end, Yin Chengshan had also fought for half a day. He couldn't fight for nothing. Yin Wu didn't have any objections. She didn't lack this bit of money to begin with, and she only acted to cooperate with Zhou Shu. Seeing that the other challengers had no intention of asking for help, Zhou Shu shook his head regretfully. These people don't know how to live. Why would they risk their lives for something solvable with money? Grand Minister, please help General Yin complete the mission. Deputy Envoy Lu, we will have to trouble you with our 10 demonic beasts. I'm going to help General Chen. Zhou Shu's hands felt a little itchy. On Chen Ji's side, he had encountered quite a bit of resistance when he was escorting the challengers out of the valley alone. After all, he couldn't keep killing enemies with one slash. He didn't have the cultivation level that Yin Wu had to sweep through the valley. Lu Wenchuang didn't refuse this time and nodded. She unsheathed her sword. After a flash of sword light, she had already killed 10 demonic beasts. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, why didn't we bring a grandmaster with us? The rest of the challengers cursed in their hearts. Great Xia is simply cheating. Old Shi, collect the useful materials and pass the checkpoint. Zhou Shu gave the order and drew his great destroyer sword before charging toward Chen. Chapter 205. I can't afford to mess with you, Zhou Shu fixes A*, 1. Boom. The great destroyer sword transformed into a shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye and heavily struck the chest of a demonic beast. The demonic beast let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying dozens of feet away and crashed to the ground, dead. Lu Wenzhuang looked at Zhou Shu in surprise, her brow slightly furrowed. She knew that Zhou Shu's martial Dao cultivation had broken through to the 6th rank. At the time, she had personally witnessed Zhou Shu's breakthrough. It was one thing for his spiritual essence cultivation to improve at lightning speed, but his sword Dao cultivation also improved at lightning speed. Lu Wenzhuang watched Zhou Shu kill demonic beasts. Every move he made was simple and concise to the extreme. All of his attacks were perfectly executed without wasting any of his energy. Even if she made a move, she wouldn't be able to do what Zhou Shu was doing at his cultivation level. Clang! Zhou Shu sheathed his sword. He looked at the few demonic beasts he had killed and nodded in satisfaction. He had spent almost 90% of his entire year fighting with demonic beasts when he became Wang Xian in his dream, and he had brought this battle experience back to reality. When he was killing the demonic beasts earlier, he felt that he could handle them with ease. They were both 6th-rank martial artists. But if Yin Chengshan fought a 6th-rank demonic beast, he would have to fight for half a day and might not be able to kill it. But Zhou Shu only used 3 strikes to kill a 6th-rank demonic beast. First, it was because his astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique had already reached perfection. Second, he was extremely familiar with demonic beasts because of his battle experience from that year. This was like dissecting a cow with a butcher's cleaver. 1. The weaknesses of these demonic beasts were extremely clear in his eyes. Yin Wu's figure was ethereal as she lightly landed beside Zhou Shu. Yin Chengshan also ran over with large strides. At this moment, all the challengers in the valley had already come over. There were only a few sparse demonic beasts left. Large groups of Great Qin soldiers poured into the valley and very quickly killed the remaining demonic beasts. The valley was full of the stench of blood. Apart from Zhou Shu's team, most of the other challengers had injuries. But fortunately, no one died. Only a few of them were heavily injured and looked like they would have to withdraw. Everyone in Great Liang heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they spent money. They were the weakest among the 9 nations. If not for Han Daji spending money decisively just now, they would have most likely been seriously injured. Unlike now, where only a few people suffered minor injuries in the beginning. Afterward, they didn't take any action at all. Right now, they were in the state of recharging their energy. They were in a much better state than the other nations' challengers. The money was well spent. Han Daji walked over to Zhou Shu and handed him a stack of banknotes with a smile. "Marquis Zhou, please take care of me," he said with an earnest smile. "Sure." Zhou Shu took the banknotes and threw them to Chen Ji without even looking at them. "Great Xia and Great Liang have diplomatic relations. I'll give you a discount later." "Thank you, Marquis." Han Daji laughed very happily. The rest of the challengers looked at him with disdain. This Great Liang guy is too shameless. For a moment, some people cursed, while others regretted it. If they had known earlier, they would have spent some money to ask Great Xia to help. In that case, they could have saved some spiritual essence. In this great battle, their spiritual essence was nearly depleted. If they had to do a similar mission, it would be troublesome. The 3rd checkpoint is over. Everyone may proceed to the 4th checkpoint, the Great Qin general shouted. This time, no one rushed forward like last time. Last time, they ran so quickly because they were worried that Zhou Shu would rob them again. In the end, they ran into a bunch of demonic beasts. If they had arrived a little later, Great Xia would have killed most of the demonic beasts. This time, they decided that they would definitely not enter the 4th checkpoint before Great Xia. Seeing all the challengers taking their time, Zhou Shu said indifferently, "Old Shi, have you cleared all the forging materials?" "Yes," Shi Songtao muttered. "Then stop dawdling. Let's go." Then Zhou Shu used the riding on cloud and wind technique and headed forward. "Shi Songtao, you weren't anxious before. But this time, you're anxious? It's one thing to be anxious. But how about you help out with the forging materials?" As soon as Zhou Shu left, Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang had already followed him. Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan helped take a portion of the forging materials. The remaining people were naturally Shi Songtao and the few other forging masters. Fortunately, although they were forging masters, they were still martial artists. Their combat abilities might not be good, but carrying a huge bag was not a problem. The group from Great Xia quickly disappeared on the main road. The martial artists from the various nations looked at each other. They suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Was there something special up ahead? This Zhou fellow was a little strange. No, they had to keep up. Marquis Zhou, wait for me. We're allies. Han Daji yelled as he led Great Liang's challengers to chase in the direction Zhou Shu's group disappeared. No one noticed that after they left, the blood on the ground gradually seeped into the ground and disappeared. By the time they reached the fourth checkpoint, the sky had already turned completely dark. The venue set up by Great Xia was in the wilderness, so it was impossible to find an inn to stay in. Chapter 206. I can't afford to mess with you, Zhou Shu fixes a star, 2. Fortunately, Great Xia had set up many tents at the fourth checkpoint. When everyone arrived at the location, they saw that Great Xia had already occupied the few tents in the best positions, and each of them had one tent. There were a total of 81 challengers from the 9 nations, and Great Xia had only set up around 30 tents. Now, Great Xia had occupied 9 of them. In other words, dozens of people could only share the remaining tents. If you don't want to be beaten up, then don't disturb my sleep. Before they could raise any objections, Zhou Shu's voice came from one of the tents. A fist was the absolute logic. Their cultivation level was inferior to Zhou Shu's. Could they reason with him? They would probably just get beaten up. I don't care about the rest of you. These 3 tents belong to Great Wei. Shen Yu pointed at 3 tents. There were 9 people from Great Wei, and they only wanted 3 tents, which was reasonable. Why do you want 3? Someone said loudly. Do you think you can take a beating? What do you mean? Shen Yu's face darkened. That Zhou fellow occupied 9 tents. I only want 3. How dare you have any objections? What do you mean? If you want a tent, ask my fist first. A fist the size of a clay pot appeared before Shen Yu's vision. Brothers, attack! Whoever wins will sleep in a tent. A group of elites from various nations was now like a group of commoners as they fought over tents. Fortunately, they still had their rationality. Basically, they fought with their fists and legs, and no one used their weapons. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed continuously. Everyone seemed to be venting their anger. The unlucky Shen Yu became the target of public criticism. Although his cultivation level wasn't bad, he would be kicked and punched occasionally during chaotic battles. The damage was not great, but the humiliation was extremely high. He was full of grief and indignation. That Zhou fellow occupied 9 tents. Instead of beating him up, you attack me when I only want 3. I have to squeeze into a small tent with 3 people. You guys are too much of a bully. The banging sounds outside the tent continued incessantly. When they fell into Zhou Shu's ears, it was like a lullaby, and he quickly entered his dreams. After a tiring day, he would get a good night's sleep and continue helping others tomorrow. The next morning, Zhou Shu stretched and walked out of his tent. He saw many people sleeping outside the tent. Most of them were bruised and battered. More than 20 tents were not enough for all of them. In the chaotic battle last night, only a small number of people had managed to get their hands on the tents. Most of them could only use the sky as their shelter. Great Xia could still be considered decent. They even prepared breakfast for the challengers from various nations. Looking at the other challengers' dispirited looks, Shi Songtao raised his head and puffed out his chest as he walked past them. He had slept comfortably last night, and all his fatigue from the day had been swept away. He was feeling refreshed now. The Marquis is wise. He snatched the tents ahead of time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to rest well and would have had to squeeze with others or even sleep in the wilderness. Shen Yu glared at Shi Songtao with his panda eyes. Forget it if Zhou Shu is acting all arrogant, but you're on the same level as me. What's there to be arrogant about? Shi Songtao ignored him and walked away. His arrogant look almost made Shen Yu faint from anger. The Great Xia general appeared before everyone and said, after a good night's rest and a good meal, everyone can enter the next checkpoint. A good night's rest and a good meal? Everyone looked at the challengers from Great Xia. They were probably the only ones who had eaten and slept well. Yesterday, everyone had identified forging materials, forged the standard weapons, and even fought a huge battle with demonic beasts. Their mental strength and physical strength were greatly exhausted. At the fourth checkpoint, in order to snatch tents, they had fought another battle. Under such circumstances, how many people could sleep well? As if the Great Xia general didn't know what had happened last night, he said, there are 9 incomplete ranked weapons here. As long as the stars are fixed, they will become ranked weapons. This trial is to design star paths for these 9 weapons and determine the positions of the stars. As you all are experts in this aspect, there is no need for me to explain further. There is no need for you to truly fix the stars for this stage. As long as the design results are correct, you will be able to pass. Otherwise, you will fail. Everyone can choose a weapon and begin. The Great Qin general waved his hand. After he finished speaking, no one moved. The gazes of all the challengers automatically fell on Zhou Shu. Unknowingly, if there was something good, letting Great Xia choose first seemed to have become their unspoken rule. Zhou Shu gave everyone an appreciative look. Sensible. All the challengers were a little confused. Damn it! Why do we feel so flattered? Zhou Shu is just a forging master like us. His cultivation level is even lower than ours. He's just a little more good-looking. If not for the two terrifyingly strong women beside him, what is there to be proud of? Pfft, pretty boy. Freeloader. Shameless. The challengers looked down on him in their hearts, but at the same time, they were secretly envious. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Shu walked forward, picked up the 9 incomplete ranked weapons, and began to play with them one by one. He played with the weapons slowly while occasionally making a tisk sound. Some of the challengers from other countries were impatient and wanted to go up and snatch a weapon. But when 2 cold and murderous gazes landed on them, they immediately stood back. They couldn't defeat them and couldn't afford to offend them either. Under the pressure of Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, Zhou Shu spent a full 2 hours before choosing a weapon. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, the rest of the challengers from the other nations rushed forward. There was another battle, and finally, each nation snatched a weapon. Let us begin, Marquis. Shi Songtao and the other forging masters rolled up their sleeves, looking extremely motivated. They were already prepared to show off. What are you doing? Zhou Shu saw Shi Songtao and the others take out a toolbox from somewhere and place all kinds of tools in front of them. At first glance, it looked like a physics and chemistry laboratory he had seen in his previous life. Designing star paths, Shi Songtao said matter-of-factly. We have to first determine the composition of this weapon. We also have to determine the patterns formed within the weapon during the forging process. Then according to its material and internal structure, we can design the star paths of this weapon. Shi Songtao spoke non-stop, spewing out professional terms. If one wasn't a forging master, they wouldn't understand what was going on. Setting the star paths for weapons was the most important ability of forging masters. Forging masters of different schools of thought had different methods. Zhou Shu shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll personally handle this checkpoint. He knew Shi Songtao's star positioning technique. Shi Songtao was good at determining the star paths of weapons through various calculations. The calculation process was extremely complicated. Even if he was given half a day, he might not be able to calculate the result. The other forging masters in the Great Xia team were not as good as Shi Songtao. It would probably take longer for them. Zhou Shu didn't have the patience to wait for a day or two. After these 4 checkpoints, he had already roughly grasped the direction Great Qin was heading. According to the current situation, it was practically impossible to predict the condition of Great Qin's imperial cauldron from the 9 checkpoints. There were experts in Great Qin's path of forging. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting too much time on these mere qualifiers. Serve me a brush and ink, Zhou Shu said. Although Shi Songtao was somewhat unconvinced, he also wanted to see Zhou Shu's star positioning technique. He placed the brush and ink in front of Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu raised his brush and drew a weapon on the paper. This weapon was the weapon he had chosen earlier. After drawing the weapon, Zhou Shu drew a few more strokes and tapped a few ink dots on the weapon. The first star is at the bottom of the sword, an inch from the sword tip. The second star is, Zhou Shu quickly wrote a note on the paper. Shi Songtao and the other forging masters stared with their eyes wide open. They hadn't seen how Zhou Shu had determined the star positions at all. Is he writing nonsense? Chapter 207. Qin Emperor, I am invincible, 1. Shi Songtao was an expert. Before Zhou Shu, he was Great Xia's most famous forging genius. His skills in forging didn't come from boasting. But the more experienced he was, the more he felt that Zhou Shu's actions were an eyesore. Indeed, Zhou Shu had observed this weapon for a long time. But he only looked at it with his eyes. He didn't analyze the materials used to make this weapon, nor did he know the forging process used to make it. If he didn't know any of this, how could he deduce the internal structure of the weapon? If he didn't know the internal structure of the weapon, how could he design the star path for it? It had to be known that the so-called star paths were the meridians of a weapon. It had to adhere to the bones and flesh of the weapon in order to create a ranked weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fix the star. In Shi Songtao's opinion, Zhou Shu was simply messing around when he started drawing the star positions without knowing anything. If not for the fact that Zhou Shu's power was growing by the day, Shi Songtao would have probably pointed at Zhou Shu's nose and scolded him for messing around. Even though Shi Songtao didn't dare to say much, he was still a little anxious. Seeing that Zhou Shu was not using the incomplete weapon, Shi Songtao quietly held it in his hand and shot a glance at the other forging masters. The few forging masters understood and moved closer. They began to analyze the weapon together. To them, it was impossible for Zhou Shu to succeed. In that case, it was up to them to pass this checkpoint. Zhou Shu acted as if he didn't notice their small movements and drew furiously. A moment later, he threw the brush in his hand. Done. At this moment, if I had a wine gourd in my hand and drank a mouthful of wine, I would look like a poet immortal, Zhou Shu thought nonsensically. So fast? Amazing! Yin Wei clapped and praised. Although she was the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, she didn't know much about forging. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zhou Shu being too fast. Zhou Shu smiled at Yin Wei and then took the piece of paper to the general in charge of guarding this checkpoint. General, where is the judge for the fourth checkpoint? The general was also surprised. How long has it been? Is he messing with me? The general frowned. In the end, Zhou Shu drew a diagram that was full of words. Wait. He turned around and walked toward a tent not far away. He lifted the curtain and walked in. The moment the guard entered the tent, Zhou Shu saw an old man with a head full of white hair sitting on the table, studying something. After a short while, the general walked out of the tent with a surprised expression and then came to Zhou Shu. Great Xia, pass. He raised his voice. All the forging masters engrossed in studying the incomplete weapons raised their heads in unison. Disbelief appeared on their faces as they stared at Zhou Shu. It was the same for Shi Songtao and the other Great Xia forging masters. Pass? The Marquis wasn't writing rubbish? Did he really design a star path for this weapon? Shi Songtao scratched his head with all his might. He didn't even notice that his hair was in a mess. How was this possible? How was it possible for him to design a star path for the weapon after only coming in contact with it an hour? He didn't analyze the composition of the weapon, nor did he use any secret techniques. How did he do it? Is the gap between him and me really that big? Shi Songtao's thoughts were the thoughts of almost all the forging masters present. Zhou Shu's name reverberated like thunder in their ears. In the previous few incidents, they had a deep impression of Zhou Shu. Such a shameless person was truly rare. Now, they were truly shocked. The more knowledgeable one was, the more they knew how difficult it was for Zhou Shu to pass the checkpoint so quickly. As expected of Great Xia's #1 forging genius. As expected of a man who had almost taken over the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Let's go to the next checkpoint, Zhou Shu said calmly as he walked forward. Shi Songtao and the others hesitated for a moment before sighing. They put down the weapon and followed him dejectedly. They felt that they were really worthless. They couldn't fight, and it seemed they couldn't forge either. On the way, Shi Songtao hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "How did you do it, Marquis? You want to know?" Zhou Shu smiled faintly. "I want to know." Shi Songtao gritted his teeth. "If you want to know? Join the Huaxia Pavilion, and I'll tell you," Zhou Shu said. Shi Songtao was slightly stunned. He actually felt a little flattered. "Is the Marquis trying to poach me?" "But I'm," Shi Songtao said hesitantly. "Great Xia Forging Division's Grand Minister is right here. The Forging Division doesn't say that people can't job hop to another workshop, right?" Zhou Shu said casually. "No," Yin Wei said firmly. "Let me think about it, Marquis." Shi Songtao was extremely conflicted. Zhou Shu smiled and didn't speak any more. He knew Shi Songtao too well. Shi Songtao might be a little lecherous and afraid of death, but his love for forging was genuine. In the year that he became Shi Songtao in his dream, the thing that Shi Songtao had done the most was study forging techniques every day, rain or shine. He also played with his concubines on the bed every day, rain or shine. In addition, during this diplomatic mission, Zhou Shu also discovered that Shi Songtao was quite a talented manager. Chapter 208. Qin Emperor, I am invincible, 2. If he joined the Huaxia Pavilion, he would be able to forge and do miscellaneous chores. He would be good as a head steward. Marquis, I'm willing to join the Huaxia Pavilion. Can you impart your star-fixing technique to me? Another forging master in the team suddenly said. You. Zhou Shu glanced at this person. When the Huaxia Pavilion officially opens, you can register. If you can pass, you can join. This person, why is the treatment different? Why doesn't Shi Songtao have to apply? He glanced at Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao noticed his gaze and puffed out his chest proudly. Are you kidding me? Are you comparing yourself with me? No matter what, I, Shi Songtao, am the previous Great Xia's #1 forging genius. Although you have some skill, you're still far off compared to me. Shi Songtao flicked his hair and walked proudly into the group. As Zhou Shu deliberately sped up, everyone quickly reached the next checkpoint. At this time, the challengers from the other nations were still racking their brains for the fourth checkpoint. The fifth checkpoint was to repair damaged weapons. This checkpoint allowed Zhou Shu to faintly sense something. But after carefully studying the 9 damaged weapons provided by Great Qin, he still couldn't figure out what they had to do with Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron. It wasn't too difficult to repair the 9 damaged weapons. As long as one had some skill, they would be able to do it. If it was only at this level, then Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron would have long been repaired by Great Qin's forgers. But even Wang Xian didn't know the exact situation. With the information Zhou Shu currently possessed, he was unable to deduce the final situation. Zhou Xiao didn't continue to take part in the 5th checkpoint. Instead, he handed it over to Shi Songtao and the other forging masters. As long as it didn't involve star positioning, Shi Songtao and the others were still very fast. After they successfully passed the 5th checkpoint, the other challengers were still nowhere to be seen. Zhou Shu didn't wait for them. He knew that there was no chance for him to gain anything from the other challengers for the checkpoints ahead. The 6th checkpoint was also to repair weapons. But it had gone from standard weapons to ranked weapons. For standard weapons, as long as the weapon body was repaired, it was fine. Ranked weapons involved the repair of the star paths. It was just like people. External injuries were easy to treat, but once their meridians were damaged, the difficulty of treating them was on a completely different level. Meng Bai was a second-rank expert, yet he became old and weak. Wasn't it precisely because his meridians were damaged that his cultivation completely disappeared? The star paths of ranked weapons were similar to the meridians of the human body. Furthermore, they were even more complicated. After all, although the human body was different, it was made up of muscles and bones. But the forging materials of weapons were different. Different forging materials resulted in different structures. Each of them was unique. Naturally, the meridians would not be identical. Theoretically speaking, the cost of repairing a defective ranked weapon was greater than forging a new one. But this was a challenge, so there was naturally no need to consider the cost. In any case, Great Qin handled all the costs. At the 6th checkpoint, it became apparent how capable everyone was. Great Xia's forging masters had all been carefully selected. Among Great Xia's forging masters, they were the more skilled ones. But compared to former Great Xia's former #1 forging master, Shi Songtao, the difference was obvious. When the other forging masters were at a loss as to what to do, Shi Songtao had already found a direction and began to attempt to repair it. Seeing that Shi Songtao was able to resolve the issue, Zhou Shu was happy not to have to do anything. After a bit of effort, with Zhou Shu's help, Shi Songtao successfully solved the problem at the 6th checkpoint. Everyone continued forward with momentum. Just as the people of Great Xia were clearing the checkpoints, the relevant information had already been sent to the Qin Emperor in the Great Qin Imperial Palace. In the Imperial study, the Qin Emperor sat behind a desk. He still looked pale, but he was no longer as pale as before. In front of him stood a court official surnamed Su. Great Xia's forging techniques were once glorious for an era. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Their young generation of forging masters is really quite skilled. The Qin Emperor asked, Su Qing, have you gotten any inspiration from these people? Although the performance of the people from Great Xia was a little stunning, the Qin Emperor wasn't surprised. After all, the Qin Emperor was very clear about the design of the 9 checkpoints. There were some difficulties, but the difficulty was not high. After all, it was only the qualifiers. If the difficulty was too great, it would easily arouse suspicion. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou shook his head slightly and sighed. I took it for granted previously. It's not your fault. The Qin Emperor shook his head. If it was so easy to repair the Imperial Cauldron, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Your Majesty, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is imminent. If the Imperial Cauldron can't be repaired, then, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou said worriedly. It's fine. The Qin Emperor waved his hand and said in a deep voice, even without the Imperial Cauldron, I am still invincible. Your Majesty is mighty. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou bowed. Your Majesty, the Imperial Cauldron has been damaged. What if it won't last until the martial arts tournament? The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou still looked worried. Don't worry, the Qin Emperor said in a low voice. It won't be a big problem for the Imperial Cauldron to last through the martial arts tournament. Since it's impossible to repair the Imperial Cauldron, there's no need to waste your energy on it. Su Qing, think of a way to let the martial arts tournament be held in Great Xia. Your Majesty, why is that? The middle-aged man asked. You don't need to know why. Just do as you're told, the Qin Emperor said. Compared to Emperor Yuanfeng's gentleness, the Qin Emperor was simply overbearing. Actually, there's no need for me to do anything, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou replied. That Marquis of Great Xia is so skilled that even I can't tell how skilled he is. The other nations won't be able to defeat him. Although the Qin Emperor was worried about the Imperial Cauldron, he still asked curiously, is he really that strong? Half of the top 10 weapons in the Yellow Great Armament Manual were forged by him, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou said. When he creates black, earth, and even heaven-grade weapons, there will probably be another battle in the armament manuals. At least, in my opinion, no one among the younger generation of forging masters can compare to him. I rarely hear you praise someone so much. The Qin Emperor laughed. Could it be that you want to take him in as a disciple? Your Majesty, you must be joking. He's not from Great Qin. The middle-aged man shook his head. So what? So long as he's willing to join Great Qin, it won't be a problem to offer him a high position or a generous salary, the Qin Emperor said with an imposing manner. Yuanfeng is just a petty person for fooling him with just the title of a marquis. Su Qing, if he can help Great Xia win the rights to hold this martial arts tournament, tell him that if he joins Great Qin, I will betroth my daughter to him and let him live a life of luxury. Your Majesty is wise. The Qin Emperor laughed out loud before coughing uncontrollably. On the other side, under Zhou Shu's lead, Great Xia charged through the checkpoints like a hot knife through butter. Zhou Shu also faintly noticed the change in Great Qin's attitude. The difficulty of this checkpoint seemed to have changed. It became easier and somewhat perfunctory. When he entered the Wang Xin dream, although he didn't understand the exact situation, he could vaguely guess that at the 9th checkpoint, Great Qin would eliminate at least half of the nations. But after they passed the 9th checkpoint, Zhou Shu felt that even the weakest Great Liang would be able to pass. Could Great Qin have already repaired the Imperial Cauldron? So, there's no need to seek anything from the various forging masters? Zhou Shu had some doubts in his heart. But the matter of the Imperial Cauldron was too confidential, and the information he could obtain was too little. Even Wang Xin could only come into contact with superficial things. Who cares? I'm not here for the Imperial Cauldron anyway. I'm here to recruit workers. With the benefits from the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and the Flaming Sunset Saber, Zhou Shu should be able to return from this trip with a full load. Chapter 209. Iron Smelting Hands, Edgeless Mo Sword. The Flaming Sunset Saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the Iron Smelting Hands technique. Zhou Shu recalled the message that flashed before his eyes that day during the process of slaying demonic beasts. At the time, there were too many people, and Zhou Shu didn't have time to carefully examine his harvest. Over the next few days, he had continued on his journey. Furthermore, Lu Wenzhuang and Yin Wei were almost always by his side, so he didn't have time to check his gains. Ever since Yin Wei joined the diplomatic mission and saw that Lu Wenzhuang never left his side, she followed suit. At night, Lu Wenzhuang would meditate beside Zhou Shu's bed while Yin Wei moved her bed to Zhou Shu's room. Anyway, no one in the diplomatic mission of Great Xia dared to say anything about her. After they arrived at Great Qin's capital, although the two of them insisted on being Zhou Shu's guards, Zhou Shu finally had some personal space. The room Great Qin had prepared for them was a suite. Zhou Shu let the two of them stay in the outer room. He used the excuse that he wanted to comprehend forging techniques to enter his own room. Iron smelting hands. A thought flashed through Zhou Shu's mind, and pieces of information appeared in his mind. Fire could generate energy, qi could generate strength, strength and energy coexist, melt metal and liquefy gold. As his true qi circulated, Zhou Shu's hands suddenly burst into flames. Soon after, his hands turned fiery red, as if they were red-hot steel. The temperature in the room rose several degrees. Zhou Shu raised his hand and pressed them on the table. Crackle! Crackle! There was the sound of a fire burning, and the wooden table turned to charcoal. Zhou Shu's eyes flashed with amazement. This iron smelting hands technique is truly formidable. Let me try again. He raised his hand and slapped the floor. Earth-shattering thunder. In an instant, the floor was burnt to a crisp. Pooh! Zhou Shu's hands shook, and the flames disappeared. His hands returned to normal. Cultivating the iron smelting hands technique was extremely difficult and painful. If Zhou Shu cultivated the iron smelting hands technique on his own, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to withstand the pain of being burned by the flames. But with the benefits from the legendary Armament Canon, he directly possessed the cultivation of the iron smelting hands technique and passed the most painful cultivation stage. With this iron smelting hands technique, it will be much easier for me to forge weapons in the future, Zhou Shu thought. His hands separated and once again turned scarlet red. He casually picked up the Great Destroyer sword and swiped his palm across the blade. The Great Destroyer sword's blade instantly turned fiery red. Impressive! His iron smelting hands technique was still at basic mastery, but a casual strike could almost destroy a yellow-grade weapon. If he cultivated it to perfection, he could melt metal, liquefy gold with a single palm, and even smelt them into weapons. Its power was simply unimaginable. When my iron smelting hands technique reaches perfection, I won't even need a furnace. My hands will be the best furnace. According to the information about the iron smelting hands technique, Zhou Shu was almost certain that the temperature of his palms wouldn't be below that of the true fire used by forging masters when he cultivated the iron smelting hands technique to perfection. In other words, as long as his true qi could withstand it, he could directly forge weapons with his hands. I can save money with this. I won't have to waste money on forging furnaces and true fire seeds anymore. Later, I still have to urge Yan Chengshan to kill more enemies. This iron smelting hands technique is absolutely useful to me. Currently, Zhou Shu's cultivation of the iron smelting hands technique was still insufficient to forge weapons. He could only use it as support. The greatest benefit of this iron smelting hands is that it will be easier to fix stars in the future. Zhou Shu loved his iron smelting hands technique. Normally, when forging masters fixed stars, they would melt the heaven refining stone in the forging furnace. Then they would use their spiritual essence to absorb the heaven refining stone's solution through the air and place it on the weapon. Although it was possible for ranked martial artists to control objects remotely, if their cultivation wasn't high enough, the accuracy of controlling objects remotely was actually not high. With the iron smelting hands technique, Zhou Shu could directly melt heaven refining stones in his hand and then use his hands to fix the solution against weapons. This accuracy and control were much better than controlling objects through space. I can't use my iron smelting hands technique to forge directly yet, but I should be able to pinpoint the location of stars. Before we set off, I've already prepared a few weapons that I haven't fixed stars on. I can give it a try. I haven't even given Yang Hong the ranked weapon I promised him. Zhou Shu couldn't help laughing when he thought of Yang Hong's resentful gaze every time he saw him. Back then, he had indeed told Yang Hong that as long as he joined the diplomatic mission, he would equip him with a ranked weapon. In that case, let me test the power of the iron smelting hands technique and complete the ranked weapon prepared for Yang Hong. Zhou Shu got up and took out a wooden box. He had brought this wooden box from Chang'an and kept it with the diplomatic mission. After the trials ended, he met up with Great Xia's diplomatic mission in the capital and naturally took back the wooden box. He took out an incomplete ranked weapon and a small piece of heaven refining stone from the wooden box. His eyes were bright as flames rose from his hands. One of his hands was entirely red, as if it was burning. The weapon gradually turned red in his hands. As for the small piece of heaven refining stone, it gradually turned liquid. Zhou Shu's consciousness was like water as it covered the weapon. At the same time, he used his finger as a brush, and the heaven refining stone solution followed his fingertip and landed on the sword. Chapter 210. Iron Smelting Hands, Edgeless Mo Sword, 2. Boom! Streams of aura continuously rippled on the sword. Outside, Yin Wu and Lu Wenshuang stood up at the same time and looked inside. What's happening? The two of them looked at each other but didn't rush in. They didn't sense any danger. Furthermore, Zhou Shu had said that he wanted to study forging techniques, so they shouldn't disturb him. Little senior sister Lu, do you think he's forging? Yin Wu asked doubtfully. She could feel waves of heat coming from inside. But Zhou Shu didn't bring a furnace. Lu Wenshuang rolled her eyes and harumphed. Call me senior sister Lu, she corrected patiently. How would I know? Don't you know him better? Yin Wu blushed slightly. No, I'm just his superior. Lu Wenshuang pursed her lips. Anyone can tell what you're thinking. My mission is only to ensure he doesn't die. What he does has nothing to do with me, Lu Wenshuang said. I am only interested in swords. Men? Men will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. She glanced at Yin Wu with contempt. Your aptitude clearly isn't inferior to mine. Instead of putting your heart and soul into cultivating your sword Dao, you revolve around a man all day. What future prospects do you have? Thinking of this, Lu Wenshuang suddenly felt an ache in her heart. This infatuated junior sister seems to have broken through to the second rank of the martial Dao before me. Lu Wenshuang frowned slightly. Could it be that men have such uses? She frowned and looked in the direction of the inner room. An indescribable expression flashed across her eyes. Zhou Shu stayed in his room for several days. If not for the fact that they could still sense Zhou Shu's aura, Yin Wu and Lu Wenshuang would have already charged in. During this period of time, the challengers from the other nations had already arrived at Great Xia's capital. Just like what Zhou Shu had felt before, the 9 nations, in addition to Great Xia which wasn't allowed to host the 10 nations martial arts tournament in succession according to the rules gathered in Great Xia's capital. They would compete for the right to host this year's 10 nations martial arts tournament. Now that everyone had arrived, and Great Xia had prepared the final venue, they informed the diplomatic missions of the various nations to prepare for the final competition. Just as Yin Wu and the others were hesitating about whether or not to interrupt Zhou Shu, the heat waves in Zhou Shu's room suddenly subsided, and he rushed out excitedly. Hey? Why is everyone here? Zhou Shu said as soon as he left the room. Wait. Without waiting for everyone to speak, he said directly, have you seen Yang Hong? Where is he? Yang Hong. Everyone was slightly stunned. Who is Yang Hong? Shi Songtao asked. Zhou Shu glanced at him. You're not capable enough to be the head steward. You don't even know the people in our diplomatic mission. Then he walked away. Shi Songtao was a little confused. When did I become the head steward? I am the deputy envoy of Great Xia's diplomatic mission. Yang Hong, which one is Yang Hong? I really don't know. Yang Hong is a divine constable of the Divine Constable Bureau. He is among the guards of the diplomatic mission. With that, Yin Wu chased after Zhou Shu. Shi Songtao was going crazy. Chen Ji is in charge of the guards, not me. Why are you looking down on me? Zhou Shu's gaze agitated him. I am not capable enough? This is intolerable. Just you wait. I will get to know everyone in the diplomatic mission later. I, Shi Songtao, can remember tens of thousands of forging materials. How can I not remember these mere 2,000 people? Shi Songtao didn't realize that he seemed to have become a head steward. Because of what Zhou Shu said, he made up his mind to get to know everyone in the diplomatic mission. The key was that he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this matter. When Zhou Shu found Yang Hong had just gotten off duty. Greetings, Marquis, Your Highness, and Deputy Envoy Lu. Yang Hong bowed while secretly giving Zhou Shu a thumbs up. As expected of the Marquis, the two beauties are inseparable from him. He is my role model. Catch this. Zhou Shu laughed. He raised his hand, and a black shadow flew toward Yang Hong. What? Yang Hong was shocked and subconsciously reached out to grab it. His hand felt a little heavy, and a cold sensation came from his palm. Yang Hong realized that he had a sheathed sword in his hand. This is... A thought appeared in his mind, and joy appeared on his face uncontrollably. He could even hear his own heartbeat. Is this what I think it is? Divine Constable Yang, try it and see if it suits you. Zhou Shu smiled. I think this sword is more suitable for the Divine Constables of the Divine Constable Bureau. If you don't like it, then 11. I like it. I like it. Yang Hong was already shouting before Zhou Shu could finish. His face flushed red as he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The sword was already in his hands. He would never return it. Live or die, my sword will stay with me. I will never be without it. Try it first. Zhou Shu was speechless. Why is everyone so excited? They're just yellow-grade weapons. It won't be too late for them to get excited after I've upgraded them to heaven-grade weapons. Yang Hong noticed his loss of composure and smiled awkwardly. Only then did he unsheath his sword with a clang. When he saw the sword, he was clearly stunned. Not only him, but even Yin Wu and Lu Wenshuang looked surprised. Rather than calling it a sword, Yang Hong's weapon was more like a ruler. It was more than 3 feet long, completely black and rectangular. It was a longer version of a ruler. Like a sword it attacks, edgeless MMA sword, Zhou Shu said loudly. This sword is called MMA. Divine Constable Yang, you are a Divine Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau. The Divine Constable Bureau is not part of the 3 armies. Even if you encounter enemies, you need to capture and interrogate them first. This MMA sword is suitable for Divine Constables. Although it is edgeless, as long as there is enough spiritual essence, it can produce invisible sword chi with infinite power. Killing and capturing people will all depend on a single thought. The MMA sword. Yang Hong muttered. He gripped the sword hilt as the spiritual essence in his body surged into the sword. Several profound lines lit up on the body of the ruler-like sword. Swish! A stream of sword chi slashed out from the tip of the sword, landing on the rock garden several meters away. With a soft sound, a 10-foot-tall boulder was cut in two. Yang Hong panted heavily, looking surprised and delighted. Marquis, this sword is too valuable. I can't afford it, Yang Hong said with a pale face while panting heavily. With his 9th rank cultivation, he could only use the MMA sword 3 times before his spiritual essence was depleted. Yang Hong knew in his heart that it was a waste for Zhou Shu to give him the MMA sword. If given to a 7th rank or even 6th rank martial artist, the power that the MMA sword could unleash would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times greater than his. Even though he was reluctant to part with it, he didn't want to do the MMA sword injustice. It was true that he couldn't afford it. Didn't I say before that you can pay in installments? Zhou Shu said. You are a Divine Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau. I don't have to worry about you running away without paying for it. But I don't deserve it. Yang Hong's face flushed red. To ordinary people, 9th rank martial artists were already experts. But Yang Hong really didn't dare to say that he was an expert. Furthermore, he estimated that the MMA sword would rank in the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Chen Ji was a 5th rank martial artist, but he had only just gotten his hands on the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, one of the top 10 weapons in the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Yang Hong didn't dare to imagine owning the MMA sword. This MMA sword is from me to you. Who dares to say that you are unworthy of it? Zhou Shu said. If you feel that you are not worthy of it, then work hard on your cultivation and strive to be worthy of it as soon as possible. Divine Constable Yang, I believe in you. Zhou Shu patted Yang Hong's shoulder. Marquis. Yang Hong's eyes instantly turned red as tears welled up in his eyes. A gentleman is ready to die for his bosom friend. I, Yang Hong, will be the Marquis's lackey in the future. If the Marquis asks me to head west, I will absolutely not head east. Divine Constable Yang, keep the MMA sword well. If anyone dares to lay their hands on your sword, tell me, and I'll stand up for you, Zhou Shu continued. Marquis. Yang Hong immediately knelt on one knee, looking like he was offering his life. Well, now that you have a ranked weapon, I have something that I would like you to help me with. Marquis, please give me your orders. I will do whatever you ask of me. Chapter 211. Great Xia's Recruitment, Iron Smelting Hands Technique vs. 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art. Watching Zhou Shu, Yin Wu and Lu Wenshuang disappear from sight, Yang Hong felt like crying but had no tears. Thump. He slapped himself. Yang Hong, oh, Yang Hong, you clearly know what kind of person this Marquis is. Why are you so easily moved? Now, you've jumped into a huge trap. Sigh. If I were given another chance, I would still choose this. He looked at the MMA sword in his hand, and a look of desperation appeared on his face. For the sake of MMA, death is worth it. Besides, I might not die, right? On the way back with Zhou Shu, Yin Wu had a strange expression on her face. Although Lu Wenshuang was still expressionless, she couldn't conceal the curiosity in the depths of her eyes. Yin Weida finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked. Zhou Shu, why did you get Yang Hong too? She was a girl who couldn't hide her feelings. Don't ask. I won't tell you, Zhou Shu said without turning his head. Humph. Yin Weida stomped her foot angrily. Fine, don't say it then. I don't care. She glanced at Lu Wen's Huang. Little senior sister Lu, do you know? If you don't know, how would I know? Lu Wen's Huang replied with her eyes. When he returned to his room, Zhou Shu found that Shi Songtao was still there. Old Shi, you're still here? What do you want? Shi Songtao rolled his eyes. This official envoy really doesn't care about anything. Marquis, Great Qin sent someone to notify us, Shi Songtao said. Tomorrow, the Qin Emperor will meet with the 10 nations to discuss the final candidates to host the 10 nations martial arts tournament. That's it. Zhou Shu smiled. Did they say how the final candidates will be decided? No, Shi Songtao shook his head. I think they want all the nations to come to a resolution. Although Great Qin was the previous host and had the right to decide how to select the next host, their method had to convince the other nations. Previously, setting up the 9 challenges had already made the various nations somewhat unhappy. If not for the fact that Great Qin was powerful, there would have already been nations that jumped out to oppose it. Even though no one openly objected to it now, if Great Qin made a similar move again, then things might turn ugly. That's it. Zhou Shu said indifferently. There's no need to inform me about such a small matter. Is this a small matter? Isn't this the reason why we came on this diplomatic mission? Shi Songtao cursed silently before continuing, there's one more thing, Great Qin's Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent Zhou Shu wishes to invite you, Marquis, to attend a banquet. Great Qin's Weapon Bureau was similar to Great Xia's Forging Division. The Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent was equivalent to the Forging Division's Grand Minister. Moreover, Great Qin's Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent's rank was even higher than Great Xia's Forging Division's Grand Ministers. He was a second-rank official and held great authority. Oh! Zhou Shu's heart stirred. He came to Great Qin for one reason, to recruit more workers. Great Qin's Grand Superintendent is in charge of Great Qin's armaments. If I make a deal with him... Zhou Shu immediately shook his head. If he made a deal with Great Qin's Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent, there would be some risk involved. Would it be considered treason? Great Xia treated him quite well. It was fine if he threw a few ranked weapons to Great Qin, but it might be too much to get involved with Great Qin's Weapon Bureau. Did he invite all the diplomatic missions, or did he only invite us? Zhou Shu asked. It wasn't an invitation to us. It was an invitation to you, Marquis, Shi Songtao said solemnly. Zhou Shu only invited you. He is the most well-known grand craftsman in Great Qin. He wants to discuss forging techniques with you. Discuss forging techniques? Zhou Shu frowned slightly. I'm just a forging master. How can I discuss forging techniques with a grand craftsman? Marquis, are you an ordinary forging master? Shi Songtao cursed silently. The top 10 weapons of the Yellow Great Armament Manual are almost all yours. Who would treat you as an ordinary forging master? Even grand craftsmen have to respect you. Marquis, if you don't want to attend the banquet, I'll send someone to inform Su Shi, Shi Songtao said. Wait. Zhou Shu stopped Shi Songtao. After a moment of silence, he said, we came from afar as guests, so it wouldn't be good if we directly refused. When is the banquet? Tonight, Shi Songtao said. All right, I'll go then. Zhou Shu pondered. They didn't say that I have to go alone, right? Shi Songtao thought for a moment and said, the invitation is for you alone, Marquis. But it didn't say that you can't bring anyone along. In that case, come with me. We'll go together and see how capable Great Qin's grand craftsmen are. If Zhou Shu attended the banquet, Yin Wu and Lu Wensuang would definitely follow. The two of them treated themselves as Zhou Shu's personal guards. Before returning to Great Xia, they would protect Zhou Shu everywhere he went. In addition, Shi Songtao and Chen Ji also went along. Shi Songtao was an extra, while Chen Ji was also to protect Zhou Shu. Even though Yin Wu and Lu Wensuang would be there, if there really were enemies that the two of them couldn't deal with, Chen Ji would be useless. But if they met some rogues, he couldn't possibly let the two ladies fight the rogues. Su Shi was Great Qin's Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent, a second-rank official of the imperial court. But his residence was extremely low-key. Chapter 212. Great Qian's Recruitment, Iron Smelting Hands Technique vs. 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art, 2. They walked into a quiet alley and entered a simple courtyard. It was Zhou Shu's home. His home was not even as big as the courtyard of the residence that Mi Ziwen gave Zhou Shu. Marquis Zhou, please excuse my humble home. Zhou Shu received a report from the gatekeeper and personally came to the gate to welcome Zhou Shu and the others in. Zhou Shu sized up Zhou Shu. He looked very ordinary. His height was ordinary, his appearance was ordinary, and his aura was very weak. If one didn't pay attention to him while walking on the streets, one might think that he was just an ordinary person. But Zhou Shu felt a sense of danger from him. His heart trembled slightly. Those whom he could sense danger were at least first-rank experts. With Zhou Shu's current cultivation level, he might not even sense danger from ordinary first-rank martial artists. It had to be known that Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi had been defeated and killed by Zhou Shu when he was a first-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu was now much stronger than before. He had reached perfection in both his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if the current Zhou Shu encountered Xiao Shunzi at his peak, he could easily kill him. Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi was not an ordinary person. He could be considered one of the few first-rank experts in the world. Zhou Shu even thought that there were only a handful of people in the entire land who could threaten him. Now, he actually sensed danger from Zhou Shu. It was simply unbelievable. Before coming here, Zhou Shu had specifically learned about Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu's reputation wasn't that great. Even though he was Great Qian's Weapon Bureau's Grand Superintendent, he was still extremely low profile. There were rumors that said that his cultivation level was not low, but he had never made a move in front of others, so there were all sorts of opinions about his cultivation level. There was no clear explanation. Zhou Shu originally thought that Zhou Shu was an academic official who focused on forging. Now that he had met him, he realized that Zhou Shu was definitely not simple. He definitely had a first-rank martial Dao cultivation. And among first-rank martial artists, he was definitely an expert. Lord Zhou, you are too polite. Zhou Shu didn't bat an eyelid as he cupped his hands together. I have long heard of you, Lord Zhou. To be able to meet you, I am truly honored. I am only a mediocre person, and I don't deserve your kind words, Marquis Zhou. Zhou Shu smiled. Marquis Zhou, you are an elite. The 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber, the Horse-Slaying Saber, and the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Saber are truly breathtaking. The Great Qian's dagger axe, spear, and crossbow are truly unrivaled under the heavens. I, Zhou Shu, am truly inferior. Zhou Shu was also trying to sound him out. Such events were just occasions for people to flatter each other. After they took their seats, the guests and host enjoyed themselves. After all, Zhou Shu was a second-rank official. Since he was hosting a banquet, it naturally wouldn't be too shabby. Various Great Qian delicacies were ceaselessly served to the guests, and there were even various demonic beast meat unique to Great Qian among them. Although Zhou Shu was used to seeing delicacies, it was still an eye-opener for him. He ate happily. Marquis Zhou, are you enjoying the delicacies of Great Qian? Zhou Shu said with a smile. They're not bad, Zhou Shu said. The meat of demonic beasts makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. But let's not talk about this. Whether it is roasted or fried, the taste is quite good. As long as you like it, Zhou Shu said with a smile. Marquis Zhou, what do you think of our Great Qian? Zhou Shu ate a piece of demonic beast meat and said casually, it's pretty good. It's not that I'm boasting, he said. But Great Qian is superior in terms of scenery and people than other nations. Zhou Shu continued proudly, the most important thing is that Great Qian rules the country by law. If there is merit, there will be rewards. Zhou Shu glanced at Zhou Shu confusedly. What is the point of telling me this? You didn't ask me to come because you wanted me to hear you brag about how great Great Qian is and how strong it is, right? Yin Wu, sitting next to Zhou Shu, narrowed her eyes. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhou Shu seems to have another purpose. Zhou Shu glanced at Yin Wu, Shi Songtao and the others and said casually, Marquis Zhou, since you think Great Qian is good, then why don't you consider staying in Great Qian in the future? Thump! Yin Wu was enraged. She slammed the table and was about to get up. Zhou Shu grabbed her wrist and shook his head. As Zhou Shu held her wrist, Yin Weida felt the heat coming from his large hand. The fury in her heart suddenly vanished, and her entire body began to heat up. She could no longer stand up. Lord Su, you're being too careless, Zhou Shu slowly said. I am the official envoy of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. You are speaking like this in front of my colleagues. Do you want to get me into trouble when I return? Marquis Zhou, you have misunderstood. Su Shi shook his head. I am sincerely inviting you. With your abilities, Marquis Zhou, if you stay in Great Qin, we will make you a duke. Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang, Chen Ji and Shi Song Tao frowned at the same time. The meaning behind Su Shi's words was that with Zhou Shu's abilities, he could be a duke in Great Qin. But Great Xia only gave him the title of a marquis. Was Great Xia treating Zhou Shu unfairly? Is that so? The corners of Zhou Shu's lips curled up slightly. Duke, that sounds good. Zhou Shu. Yin Wu was a little anxious. Zhou Shu tightened his grip on her wrist and smiled as he shook his head. Su Shi noticed Zhou Shu's actions and smiled. Young and full of affection, Marquis Zhou, you are also a romantic. Great Qin has 2 princesses, and they are twins. They are 16 years old and beautiful. Marquis Zhou, if you are willing to stay in Great Qin, shut up. Yin Wu shouted angrily, unable to stand it anymore. Clang. Lu Wen's Huang was even more straightforward. She had already unsheathed the sword on her back and pointed it across the table at Su City. Su Shi's expression didn't change as he smiled at Zhou Shu. Don't be rash. Zhou Shu pulled Yin Wu back to her seat and said to Lu Wen's Huang. Lord Su, your plan to sow discord is a little overboard, Zhou Shu said. If you continue to say such things, then I will take my leave. Let's not talk about it. Su Shi smiled and raised his wine glass. I'm getting old, and I like to spout nonsense. Sorry for offending you. He downed his drink in apology. Later, Su Shi didn't mention anything about recruiting him. Instead, he chatted with Zhou Shu about forging. Su Shi was a grand craftsman, so he was quite knowledgeable and had rather a good chat with Zhou Shu. The more Yin Wu looked at Su Shi, the angrier she became. What does Su Shi mean? First, he used wealth and status, and then he used a honey trap. Now, he's trying to get into his good books? Old thief! If you piss me off, I'll stab you to death. Marquis Zhou, Great Qin has a secret cultivation technique called the 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art. Su Shi smiled. This cultivation technique is a match made in heaven for forgers like us. By cultivating the 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art, you can produce true fire within your body. There's no need to use a furnace or true fire seed. You can forge weapons anytime, anywhere. Oh! A look of surprise appeared on Zhou Shu's face. There's such a cultivation technique. Yes. Su Shi nodded. I am cultivating this divine art now. He raised his hand, and with a whoosh, a foot-tall flame rose from his palm. The flame was 3 inches away from his palm, seemingly burning out of thin air. Fire control. Zhou Shu said with a strange expression. What a coincidence. I also have a cultivation technique. Lord Su, take a look at its effects. Zhou Shu raised his right hand. As he did so, his palm began to turn bright red. Su Shi was slightly stunned. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why does his palm seem to have turned into lava? Zhou Shu gently clenched his scarlet red palm and faced it up. The flame on Su Shi's palm suddenly flew toward Zhou Shu's palm. He was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to activate his cultivation technique, the flame had already landed in Zhou Shu's palm. On his palm, it constantly transformed into different shapes. And he could no longer sense this flame. Chapter 213. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade's Reward, Unparalleled Benevolence, 1. Su Shi stared intently at the flame in Zhou Shu's hand. The flame seemed to come alive as it constantly changed shape, turning into a small bird one moment and a lion the next. His heart was in turmoil. He hadn't displayed the 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art purely for the sake of showing off. He wanted to use it to attract Zhou Shu to stay in Great Qin. He didn't expect Zhou Shu's strange cultivation technique to steal the true fire from his hands. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, it was beyond his imagination for him to lose contact with the true fire of the 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art. What method is Zhou Shu using? Not only was Su Shi shocked, but Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang, Chen Ji and Shi Song Tao were also shocked. They never knew that Zhou Shu possessed such a technique. To control fire and swallow the heavens, to attract others' fire with it, to use fire to draw fire, to control fire to attack the enemy, there were countless variations. This was one of the characteristics of the iron smelting hands technique. With Zhou Shu's previous personality, he might not have displayed his iron smelting hands technique so directly. But now, he was more or less affected by his previous dream. He had transformed into Wang Xian for a year with Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. Wang Xian's flamboyant and straightforward personality had somewhat affected Zhou Shu. In other words, deep within Zhou Shu, there was a part of him that wanted to show off in front of others. At the end of the day, with his current cultivation, there was no need for him to care about too many things. To put it bluntly, he had reached perfection in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique. Thus, there might be people in the world who could defeat him, but there were probably none who could kill him. His Golden Bell Shield Technique had reached perfection, and he no longer had any weaknesses. In other words, he had an invincible body. Even if he stood still, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. If he was determined to leave, then even Great Xia wouldn't be able to stop him. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't afraid of revealing himself in Great Xia. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Su Cheng's pupils constricted, and the smile on his face disappeared for the first time. His cultivation and knowledge far surpassed Yin Wu and the others. Perhaps Yin Wu and the others only felt that Zhou Shu's methods were somewhat miraculous. But Su Shi could tell that Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands technique was extraordinary. It was even far above his 8 quaint fire divine art. Iron smelting hands. Zhou Shu clenched his fist, extinguishing the ball of flames in his palm. Iron smelting hands. Su Shi frowned. The name of this cultivation method is so common. Compared to his 8 quaint fire divine art, the name iron smelting hands was too rustic. But the quality of a cultivation technique did not lie in its name. Lord Su, we've had enough to eat and drink. We shall take our leave. Zhou Shu cupped his hands and stood up. After all, Su Shi was not an ordinary person. The expression on his face had returned to normal, and he revealed a gentle smile again. Please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Su Shi said meaningfully, I hope I can have a long talk with you another day, Marquis Zhou. There will be a chance. Zhou Shu laughed. On the way back to the post house after leaving Su Shi's residence, Zhou Shu asked curiously, Grand Minister, does our Great Xia have a technique that can produce true fire on its own like Great Xia's 8 quaint fire divine art? In Zhou Shu's opinion, although the martial artists of this world could topple mountains and overturn seas, it was mostly just martial strength. To put it bluntly, it was a high martial arts world. Although high-level martial artists also had various divine abilities, this was the first time Zhou Shu had seen a technique that could directly control true fire. No, Yin Wu said. Great Xia's 8 quaint fire divine art is unique in this world. She looked at Zhou Shu. Not unique anymore. Don't look at me like that. My iron smelting hands technique isn't the same as the 8 quaint fire divine art. Zhou Shu shrugged. Zhou Shu, will you really stay in Great Xia? Yin Wu suddenly asked. Why would I stay here? Zhou Shu asked. Because Great Xia is the most powerful country among the 10 nations. They even promised you the position of a duke, and Yin Wu's face was a little red. And the twin princesses of Great Xia. Zhou Shu laughed. Other things aside, twin sisters. It's quite exciting thinking about it. But that's all. Zhou Shu said with a smile. Wealth and riches are not things I wish for, and the Jade Palace where the Jade Emperor lives is not something I can hope to obtain. In Great Xia, I have my brothers, my friends, my Huaxia Pavilion, and... Why should I stay in Great Xia? Zhou Shu stepped forward and spoke without turning his head. What else? Yin Wu asked curiously. You, guess. Zhou Shu drawled. He laughed and walked away. When she heard Zhou Shu say you, her heart almost stopped beating. Just as her face was about to turn red, Zhou Shu continued with the word guess. Embarrassed and annoyed, she stomped her foot. After returning to the post house, Shi Songtao, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly rushed in front of Zhou Shu and said, I want to join the Huaxia Pavilion. Have you decided? Zhou Shu looked at Shi Songtao. He had tried to recruit Shi Songtao before, but Shi Songtao had said that he needed to consider it. Now that he suddenly said that he wanted to join the Huaxia Pavilion, Zhou Shu knew the reason even without thinking. It was probably because he saw his iron smelting hands technique. Cultivation techniques like the iron smelting hands were definitely extremely attractive to forgers. Yes. Shi Songtao said seriously. Chapter 214. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade's Reward, Unparalleled Benevolence, 2. He didn't mention that he wanted to learn the iron smelting hands technique. How could such a divine technique be learned so easily? He had yet to achieve anything, so there was no point saying it now. When he joined the Huaxia Pavilion and made a great contribution, that would be the time to make his request. Old Shi, I'll give you a chance. But whether you can grasp it will depend on yourself, Zhou Shu slowly said. If an opportunity presented itself, Zhou Shu didn't mind passing the iron smelting hands technique on to others. But whether or not they could master it wasn't something he could control. He knew very well that the training process of the iron smelting hands technique was not something ordinary people could endure. If not for the fact that his cultivation of the iron smelting hands technique could be improved through the benefits from the legendary Armament Canon, he would definitely not choose to cultivate it. Even though the power of the iron smelting hands technique was extraordinary. Zhou Shu didn't think that Shi Songtao could cultivate the iron smelting hands technique, but he didn't need to tell him that so early. If he joined the Huaxia Pavilion, Shi Songtao would definitely not lose out. Zhou Shu had always been very generous to his own people. After Shi Songtao left, Chen Ji was about to leave when Zhou Shu stopped him. General Chen, wait a minute. Chen Ji stopped and asked, what are your orders, Marquis? Zhou Shu looked around. General Chen, come with me. He took the lead and walked into the courtyard. Chen Ji was a little confused, but he still followed. As the official envoy of the diplomatic mission, he had the right to have an independent courtyard even in other countries. Upon entering the small courtyard, only Zhou Shu, Chen Ji, Yin Wu, and Lu Wenzhuang were present. The guards of the diplomatic mission were standing guard outside the courtyard. Even Great General Meng Bai stayed elsewhere. After Zhou Shu confirmed that no one else was present, his gaze fell on the green dragon crescent blade in Chen Ji's hand. General Chen, is this green dragon crescent blade suitable for you? It's suitable. I haven't thanked you yet. With this green dragon crescent blade, my strength increases by at least 30%. Chen Ji said gratefully. You flatter me. Zhou Shu shook his head. In Zhou Shu's opinion, a 5th-rank martial artist should at least be using a black-grade weapon. But the reality was that a 5th-rank martial artist would be lucky to have a good yellow-grade weapon. Generally, only 4th or 3rd-rank martial artists would be able to own black-grade weapons. As for earth-grade weapons, only 3rd or 2nd-rank martial artists had them. There was no need to mention heaven-grade weapons. Only 1st-rank supreme martial artists were qualified to possess one. At the end of the day, it was because the entire land's forging techniques were rather backward, and there were too few yellow-grade weapons. As long as you use it well, Zhou Shu continued, General Chen, tomorrow is the day that the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament will be decided. I have a bad feeling about it. Marquis, do you think that something unexpected might happen tomorrow? Chen Ji said seriously. Yeah. Zhou Shu nodded. Don't worry, Marquis. I'll have the guards be more vigilant, Chen Ji said. Even if Zhou Shu didn't say anything, he wouldn't let down his guard. The safety of the diplomatic mission was his responsibility. I'm not worried about that. I trust your leadership skills, Zhou Shu said. However, we are still within the borders of another country. Great Qian's attitude is a little unclear. If something unexpected happens, we can't just let them do whatever they want. Marquis, what do you mean? Zhou Shu looked at Chen Ji and suddenly asked, General Chen, do you want to improve your strength? Chen Ji was stunned. Improve my strength? Isn't that obvious? Which martial artist wouldn't want to improve their strength? He was now a 5th-rank martial artist. One step further, and he would be a 4th-rank martial artist. But this step was not so easy to achieve. Even with Mi Ziwen's background, he was only a 4th-rank martial artist. Without sufficient aptitude and opportunities, most martial artists could forget about reaching the 3rd rank of the martial Dao for the rest of their lives. It could be said that the 4th rank was already the peak that 90% of martial artists couldn't reach. Chen Ji's aptitude was decent, and his background was passable. The goal he set for himself was to break through to the 4th rank at the age of 40. He was not 30 years old yet. This was just his own estimation. He still needed 10 years of hard work before he could break through to the 4th rank. Now that Zhou Shu suddenly asked him this question, he didn't know how to answer. Marquis, of course I want to improve my strength. But this isn't something that can be done overnight, Chen Ji smiled bitterly. In fact, he felt that his 5th rank cultivation was not considered low among the various diplomatic missions. After all, Grand Masters were rare in the military. Not to mention Grand Masters, but there were not many people above the 4th rank. My senior brother taught me a secret technique, Zhou Shu said, don't ask me who my senior brother is. All you need to know is that this secret technique can double your strength in a short period of time. Marquis, are there any side effects to this secret technique? Chen Ji asked in a low voice. He wasn't as impulsive as Yang Hong. Although it was good to increase his cultivation by 1 rank, it was only a matter of time before he became a 4th rank martial artist. Meng Bai's evaluation of him was that he was steady, and Chen Ji was definitely not someone who was anxious for quick results. Side effects? Zhou Shu shook his head. The message flashed past his mind. The green dragon crescent blade you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the divine ability, unparalleled benevolence. Divine ability, unparalleled benevolence. This was the first divine ability that Zhou Shu had obtained from the legendary Armament Canon. It was completely different from the benefits he had received previously. Unparalleled benevolence was very interesting and also very useless. At least for Zhou Shu. The so-called unparalleled benevolence could allow Zhou Shu to share one of his abilities with others for a certain period of time. Simply put, Zhou Shu could share one of his cultivation techniques with another person for a period of time. At the current level, his unparalleled benevolence would only last for 1 day. Within a day, if Zhou Shu shared his spiritual essence cultivation with an ordinary person, this person would have half the cultivation of a 6th rank martial artist, while Zhou Shu's cultivation would not change. He could share his spiritual essence in the Heavenly Saber Art Technique, Astounding Heavenly 18 Swords Technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, and Golden Bell Shield Technique as well. The person could only get half of Zhou Shu's cultivation, and the duration was limited. In the end, this increase in strength was not permanent. It could only be used temporarily in emergencies. Zhou Shu had a premonition that something unexpected might happen tomorrow, so he planned on testing out the unparalleled benevolence divine ability. For now, Zhou Shu could only use the unparalleled benevolence divine ability on 1 person, and he could only share the cultivation of 1 cultivation technique. This was why he targeted Chen Ji. After all, Chen Ji was the one who had helped him get this divine ability. Zhou Shu continued, there are no side effects to this secret technique. But it only lasts for 1 day. After 1 day, the effect of the secret technique will disappear. Chen Ji thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'm willing to give it a try. Very good. Zhou Shu nodded. He took a step forward and extended his right hand at lightning speed. He raised 2 fingers like a sword and pointed them accurately at Chen Ji's glabella. Chen Ji didn't dodge. When Zhou Shu's fingers touched his glabella, countless shadows appeared in his eyes. The profundities of saber techniques appeared in his mind as if he already knew them. The heavenly saber art. Chen Ji let out a long roar. He kicked the handle of the green dragon crescent blade and held the saber with both hands. He followed the saber and started practicing his saber techniques. The heavenly saber art technique emphasized intent rather than technique. Even without a saber in hand, he could still execute it. Even though the green dragon crescent blade was a long saber, it was still a saber. The heavenly saber art intent automatically transformed into a green dragon crescent blade move. Chen Ji's saber technique was swifter and fiercer by 30%. Chapter 215. Invincible Saber, any objections? 1. When Zhou Shu had just given Chen Ji the green dragon crescent blade, they had also exchanged saber techniques. But an exchange was only an exchange. This divine ability unparalleled benevolence directly infused Zhou Shu's heavenly saber art technique into Chen Ji's brain. Zhou Shu's 100 refinements ring pommel saber technique came from the benefits of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber's kills. Previously, when Meng Bai led the army to the southern borders, a portion of the soldiers had been equipped with 100 refinements ring pommel sabers. The battle in the southern borders had given Zhou Shu plenty of benefits. His Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique rapidly advancing, the Heavenly Saber Art naturally wouldn't stop advancing. The Heavenly Saber Art was almost limitless. Zhou Shu's comprehension of saber techniques could be infused into it. Not long ago, Zhou Shu had used the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique to transform into Great Xia's General Wang Xin. For an entire year, he had been slaughtering demonic beasts. This experience had also greatly benefited his heavenly saber art. Zhou Shu's heavenly saber art had reached an extremely high level. Speaking of which, when it came to using sabers, there were not many people in the world better than him. Although he carried a sword on his back all day, his saber techniques were much stronger than his sword techniques. Although Chen Ji also used a saber, his saber techniques couldn't compare to Zhou Shu's. After all, he could only practice his saber himself diligently. Zhou Shu's saber techniques improved at rocket speed. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang were dumbstruck. Both of them came from extraordinary backgrounds, and there were very few things that could surprise them so much. But they had already been shocked twice tonight. The first time was when they saw Zhou Shu show off his iron smelting hands technique, and the second time was the scene before them. As members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang naturally knew Chen Ji's cultivation level. They had seen Chen Ji fight with their own eyes during the trials. It was precisely because their cultivation level was extremely high and they had extremely broad horizons that they could see the change in Chen Ji. Just by pointing fingers at Chen Ji's glabella, his saber techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds. The two girls found it unbelievable. Lu Wenzhuang glanced at Yin Wu and communicated with her eyes. His senior brother is so strong? Of course. He can even kill a first-rank martial artist. What do you think? Yin Wu replied with her eyes. Originally, she had also been skeptical of what Zhou Shu said about his senior brother. But now, she began to believe him more and more. If not for someone so powerful and mysterious taking in a disciple for his master, how could Zhou Shu have learned all these secret techniques? Perhaps his senior brother had also used this sort of secret technique on him, which was why he was able to increase his cultivation so quickly. Yin Wu felt like she had figured something out. Obviously, Lu Wenzhuang had thought of this too, and her eyes lit up. Other than the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique, Zhou Shu also knows other sword techniques from time to time. Also, junior sister clearly doesn't cultivate hard enough, and her aptitude isn't better than mine. Did her breakthrough to the second rank also have something to do with Zhou Shu? There are rumors of dual cultivation techniques between men and women. Men, though they will affect the speed at which I draw my sword, if it's to raise my cultivation. Well, Zhou Shu is quite good looking. All sorts of expressions flashed across Lu Wenzhuang's eyes. Chen Ji stood up straight and let out a long sigh of relief. He sensed the profundities of the saber technique that appeared in his mind, and his face was full of disbelief. Marquis, this. He had never thought that his comprehension of saber techniques would reach such a level. General Chen, it's too soon to be happy. Zhou Shu shook his head. The duration of my secret technique is limited, and it can only last for 1 day. After 1 day, you will return to your original state. As for how many benefits you can retain, that will depend on your own perception. There were limits to the divine ability unparalleled benevolence. Zhou Shu had just learned it, so it could only last for 1 day. If it reached the highest level, the duration would be permanent. In other words, he could permanently share half of the cultivation of a cultivation technique with a person. This effect was quite heaven-defying. In Zhou Shu's previous life, he had once read in a novel that the protagonist had a kind of divine ability called One Strike, which was to directly imbue one's comprehension of cultivation techniques into others. This was just instilling insights into another person. Compared to Zhou Shu's unparalleled benevolence, which shared his cultivation directly with others, the difference was too great. To be able to share his cultivation with others, wasn't this generosity unparalleled benevolence? Chen Ji nodded. It was normal for there to be a time limit. If there was really no time limit, he would be worried. 1 day was enough. Even if he forgot the profundity of the saber technique in his mind after a day, he had experienced such a feeling after all. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would be able to reach this level sooner or later. Marquis, did your senior brother leave behind the saber intent in Chang'an's saber cave? Chen Ji couldn't help asking. The saber intent in his mind was similar to the one he had comprehended in the saber cave. But the saber intent in the saber cave was 1,000 times more profound. That's right. Zhou Shu said in a daze, this is the heavenly saber art. It values one's will rather than one's form. All saber techniques in the world can be incorporated into it. One's will undivided, one's spirit coalesced. The spirit can sense when one's will is in one's hands, and only then can one speak of the art. Then when one is able to enter the realm of no art, will one begin to understand how to use the saber. Spirit refers to the mind, will refers to the body. With every strike, the entire body will follow, and the spirit and body become one. This is the invincible saber of the world. Chapter 216. Invincible saber, any objections? 2. Zhou Shu spoke calmly. Chen Ji and the others looked at him with respect. The more Yin Wu knew, the more shocked she was. Rumor had it that Chang'an had two mysterious experts. One was the saber expert who had left behind the saber intent in the saber cave, and the other was the original owner of the Great Destroyer sword, the senior brother whom Zhou Shu had mentioned. She didn't expect that these two people were actually the same person. It was truly inconceivable for a person to cultivate his saber and sword techniques to such a level. The invincible saber of the world, what kind of person could say such domineering words? But Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang and Chen Ji didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. Zhou Shu smiled and didn't continue. The heavenly saber art emphasized hard work and actual combat experience. Therefore, different people would have different results when cultivating it. Everyone's heavenly saber art was unique. When Zhou Shu used it, it might be an invincible saber. But Chen Ji only had half of his attainments, and he was far from being invincible. However, half of Zhou Shu's heavenly saber art was enough for him to become a second-rate expert. Tonight, some people pondered for a long time, while others couldn't fall asleep. Some slept comfortably. Zhou Shu woke up from his sleep, feeling refreshed. He opened his eyes and smelled two faint fragrances. Yin Wu was only a few steps away from him. She was hugging her blanket and sleeping soundly. Lu Wen's Huang was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and cultivating. For some reason, Zhou Shu recalled the twin sisters Su Shi mentioned. Then he blushed. He got up, washed up, and ate. Then Shi Song Tao came over. Today was the day the various diplomatic missions would come to a resolution. As the deputy envoy, he naturally had to go together. He was not the only one. The entire diplomatic mission was operating orderly like a sophisticated machine. Zhou Shu, the official envoy, was someone who did nothing. But they couldn't do without him. As they headed to the venue of the resolution, the members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission kept meeting people from other nations. These people looked at Zhou Shu and the others with very complicated gazes. Thinking of the extortion, they gritted their teeth in hatred. But they couldn't help admiring him for his cunningness. Yesterday, a mere 9th-rank martial artist under his command came to challenge them with the MMA sword that he had forged. It was an eye-opener for all the nations. Then, he beat up the challengers. In merely one night, the MMA sword became ranked 10th in the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. The location of the resolution was within Great Qian's Imperial Palace. Great Qian's Imperial Palace had exactly the same bearing as all of Great Qian. It was rough and imposing. Even though it wasn't as exquisite as the countryside gardens, it emanated a mighty and imposing aura. In the Great Hall of Great Qian's Imperial Palace, Zhou Shu met the legendary Qin Emperor for the first time. The Qin Emperor was a legendary figure through and through. Before he ascended the throne, he was already a powerful martial artist renowned throughout the world. After he ascended the throne, he single-handedly suppressed the 10 nations, allowing Great Qin to firmly sit in the position of the strongest nation for decades. When the Qin Emperor appeared in the hall, a powerful aura spread throughout the hall. This was not an aura he deliberately released. Instead, it was a domineering aura that seemed to be inborn, making all the diplomatic missions from the various nations fall silent. He felt extremely powerful. This was the first impression the Qin Emperor gave Zhou Shu. The sense of danger emanating from this Qin Emperor was even stronger than that of Su Shi the night before. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. This Qin Emperor might even be stronger than him. His intuition told him that if he fought against the Qin Emperor, he might not necessarily be able to win. But he might not necessarily lose. The perfected Golden Bell Shield technique gave him an invincible body. It wasn't that easy to injure his invincible body. The Qin Emperor's gaze swept across the entire place. In the middle, he paused slightly on Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu smiled and nodded at the Qin Emperor. This stunned the Qin Emperor for a moment. He also nodded slightly, then moved his gaze away from Zhou Shu. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, which is held once every 10 years, will begin again in a few months. The Qin Emperor's gaze was like a torch as he spoke with an imposing manner. You didn't come here to listen to my long-winded speech. Let's get straight to the Point. The style of the Qin emperor was the same as that of Great Qin's martial artists, whom Zhou Shu had encountered when he entered Wang Xian's dream. They were direct and straightforward. He cut straight to the point. Su Shi walked out from a group of Great Qin ministers and came in front of the diplomatic missions. Everyone, before coming to Great Qin, you have already passed 9 checkpoints. According to your performance in these 9 checkpoints, Great Qin has come up with a ranking. The one ranked first is the candidate for the host of this 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. If no one has any objections, then they will be the host of the upcoming 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. If anyone has any objections, they can issue a challenge. If the challenger succeeds, the challenger will automatically be ranked first. Until no one challenges, the final victor will be the host of this 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. "My lord, what is the challenge?" one of the more impatient ones asked before seeing the rankings. It seemed as though he didn't have much confidence in his nation's ranking and was already thinking of challenging first place. "That's right. Lord, what is the challenge? Is it a martial arts competition?" The one who spoke was the official envoy of Great Liang's diplomatic mission. He looked a little depressed. Great Liang was the weakest in terms of martial strength. Although they didn't have high expectations, it was impossible for them not to be depressed when things came to a head. "We have already said before that the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament this time will mainly depend on everyone's forging ability." Su Shi shook his head. "Since we are competing on forging abilities, there will definitely be no fighting or killing. The challenge is very simple. The challenger only needs to prove that his forging ability is above the one challenged," Su Shi said casually. Many people from the various nations were already frowning. Prove their forging ability? This matter was not difficult. There might be different opinions on who was stronger and who was weaker in terms of forging ability, but this would be apparent with one's works. For example, in the Armament Manual, who forged more weapons? Whose weapons ranked higher? The forging masters in the diplomatic missions of the various nations simultaneously turned their gazes to the Great Xia diplomatic mission, to that relaxed and contented figure. Damn it! Today, another weapon from him had appeared in the top 10 of the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Who could compete with him in terms of Yellow Grade weapons? In this resolution, Grand Craftsmen were not allowed to participate. Naturally, there wouldn't be any Heaven Grade weapons. High-level forging masters who had the ability to forge Earth-grade weapons were all trying to become great craftsmen. Who would have the time to come on a diplomatic mission? There were no high-level forging masters who could forge Earth-grade weapons among the diplomatic missions. In that case, they could only compare with black-grade weapons. The problem was that Great Xia wasn't that weak when it came to black-grade weapons. If they wanted to pull back the gap between yellow-grade weapons, they would have to have someone who could dominate the black-grade armament manual. Was that even possible? Everyone's mind was in a mess when they heard Su Shi continue. In the overall ranking of the 9 checkpoints, the first place is Great Xia's diplomatic mission. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Great Xia has become the host of the next 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Are there any objections? As expected, the first in the overall ranking of the 9 checkpoints is the Great Xia diplomatic mission. The envoys from the various nations thought. Based on the performance of Great Xia, it was not surprising that they were ranked first. The question now was, should they challenge Great Xia? If they didn't challenge them, would they just watch helplessly as they became the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? When they thought of how they were robbed by Great Xia during the trial, they felt so angry. Objection, we object. The other diplomatic missions looked at each other and saw the egging on in each other's eyes. Challenge them. We can't let them win too easily. Chapter 217. Shen Yu's Plan, Great Qin's Elite Soldiers, 1. Someone stood out and shouted, "May I ask, if we challenge Great Xia, will we be competing with the forging masters in Great Xia's diplomatic mission, or will we be competing with all of Great Xia's forging masters?" Of course, you will be competing with the forging masters in Great Xia's diplomatic mission. If you have to compete against all of Great Xia's forging masters, then there's no need to send the diplomatic missions here, Su Shi said calmly. If they were comparing the overall capability of the various nations, there was no need to compare. It was obvious who was stronger. This was like the Olympics. A powerful country didn't mean that they would win on the spot. Just because the country was powerful didn't mean that the diplomatic mission would definitely win. Then, do you mean that we can compete with our previous works or choose a new one? The man continued to ask. Either or, Su Shi said. Okay. Great Han would like to give up. This person's words made Zhou Shu almost choke on his saliva. You asked so many questions just to give up? Since you want to give up, why did you ask so many questions? Even though Zhou Shu was a shrewd person, he was speechless. After the diplomatic mission from Great Han gave up, 2 other nations gave up as well, including Great Liang's diplomatic mission. The diplomatic missions from the remaining 5 nations hesitated. They didn't have the confidence to defeat the Great Xia diplomatic mission, but they were unwilling to give up just like that. Just as everyone was hesitating, someone suddenly stood out. I object. Shen Yu stood out from the crowd and cupped his hands toward the Qin Emperor and Zhou Shu. The national strength of Great Xia is inferior to Great Wei. I don't think they are qualified to host the 10 nations martial arts tournament. Others can say that. But didn't Great Wei just lose to Great Xia? Zhou Shu said. His tone was very calm, as if he was only stating a fact, not trying to sow discord. Shen Yu snorted. There was a reason for that. It has nothing to do with this matter. Since Great Qin has set the rules, then we'll follow them. Zhou Shu, I want to compete with you again. Shen Yu stared at Zhou Shu coldly. Zhou Shu glanced at him. You're just a loser. I'm not interested in competing with you. You, Shen Yu was furious. His face was red, and he was heaving. Lord Su. Can they refuse? Zhou Shu glanced at Zhou Shu and said meaningfully, Marquis Zhou, if the diplomatic mission of Great Xia refuses to accept the challenge, you will automatically lose the qualification to be a candidate. The challenger will become the candidate for the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Did you hear that? Shen Yu shouted. Zhou Shu, if you don't dare, then scram back to Great Xia. Shen Yu, if you want to compete, I'll compete with you. Shi Songtao said angrily. This Shen Yu, doesn't he have any self-awareness? Who is he to compete with the Marquis? Even I, Shi Songtao, might not be able to compete with the Marquis. Can you represent Great Xia's diplomatic mission? If you lose, will Great Xia's diplomatic mission admit defeat? Shen Yu said disdainfully. Of course he can represent the diplomatic mission of Great Xia. Before Shi Songtao could say anything, he heard Zhou Shu's voice. It's too troublesome to deal with 1 or 2 of them at a time. Since Great Qin has said the rules, then let's be straightforward. If any of you aren't convinced, then come at me together. Zhou Shu's gaze swept across the entire hall, focusing on the few diplomatic missions that hadn't given up. Shen Yu was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. Zhou Shu, you're just a forging master. What right do you have to be so arrogant? You haven't even forged a black-grade weapon before. You, Zhou Shu's expression was calm as he said, so, this is arrogance? If you have the ability, you can win against me. By talking so much, you are only revealing your lack of confidence. The Qin Emperor watched Zhou Shu and Shen Yu bicker with great interest, and a hint of appreciation flashed across his eyes. His personality is like someone from my Great Qin. Shen Yu's expression was gloomy as he stared fixedly at Zhou Shu and said coldly, Zhou Shu, do you think your forging skills are invincible? You aren't even a high-level forging master. Today, I will let you see my ability. Shen Yu was overflowing with murderous intent. We, Great Qi, will not participate. Before Shen Yu finished speaking, another nation gave up. The person who spoke took a few steps to the side and distanced himself from Great Wei's diplomatic mission. A group attack. Even if they won, it would be embarrassing. If they lost, it would be even more embarrassing. Great Qi diplomatic mission directly drew a clear line with Great Wei's diplomatic mission. After the diplomatic mission from Great Qi withdrew, only Great Wei, Great Jin, Great Chu, and Great Chen remained. No more nations seemed to be giving up. Zhou Shu, are you confident? Yin Huiyu whispered in Zhou Shu's ear. Originally, seeing that Great Xia was about to obtain the right to host the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Yin Huiyu was overjoyed. She didn't expect that this diplomatic mission would go so smoothly. It's mainly because our Zhou Shu is awesome. In the end, there were still so many nations objecting, and Zhou Shu had to simultaneously deal with the challenges of several other nations' diplomatic missions. She couldn't help worrying. You don't trust me? Zhou Shu said with a smile, his eyes glowing. Yin Huiyu blushed slightly. That's not it. She felt that Zhou Shu was very different from when he was in Chang'an. Now, he seemed to be even more arrogant and confident. How should she put it? He looked very manly. How do you want to compete? I will accompany you to the end. Zhou Shu glanced at Shen Yu and the others. Humph! Shen Yu snorted coldly. We'll each forge a weapon on the spot. The stronger weapon wins. Chapter 218. Shen Yu's plan, Great Qian's elite soldiers, 2. There was no way to compare previous works. The top 10 of the Yellow Great Armament Manual were almost all weapons forged by Zhou Shu. He didn't have any weapons on the Black Great Armament Manual, but Great Xia's diplomatic mission had 2 high-level forging masters, and they had black-grade weapons ranked on Black Great Armament Manual. With the 2 combined, the chances of Great Xia winning were extremely high. Therefore, Shen Yu chose a very direct method determining the outcome on the spot. Okay. Zhou Shu nodded. Your Majesty, before I came here, I was forging a weapon. Now, I only need to fix the final star. To avoid wasting your time, I will use this weapon to compete. Your Majesty, please give me permission to do so. Shen Yu cupped his hands. Permission granted, the Qin Emperor said calmly. Even if Shen Yu didn't make the weapon, if he could pinpoint the star position, the weapon could still be considered his work. Therefore, his actions were not against the rules. In fact, it was often more difficult to fix stars for others' weapons. Zhou Shu had no objections to Shen Yu's method. Actually, he had also planned on doing so. Otherwise, it would take at least half a month to forge a weapon from scratch. Even if he could wait, others wouldn't. With a wave of his hand, someone had already moved the furnace onto the hall. Who's first? Su Shi looked at everyone. I'll go first. Shen Yu glanced disdainfully at Zhou Shu and strode forward. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Yu took out something wrapped in silk from his chest. He opened the silk and revealed a mirror inside. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Everyone was stunned. The weapon Shen Yu wanted to complete the star fixing for was a mirror. They had never heard of a mirror being a weapon. But then again, it wasn't impossible to use the mirror as a weapon. While others were wondering if the mirror was a weapon, Zhou Shu was thinking about the divine artifact he had seen in Yu Prefecture. At that time, the Yu and Bing prefectures had become a land of death because of a divine artifact called the Mirror of Retribution. The exterior of the Mirror of Retribution looked exactly like an ordinary mirror. Back then, Great Wei had returned the 2 prefectures to Great Xia. The reason they were willing to return the 2 prefectures to Great Xia was because of the Mirror of Retribution. Now, Shen Yu actually took out a mirror. Is this a coincidence? There must be something fishy going on. On the side of the Great Xia's diplomatic mission, everyone's expression became somewhat grave. It was unheard of for a mirror to be used as a weapon. Since Shen Yu dared to take out a mirror on this occasion, it meant that he was very confident in this mirror. Such situations were often difficult to deal with. On Great Qian's side, a wisp of surprise flashed on the Qin Emperor's face as well. Su Shi's eyes were full of contemplation. He looked at the mirror in Shen Yu's hand, pondering. Shen Yu held the mirror in his hand as he swept his gaze across the crowd with a cold smile. The next moment, he threw the mirror into his furnace. Then his spiritual essence surged out, and the seed of true fire of the furnace was ignited. Raging flames engulfed the mirror. Zhou Shu frowned slightly when he saw Shen Yu begin to forge. He turned around and looked at Chen Ji. Chen Ji understood Zhou Shu, and he revealed a grave expression. As everyone's attention was on Shen Yu, he quietly left the hall, heading toward the post house. Grand Minister, I have a bad feeling. If anything happens later, don't care about anything else. Let's rush out and meet up with the guards at the post house. Zhou Shu quietly wrote on Yin Wu's palm. Originally, Yin Wu was startled when Zhou Shu suddenly pulled her hand. Just as she was feeling shy, she felt Zhou Shu writing on her palm. She felt a little puzzled. Bad feeling? Is it dangerous? But I don't notice anything. She was a second-rank martial artist, while Zhou Shu was only a sixth-rank martial artist. There was no reason he could sense something she didn't. Yin Wu looked up and subconsciously looked around. Trust me. Zhou Shu wrote in Yin Wu's palm again. Although Yin Wu still didn't sense the danger, she still nodded solemnly. After instructing Yin Wu, Zhou Shu was about to repeat the same action to instruct Lu Wen's Huang. Just as he reached out his hand, he found nothing. Lu Wen's Huang crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. Zhou Shu lost interest. I wanted to remind you that we're in danger, not take advantage of you. Is touching your hand taking advantage of you? Zhou Shu didn't know why he felt this way too. Perhaps it was because of the mirror in Shen Yu's hand? Even though he didn't know why he felt this way, Zhou Shu trusted his intuition. After cultivating the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form, Zhou Shu condensed his spirit and even condensed his divine sense. His strong spirit gave him a prophetic intuition about danger. His intuition had never been wrong. A few people noticed Zhou Shu's actions, but they all thought that Zhou Shu was a playboy and didn't think much about it. Shen Yu's forging speed was extremely fast, as if he already knew exactly where the position of the stars should be. It had to be said that Shen Yu had accumulated his experience as a forging apprentice for many years. After he became a forging master, his forging skills were not inferior to many senior forging masters. He kept fixing stars on the mirror, and his every move was extremely precise. After every star position was pointed out, a ray of light flashed past the mirror. As more and more stars appeared, the light on the mirror became more and more intense. A ripple spread out from the mirror. Zhou Shu had been carefully observing his surroundings. He noticed that as the ripples on the mirror became stronger, the expression of the Qin Emperor seemed to change. Just as Zhou Shu was puzzled, Shen Yu suddenly shouted. His face was ferocious, and he seemed to have used all his strength. His spiritual essence wrapped around a drop of heaven refining stone solution as it landed on the mirror. Buzz! On the surface of the mirror, numerous star paths flashed and disappeared. Afterward, a thick white light pillar shot into the sky. Pooh! Shen Yu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood landed on the mirror flying out from the furnace. The mirror was like a sponge, instantly absorbing Shen Yu's blood. Then the mirror shook violently. Crack! Before the crowd could react, the sound of an eggshell shattering came from the mirror. Then the mirror shattered into countless pieces. Failed? After creating such a huge commotion, the forging failed? Everyone was stunned. It sounded complicated, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Shen Yu's face. Right at this moment, the crowd discovered that the mirror had shattered, but the pillar of light that the mirror emitted didn't disappear. The pillar of light that soared into the sky was already as thick as an adult's waist. The upper end of the pillar of light pierced into the clouds. Great Wei, the Qin Emperor suddenly shouted. He stood up and took a step forward, directly breaking through the roof of the hall. He had already reached the clouds. The black dragon robe fluttered in the air like a black dragon. Boom! The Qin Emperor unleashed a punch that caused the pillar of light to shatter. At the same time, a black hole seemed to appear above the pillar of light, and a soul-stirring roar came from within. Countless people covered their ears in pain. Go! Zhou Shu reacted quickly and shouted. Then he pulled Shi Songtao and ran out of the Qin palace. At this moment, the Qin Emperor's voice resounded throughout Great Qin. Great Qin elite soldiers, prepare for battle. Here! A deafening sound echoed in Great Qin's capital as figures soared into the sky and turned into a black torrent. A huge beast claw suddenly emerged from the black hole and slammed toward the Qin Emperor and the black torrent. Courting death! The Qin Emperor roared as the black dragon and the beast claws collided. The sound of the collision was deafening. The entire Great Qin capital seemed to have fallen into the doomsday as countless forces poured down, causing the walls and buildings to collapse. Chapter 219 Harvest, 5th rank martial artist, 1. Boom! The ground shook. When Zhou Shu led the Great Xia diplomatic mission out of Great Qin's imperial palace, they saw countless fireballs falling from the sky. After the fireballs landed on the ground, demonic beasts jumped out from them. The demon beasts roared and pounced toward the people closest to them. Instantly, Great Qin's capital seemed to have become hell on earth. Boom! Sword light flashed everywhere and took the lives of all of the demonic beasts within 100 feet of Zhou Shu and the others. The shadow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique has advanced, 3 days added to the dream entry time. The shadow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique has advanced, 5 days added to the dream entry time. A barrage of messages flashed across Zhou Shu's eyes. It was Yin Wu who had killed all the nearby demonic beasts. Can someone tell me what happened? Shi Songtao shouted. They had just been discussing the host of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Where did these damn demonic beasts come from? Was Great Qin occupied by demonic beasts? Upon hearing the roars of demonic beasts all around, Shi Songtao trembled all over. It was unknown if it was from fear. I also want to know what's going on. Zhou Shu pulled out the Great Destroyer sword from his back and looked forward. Things had developed beyond his expectations. He had a premonition of danger before, but he had never expected this to happen. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was densely covered with thunderclouds. Within the thunderclouds, there were faint rumbling sounds. It should be the Qin Emperor fighting with an unknown existence. The great battle between the Qin Emperor and the demonic beasts in Great Qin's capital is definitely related to the mirror Shen Yu forged. But what is the purpose of Great Wei's actions? Do they intend to occupy Great Qin? Do they have the ability to do this? Where did they get these demonic beasts from? The black hole that had appeared in the sky previously flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. At the time, he seemed to have seen a net, and that net had enveloped Great Qin's capital. The light beam shot out from the mirror created by Shen Yu had made a hole in the net, and the demonic beasts had come from this hole. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill. Let's kill our way back to the post house first. Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, a few more messages flashed past his eyes. Both the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and the Flaming Sunset Saber had completed kills. It was obvious that the demonic beasts had also appeared at the post house. He only hoped that Chen Ji had made preparations beforehand so that the guards wouldn't suffer too much damage. Zhou Shu took a step forward and struck out with his Great Destroyer sword. The astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique, enemies would be killed within 5 steps. In the year that he had become Wang Xian in the dream, he had mastered techniques of slaying demonic beasts. Coupled with the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique's ability to kill enemies within 5 steps, Zhou Shu was able to slay a 6th-rank demonic beast. The Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has increased by 30%, the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords has reached perfection. A strand of spiritual essence appeared out of nowhere within Zhou Shu's body. Not only did his spiritual essence not decrease, but it had actually increased slightly. With the Great Destroyer sword in hand, what Zhou Shu feared the least was a chaotic battle. For other martial artists, the more they fought, the greater their losses would be. Finally, they would exhaust their spiritual essence and die in a siege. This was also sometimes the way armies dealt with high-ranked martial artists, exhaust them to death. But to Zhou Shu, this sort of situation didn't exist. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Zhou Shu attacked while Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang attacked at the same time. 2 streaks of sword light instantly swept everything away around Zhou Shu. Shi Songtao and the other forging masters wanted to help, but the demonic beasts in front of them were already gone. Go! At this moment, Great Qin's capital was in chaos, and battles were occurring everywhere. The people of Great Qin were valiant. After a short period of panic, they had already picked up their weapons and started to resist. Moreover, the army of Great Qin had already appeared on the streets, and they were ceaselessly slaughtering demonic beasts. There were simply too many demonic beasts in the capital. No one knew how long it would take to kill them all. Before that, the commoners would probably suffer heavy casualties. Marquis Zhou! Marquis Zhou! Wait for us! We want to come with you! A voice came from behind. It was Great Liang's diplomatic mission. They had also run out of the Imperial Palace and were running toward Zhou Shu's group. The one who shouted was Great Liang's Han Daji. Zhou Shu raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Han Daji continue to shout, "We'll pay." Zhou Shu paused, then said, "Catch up. I won't be responsible if you fall behind." Then he continued walking forward without looking back. Grand Minister, Deputy Envoy Lu, you don't have to do anything for demonic beasts below the 6th rank, Zhou Shu said as he walked. Let me practice. The Great Destroyer sword transformed into a streak of sword light as Zhou Shu charged toward a demonic beast blocking his path. Swish! Zhou Shu and the demonic beast passed each other. A head shot into the sky, and blood began to rain down. The Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has increased by 10%. The message flashed in front of his eyes. Zhou Shu didn't have the time to check carefully. He didn't stop. He used the riding on cloud and wind technique and moved forward like lightning. Demonic beasts continuously pounced over. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang followed Zhou Shu's instructions, staying close to him but not attacking. Although there were many demonic beasts in the city, most of them were below the 6th rank. There were not many opportunities for them to attack. Chapter 220. Harvest, 5th rank martial artist, 2. Zhou Shu led the way. The efficiency of the Great Destroyer sword was astonishing. Almost no demonic beast could block his sword. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang were both experts. Their eyes were full of shock as they watched Zhou Shu kill demonic beasts. His swordsmanship is so powerful. With Zhou Shu leading the way, the pressure on the other members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission and Great Liang diplomatic mission lessened. They only needed to be responsible for the occasional demonic beasts that jumped out from the side and the front. With their strength, they could barely handle this. Even if they couldn't handle it, there was still Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang. When the two of them attacked, the demonic beasts were like paper, torn to pieces easily. Great Liang's diplomatic mission secretly rejoiced that they had managed to get close to Great Xia. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would probably be in danger now. It was like being protected by experts during the trial. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky as a powerful force shattered the thunderclouds. The Qin Emperor's figure reappeared in the air, and the demonic beast battling him was already gone. Great Qin elite soldiers, kill all demonic beasts. The voice of the Qin Emperor resounded throughout the Great Qin's capital. Take down Great Wei's diplomatic mission. The Qin Emperor stood in midair, and as soon as he appeared, cheers shaking the heavens thundered throughout the capital. Zhou Shu could clearly feel that the morale of the Great Qin soldiers had increased by 30%. The speed at which they killed demonic beasts increased greatly. The Qin Emperor didn't continue to attack. He stood in the air, his body emanating a dazzling light. Zhou Shu felt a strange power emit from the Qin Emperor's body. His entire person seemed to have fused with the net that Zhou Shu had sensed earlier. The Qin Emperor is actually using himself to repair that net. What is that net? Great Qin's protective formation? As Zhou Shu's thoughts flashed, he had already rushed into the post house. Outside the post house, the corpses of demonic beasts were piled up like a mountain. Chen Ji led the Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards and formed a defensive line, blocking all the demonic beasts outside the post house. Chen Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Shu. He sent a demonic beast flying with a slash of his saber before leaping in front of Zhou Shu and bowing. Marquis. General Chen, there is no need for formalities. Zhou Shu asked, how is the situation here? Fortunately, you asked me to make preparations in advance, Chen Ji explained. Marquis, what happened? Where did these demonic beasts come from? I don't know either. Zhou Shu shook his head. General Chen, Great Qin is currently in trouble. We can't just sit idly by. How about this? You lead the guards to help kill the demonic beasts. The Qin Emperor was currently standing in the air. It was obvious that the situation had not gone out of control. Zhou Shu naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan were not the only soldiers in the Great Xia diplomatic mission equipped with weapons he forged. A large number of people were equipped with 8-sided Han swords and spring-embroidered sabers. Zhou Shu had personally forged these. If they completed kills, Zhou Shu would receive benefits from the legendary Armament Canon. How could he miss such an easy opportunity to obtain benefits? Then, what about you, Marquis? Chen Ji asked. I'm fine. These demonic beasts are unable to harm me. Zhou Shu shook his head. I will go with you to kill demonic beasts. Just leave some people to protect Great General Meng. Zhou Shu turned around and said to Han Daji, General Han, you can stay with us for now and leave after the demonic beasts are eliminated. This place should be safe. Thank you, Marquis, Han Daji said. However, I still have the strength to fight. I am willing to follow you to kill demonic beasts, Marquis. Suit yourself. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. With every delay, the number of demonic beasts in the city would decrease. These were living rewards. Brothers, kill all these beasts. Zhou Shu raised the Great Destroyer sword and jumped out again. The Qin Emperor, who was standing in the air, had his gaze enveloping all of Great Qin's capital. He saw the soldiers of Great Qin killing demonic beasts, as well as the diplomatic missions of the various countries hiding in Great Qin's palace to protect themselves. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Nas. Within his field of vision, Zhou Shu was shuttling back and forth with Great Xia's diplomatic mission. Demonic beasts were being slaughtered one by one, and at the same time, the citizens of Great Qin were being rescued from the claws and teeth of the demonic beasts. The Qin Emperor's eyes flickered with approval. The next moment, he grunted as his body shook slightly, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, an indistinct large net appeared in the sky. Some of the nodes on the large net seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Qin Emperor snorted as a fierce expression flashed across his face. A dazzling light suddenly rose from his body, causing the entire net to flash. No one on the ground knew what was happening in the sky. Ever since the Qin Emperor reappeared in the air, the number of demonic beasts in the city had already stopped increasing. Under the continuous attacks of Great Qin's army and Zhou Shu, the number of demonic beasts continued to decrease. Boom! Zhou Shu slashed a demonic beast in half. Before he could continue, an aura suddenly surged from his body. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged madly into his body, forming a visible spiritual qi vortex in the air. His spiritual essence cultivation had broken through. As he continued to kill demonic beasts, the benefits from the Great Destroyer sword caused Zhou Shu's spiritual essence to increase. He had broken through to the 5th rank of the martial Dao at this moment. Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, following closely behind Zhou Shu, were dumbfounded. Yin Wu understood Zhou Shu the best. She knew when Zhou Shu had started cultivating the martial Dao. It hadn't even been a year. As for Lu Wen's Huang, not too long ago, she had personally witnessed Zhou Shu's spiritual essence cultivation break through to the 6th rank. It had only been a dozen or so days since then. To cultivate from the 6th rank to the 5th rank in a dozen days, even she could not do it. She wasn't the only one who couldn't do it. None of the martial artists in history had broken through so quickly. This was definitely an unprecedented feat. If not for the fact that she had been by Zhou Shu's side for the past few days, Lu Wenhuang would never believe that someone could cultivate so quickly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lu Wenhuang would have thought that Zhou Shu had broken through by consuming all sorts of medicinal pills. This method could indeed allow him to break through quickly in his cultivation, but it would only cause endless trouble. His martial Dao talent is actually so extraordinary, Lu Wenhuang thought. Looks like it won't be long before he can fight me fairly. Marquis, Shen Yu. Suddenly, Han Daji's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. Han Daji said he followed Zhou Shu to slay demonic beasts, but he had actually been following behind Zhou Shu the entire time. Or rather, he had been following beside Yin Wu and Lu Wenhuang. From beginning to end, he hadn't killed a single demonic beast. With these two experts present, he was very safe. Zhou Shu retracted his spiritual essence and looked in the direction that Han Daji was pointing. Not far away, a sneaky figure was preparing to rush out of the city gate. Who else could it be but Shen Yu? Stop him! Zhou Shu shouted. Yin Wu had already soared into the sky and was flying toward Shen Yu. The speed of a second-rank martial artist was incredibly fast. Even though she was several thousand feet away from Shen Yu, with her speed, she could reach him in an instant. He couldn't escape. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared at the city gate. This person shouted loudly, and a sword light struck Shen Yu's chest. Shen Yu was caught off guard and struck by the sword light. He cried out in pain and flew backward, leaving a trace of blood in the air. At this moment, Yin Wu had already fallen from the sky. Looking at the heavily injured Shen Yu on the ground, she didn't know if she should attack again. "Greetings, Your Highness." A voice rang in Yin Wu's ears. Yin Wu looked up and saw the person who had just knocked down Shen Yu bowing to her. "You are?" Yin Wu asked strangely. "Your Highness, it's me." The person raised his head, revealing a face swollen like a pig's head. Yin Wu's little mouth was wide open with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Chapter 221. Soaring Strength, Qin Emperor's Reward, 1. Yang Hong? You said you're Yang Hong. Yin Wu looked at the man in front of him, whose face was bruised and swollen and whose original appearance was barely recognizable. Her gaze then fell on the MMA sword in his hand. Finally, she couldn't hold back her laughter. "How did you become like this?" When the others arrived, Yin Wu was already laughing so hard that she couldn't speak. Yang Hong had an aggrieved look on his face. Combined with his appearance, the scene appeared unusually comical. "It's all in order to complete the mission the Marquis ordered." Yang Hong felt wronged. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Shu patted Yang Hong's shoulder and smiled. "You've made a great contribution by capturing Shen Yu alive this time. I'm like this now because of him." Yang Hong kicked Shen Yu, who was already under the control of Great Xia's diplomatic missions guards. Shen Yu glared at him angrily, and Yang Hong also glared at him rudely. Holding the MMA sword, he had gone to the diplomatic missions of the various nations to exchange pointers. The diplomatic missions of other nations didn't care about him. Shen Yu doesn't care about martial virtue. Just because his cultivation is higher than mine, he smacked my face so much. What happened in the end? Didn't my sword still defeat him? Yang Hong thought smugly. He had noticed that the soldiers from Great Qin were trying to capture the members of Great Wei's diplomatic mission, so he had secretly followed Shen Yu and taken the opportunity to strike. He didn't expect he would really succeed. Yang Hong had stabbed Shen Yu. His injuries were not minor, but they were not life-threatening. He glanced coldly at Zhou Shu, closed his eyes, and said no more. Will you kill him or not? Yin Wu asked Zhou Shu. Leave it to Great Qin. Zhou Shu said. He's the cause of everything that happened today. I reckon that the Qin Emperor wants to cut him into pieces. We are guests, so it's not convenient for us to meddle in this. Marquis Zhou, you are indeed a particular person. A voice sounded, and Su Shi walked over from the corner of the street. His body rippled with a bloody aura that was invisible to the naked eye. Who knew how many demonic beasts he had killed? Su Shi's expression was very calm. It was impossible to tell that he had just experienced a huge battle. Marquis Zhou, leave Shen Yu to me. Su Shi cupped his hands toward Zhou Shu. Many thanks for your help this time, Marquis. My Great Qin will definitely reward you greatly. Lord Su, you are too polite. Zhou Shu signaled Chen Ji to hand Shen Yu over to Su Shi and cupped his hands. Su Shi reached out to take Shen Yu from Chen Ji's hands. Shen Yu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Su Shi coldly. There's indeed a problem with Great Qin. Just as he spoke, Su Shi's hand on Shen Yu's shoulder already emitted a faint light, and then Shen Yu couldn't make another sound. Zhou Shu's heart stirred. If he didn't know anything, he wouldn't think too much when he heard Shen Yu's words. But he knew bits of information. Shen Yu's words made him instantly think of Great Qin's imperial cauldron. Previously, when he had entered the Wang Xin dream, Zhou Shu had already learned some information about the imperial cauldron. The Great Qin had set up the 9 checkpoints to test the diplomatic mission of the various nations precisely so that they could think of a way to repair their imperial cauldron. But for some reason, they seemed to have given up. From the looks of it now, Great Wei seemed to know that something was wrong with Great Qin's imperial cauldron. Previously, Shen Yu had used the excuse of challenging him to create a mirror in public just to test this. For the sake of probing if something is wrong with Great Qin's imperial cauldron, Great Wei formed a diplomatic mission? What is Great Wei after? Aren't they afraid of Great Qin taking revenge on them? Zhou Shu didn't know what use the imperial cauldron had, but he knew that the power of Great Qin was definitely above that of Great Wei. Is Great Wei courting death? Lord Su, is there anything we can help you with? Zhou Shu asked. No need. Su Shi shook his head. The situation in the city is under control. The demonic beasts will be wiped out soon. You can return to the post house to rest for a while. His Majesty will summon you soon. After Su Shi finished speaking, he carried Shen Yu and disappeared into the streets in a few steps. Zhou Shu looked around and could no longer see any demonic beasts. He knew that this opportunity to gain experience had come to an end. Let's go back. Back at the post house, Chen Ji and the guards went to do their own things. Zhou Shu suddenly called out to Yin Wu and asked softly, Grand Minister, have you heard of the Imperial Cauldrons? Imperial Cauldrons? Are they uncommon weapons? I've never heard of them, Yin Wu said doubtfully. Zhou Shu frowned. Even Yin Wu doesn't know of the existence of the Imperial Cauldrons? This is interesting. Zhou Shu didn't suspect Yin Wu was lying. Since she said she didn't know, then she definitely didn't know. These Imperial Cauldrons are really a little mysterious. If not for the problem with Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron, Wang Xin probably wouldn't have heard about it either. I guess so, Zhou Shu said casually. After returning to his room, Zhou Shu no longer thought about the Imperial Cauldrons. Who cares what they are? It has nothing to do with me. Taking stock of his harvest loot was the most important thing. With a thought, the legendary armament cannon appeared in front of him. The pages rustled as the contents of the book flashed past his eyes. A moment later, Zhou Shu couldn't help letting out a peal of laughter resembling a male duck's. Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, who were outside, were confused. Great Wei is such a good nation, Zhou Shu praised. They sacrificed their diplomatic mission and summoned so many demonic beasts to help me gain experience. This kind of spirit is worthy of praise. Chapter 222. Soaring Strength, Qin Emperor's Reward, 2. Speaking of which, Great Wei had contributed a lot to Zhou Shu. Back then, when they had traveled thousands of miles to Great Xia, they had lost the 2 prefectures to Great Xia. In the end, Zhou Shu was conferred the title of Marquis. Later on, Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi had sacrificed his own life to allow Zhou Shu's astounding heavenly 18 swords technique to reach perfection. Of course, Shen Yu had also sacrificed himself to help Zhou Shu raise his cultivation level. It was the same this time. They had risked the lives of the entire diplomatic mission to summon demonic beasts. Zhou Shu didn't know about the others, but he knew that he had made a killing this time. The moment the demonic beasts attacked, Zhou Shu had already thrown himself into slaying them. Although the spiritual essence cultivation he revealed wasn't high, his demon-slaying skills were adept, and he had killed many demonic beasts. The astounding heavenly 18 swords technique, the initial reward from the Great Destroyer's sword, had already reached perfection. Now that he had used it to kill demonic beasts, the legendary armament cannon increased his cultivation level. After killing a large number of demonic beasts, his spiritual essence cultivation had directly broken through to the 5th rank of the martial Dao. Furthermore, he had already advanced a lot on the path of the 5th rank. If not for Great Qian's quick reaction, Zhou Shu felt that he could have broken through to the 4th rank. Apart from his own use of the Great Destroyer's sword, Great Xia's diplomatic mission had also completed many kills. On this diplomatic mission, the members of Great Xia's diplomatic mission were mainly equipped with 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, horse-slaying sabers, and spring-embroidered sabers. This was a deliberate arrangement Zhou Shu had made. The heavenly saber art, rewarded by the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, didn't improve much this time. This was because his heavenly saber art had already reached a very high level, and it was extremely difficult to level up. Correspondingly, with every improvement, his saber technique greatly increased. The initial benefit from the horse-slaying saber was the Golden Bell Shield technique. When he woke up from the Wang Xin dream, his Golden Bell Shield technique was already at the 12th level. This time, the completed kills from the horse-slaying saber was spiritual essence cultivation. Combined with the feedback from the Great Destroyer's sword, Zhou Shu's spiritual essence cultivation had skyrocketed. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form, rewarded by the spring-embroidered saber, was the one that benefited the most other than his spiritual essence cultivation. His 5 mountains true form visualization had always been at a relatively basic level. This time, the benefits from the spring embroidery saber had allowed his visualization of the 5 mountains true form to take a huge step forward. His divine sense had almost doubled. If he fully released his divine sense at this moment, he would be able to cover a radius of 30 feet around him. Other than that, Chen Ji's Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Yin Qinshan's Flaming Sunset Saber had also completed a large number of kills. His cultivation of the iron smelting hands had improved tremendously, and the unparalleled benevolence divine art had also increased immensely. After half a day of fighting, Zhou Shu's overall strength had nearly doubled. Great Wei, thank you for all the benefits. Zhou Shu couldn't help sighing. Every time he met people from Great Wei, he would be able to make a harvest. Xiao Shunzi even let him kill him twice. He had sacrificed himself to give Zhou Shu lots of benefits. After checking the feedback from the legendary armament cannon, Zhou Shu took out the items Yang Hong had given him. Yang Hong had taken Zhou Shu's MMA sword and then went on a mission. Even though he was beaten up badly, he didn't delay his mission. Zhou Shu looked at the different types of hair that Yang Hong had collected. Every single one of them had their names and origins marked. Zhou Shu gave Yang Hong a thumbs up in his heart. No one knew how Yang Hong did it, but he had actually collected so many people's hair. He got them from diplomatic missions from the various nations, from officials to forging masters. There were at least dozens of strands of hair. Zhou Shu took a look and then put away the hair. He had collected these not because he had a special fetish but to prepare materials for his Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. However, he didn't plan to enter the dreams for the time being. Becoming someone else in a dream seemed very pleasurable, but this experience could also make people break down. Even though his visualization of the 5 mountains true form had improved greatly, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being invested and then separated after waking up from the dream for now. Zhou Shu, the people from Great Xia are here. Zhou Shu had just finished counting his gains when Yin Wu's voice sounded in his ear. After opening the door, Zhou Shu immediately saw a group of soldiers from Great Xia constantly moving things into the courtyard where the Great Xia diplomatic mission was staying. They were carrying large boxes that were half the height of a person. There were around 30 large boxes that were quickly moved into the courtyard. Then without a word, these soldiers turned and left. This is, Zhou Shu and the others were stunned. Chen Ji held the green dragon crescent blade in his hand and carefully used the tip of the blade to open a box. Pada! The box opened, and a dazzling golden light shone in everyone's eyes. Gold! The box was filled with gold bars. There were at least several thousand taels of gold in this box. Great Qin, what's the meaning of this? Is this our reward for helping them slay demonic beasts? Everyone was discussing fervently. Open all the boxes, Zhou Shu instructed. Seeing that there was no danger in the boxes, Chen Ji ordered the guards to open them. In these boxes, other than gold, there were all sorts of jewelry, calligraphy, artworks, and so on. Zhou Shu even saw a chest of forging materials. In summary, there was only one thing worth noting about these items. Is Great Qin that rich? Zhou Shu couldn't help exclaiming. During the demonic beast outbreak earlier, even though they had taken the initiative to help kill the demonic beasts on the streets, Great Qin had given them too many things. Yin Wei glanced at Zhou Shu, slightly worried. Last time, that bastard surnamed Su brazenly tried to recruit Zhou Shu, and now, Great Qin sent over so much gold and jewels. What is the meaning of this? Are you showing off that Great Qin is rich? Great Xia isn't poor either. I am rich too. Marquis Zhou, my lords. At this moment, an official from Great Qin walked in. He first bowed toward Zhou Shu and the others and then said, His Majesty said that everyone extended a helping hand to Great Qin. This is a small gesture of our appreciation. After His Majesty is done settling this matter, he will reward you again. There's more. Zhou Shu said in surprise. He looked at the Great Qin official and said, Sir, did His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, only reward our Great Xia's diplomatic mission, or did he also reward the other diplomatic? Marquis Zhou, the Great Qin official said very politely. Only the diplomatic missions that lent a helping hand to Great Qin received His Majesty's reward. Other than the Great Xia diplomatic mission, only the Great Liang diplomatic mission took the initiative to act. The rest of the diplomatic missions. The Great Qin official curled his lips in disdain. Those fellows are all cowards who had no balls. The Great Liang diplomatic mission also received rewards? They had picked up a bargain. They weren't slaying demonic beasts on the streets. They just felt that it was safer to follow the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Zhou Shu did not pay much attention to this. We were just trying to protect ourselves. The Qin Emperor is too polite. I still have official business to attend to. I will take my leave first. The Great Qin official shook his head and bowed. After the Great Qin official took his leave, Zhou Shu looked at the gold and jewelry, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. General Chen, Zhou Shu said. Everyone contributed to the slaying. In terms of merits and rewards, everyone gets a share. Everyone cheered. Yin Wei secretly let out a sigh of relief when she saw Zhou Shu casually distribute these treasures to everyone. Humph, you want to poach our Great Xia's Zhou Shu with just these things? Dream on. With me around, you can forget about succeeding. Marquis, the Great General wishes to see you. Just as everyone was happily splitting the treasures, a person suddenly appeared beside Zhou Shu. This person was shockingly Meng Bai's carriage driver. At the same time, he was also Meng Bai's guard, who always stayed close to Meng Bai. Zhou Shu was a bit surprised. This person is actually willing to leave Meng Bai's side? What is it? Zhou Shu asked. There's something he wants to tell you, the man said straightforwardly. Zhou Shu's mind stirred. Along the way, Meng Bai rarely displayed his presence. For him to look for Zhou Shu at this time, and even send this guard over to call him so urgently, could it be related to this demonic beast incident? Let's go. Zhou Shu no longer hesitated and said to the carriage driver and guard. Chapter 223. Imperial Cauldron. The country exists with the cauldron. If the cauldron is gone, the country will perish. 1. Great General. When he saw Meng Bai, Zhou Shu was shocked. After not seeing Meng Bai for a few days, Meng Bai looked even older than before. He looked like he was on the verge of death, as if a gust of wind could take him away. You last time? Zhou Shu asked. I'm fine. Meng Bai shook his head. Medicinal pills were already completely ineffective for his injuries. He understood Zhou Shu's intentions, but he didn't believe that the medicinal pill Zhou Shu gave him would be useful to him. Over the years, in order to treat his injuries, Emperor Yuanfeng had invited countless doctors. In the end, his injuries continued to worsen. Great General, Zhou Shu said. You should really try the pill. Meng Bai nodded. I will take it later. You Marquis, I didn't call you over because of me. Great General, is it because of the incident that happened in Great Qian's capital? Even though Meng Bai didn't leave the house, he definitely could sense the great disturbance from before. Exactly. Meng Bai nodded and said solemnly, leave Great Qian right now. Leave right after our meeting. Meng Bai's expression was grave. Bring Her Highness and Lu Wen's Huang. I'll get Chen Ji to cover you. Go now. Zhou Shu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Meng Bai to call him over because he wanted him to return to Chang'an. Great General, the matter has already been settled, Zhou Shu said curiously. Meng Bai shook his head. Great Qian is already a place of trouble, so you shouldn't stay for long. I won't stay for long, Zhou Shu said. Grand General, you still don't know, right? We've already won the right to hold the next 10 nations martial arts tournament. After the diplomatic mission and the Great Qian handover is over, it won't be too late for me to leave. Don't worry about these things. Meng Bai didn't have the slightest bit of joy on his face. He said with a deep voice, you leave first. I will deal with the matters of the diplomatic mission. Zhou Shu looked at Meng Bai and suddenly understood something. Great General Meng Bai had insisted on following the diplomatic mission to Great Qian. Along the way, he didn't have any presence at all, and he said that he came to Great Qian to visit friends and seek medical treatment. After he arrived in Great Qian, he didn't go anywhere as well. Now, he suddenly stood out and said that he would handle the matters regarding the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Zhou Shu wasn't worried that Meng Bai would steal the credit. Because there was no need. Great General Meng Bai had been an extremely influential official in Great Xia and the commander-in-chief of Great Xia's 3 armies. He had already retired. Would he care about such a small contribution? Since he stood out now, he probably felt that there was danger here. His goal in following the diplomatic mission was likely to wait until there was danger before he stood out to take care of matters and let Zhou Shu leave first. When he thought of this, Zhou Shu felt somewhat moved. Who was Great General Meng Bai? He came with the diplomatic mission just to cover his retreat? Great General, there's no need for this, Zhou Shu said. I'm not afraid of danger. Whatever happened in Great Qian had nothing to do with him. Danger? Zhou Shu was really not afraid of any danger. With his current cultivation, there were not many situations that could make him feel fear. You Marquis, it's not a matter of whether you're afraid of danger or not. It's just that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The reason why His Majesty sent you to Great Qian isn't to put you in danger but to allow you to gain experience and grow. We have achieved our goal along the way. There's no need for you to stay here and take the risk. Have Her Highness and Lu Wenshuang protect you as you leave Great Qian. There will be people waiting for you at the border of Great Xia. Meng Bai said with a sunken voice, just treat this as the dying words of an elder. Trust me this once and go. Great General, I can leave, but you have to tell me why. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly. Do you know what will happen in Great Qian? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu and suddenly began to cough violently. After coughing for a while, his entire body began to sway. Return to Chang'an. His Majesty will give you an explanation. He waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't hold on any longer. Marquis, the carriage driver and guard whispered to Zhou Shu and made an inviting gesture. Zhou Shu left Meng Bai's room and raised his head to glance at the skies of Great Qian. It was already late at night. The sky was as black as ink, without a single star in sight. An extremely oppressive atmosphere seemed to pervade the air, making it difficult to breathe. Zhou Shu returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, Yin Huiyu rushed over. Zhou Shu, I remember now. Yin Huiyu said softly as she looked around. Zhou Shu was still thinking about Meng Bai's actions and momentarily unable to react, so he subconsciously said, what did you remember? Yin Huiyu glanced at Lu Wenshuang and pulled Zhou Shu into the inner room. After entering the inner room, she still felt that it was not safe. She pulled Zhou Shu onto the bed and lowered the curtain. Zhou Shu. He involuntarily glanced at Yin Huiyu's body and secretly gulped. Grand Minister, aren't you being too direct? Zhou Shu hesitated. What's too direct? Yin Huiyu looked puzzled. She shook her head. Little senior sister Lu won't mind. She's not interested in these things. Lu Wenshuang isn't interested? Even so, we can't do this in front of her. She's just a few steps away, and there's only this curtain. Do you think she can't hear anything? Chapter 224. The country exists with the cauldron. If the cauldron is gone, the country will perish, too. But since she doesn't mind, why should a man like me be afraid? Just as Zhou Shu raised his hand and was about to pounce on Yin Wu like a hungry wolf, Yin Wu whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Didn't you ask me if I've heard of the imperial cauldrons before? I remember now." Zhou Shu's raised hands suddenly froze. "Grand Minister, you're acting so ambiguously just to tell me this? Do we need to talk about this in bed? Is the bed a place for discussing such matters?" Yin Wu sat cross-legged in front of Zhou Shu, her knees almost touching his knees. She leaned forward slightly, revealing her alluring curves in front of him. "I might have seen it when I was young," she whispered into his ear. Zhou Shu knew that Yin Wu was afraid someone would eavesdrop, but this ambiguous atmosphere still made him involuntarily think about all sorts of things. He leaned forward awkwardly. "You did?" Zhou Shu tried his best to distract himself. "I don't really remember," Yin Wu replied. "I didn't even remember when you suddenly mentioned it. I just recalled it after thinking about it carefully. Our Great Xia does indeed have an imperial cauldron. When I was very young, I seem to have heard my father talk about the imperial cauldron. He said that the imperial cauldron is the foundation of the country. The country exists with the cauldron. If the cauldron is gone, the country will perish. The country exists with the cauldron. If the cauldron is gone, the country will perish," Zhou Shu said. The name Imperial Cauldron seemed to have something to do with the country. Originally, Zhou Shu had only thought of it as a symbol, just like the legendary Imperial Jade Seal. But these words held great significance. The country wouldn't perish if the Imperial Jade Seal was lost. Furthermore, this world was different from his previous life. These words were not just empty talk. "Do you remember why the Imperial Cauldron is so important? Is it a kind of weapon?" Zhou Shu asked. "All I know is that the Imperial Cauldron seems to be related to my father's cultivation." Yin Wu shook her head. "My father's martial Dao talent is actually average. His cultivation of the first rank is related to the Imperial Cauldron." "Oh right, not only does Great Xia have an Imperial Cauldron, but other nations do too. The Imperial Cauldron of each nation seems to make a set." Yin Wu didn't treat Zhou Shu as an outsider at all. She told Zhou Shu everything regarding the Imperial family without reservation. But she didn't care much about this before, so she knew very little. "Emperor Yuanfeng's martial Dao cultivation is related to the Imperial Cauldron? Doesn't that mean that the emperors of the various nations are all first-rank martial artists because they have an Imperial Cauldron? If Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron is damaged, will the cultivation of the Qin Emperor be affected?" The reason Great Wei sent Shen Yu to cause the demonic beast outbreak was to test if the cultivation of the Qin Emperor had decreased. How do they know that Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron is damaged? Could the destruction of Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron be related to Great Wei? Countless questions flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. "Grand Minister, if the Imperial Cauldron is damaged, will His Majesty's cultivation be affected?" Zhou Shu asked. "Yes." Yin Wu nodded. "It's not just father's cultivation level. Father seemed to have said before that if something happened to the Imperial Cauldron, Great Xia would face a catastrophe." "I understand," Zhou Shu muttered. He understood why Meng Bai wanted him to leave Great Qin immediately. It was likely that Meng Bai also guessed that something might have happened to Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron through what had happened earlier. If something really did happen to Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron, they would be facing a calamity. What sort of force would be capable of annihilating Great Qin? It was definitely not something that a mere Great Xia diplomatic mission could withstand. "If we can't leave Great Qin before this incident occurs, then I'm afraid." "You understand?" Yin Wu was a bit puzzled. She didn't even understand what was going on with the Imperial Cauldrons, yet Zhou Shu already understood. "Grand Minister, you don't have to think about the Imperial Cauldrons for now," Zhou Shu said. "The Great General wants us to leave Great Qin immediately. Prepare yourself with Deputy Envoy Lu. We'll leave at daybreak tomorrow." No matter what happened to Great Qin, Zhou Shu had no intention of risking his life in Great Qin. He had nothing to do with the Great Qin Empire. There was no need for him to stay here and be buried with Great Qin. But it was different from what Great General Meng had imagined. Not only did Zhou Shu want to leave, but he would also bring the Great Xia diplomatic mission with him. He didn't need anyone to cover his retreat, especially an old man who planned to sacrifice himself to do so. They had come here openly, so he didn't believe that Great Xia would be able to detain them. "We're leaving tomorrow." Yin Huiyu was somewhat surprised. "Don't ask why." "I don't know why either," Zhou Shu said, "since the Great General has said that our mission in Great Xia is completed, it doesn't matter if we leave sooner. Tomorrow morning, I will enter the palace to bid farewell to the Qin Emperor. Prepare to leave." When Yin Huiyu returned to the outer room, Lu Wenzhuang sized her up with a strange expression. "Little senior sister Lu, why are you looking at me like that?" Yin Huiyu looked at her doubtfully. "That's it. Is he impotent?" Lu Wenzhuang said in her pleasant voice. "What?" Yin Huiyu was stunned for a moment. The next moment, she turned into a fierce little kitten and pounced into Lu Wenzhuang's arms. Hearing the noise outside, Zhou Shu shook his head. He took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. This porcelain bottle contained the blood of the demonic beast that had fallen from the sky earlier. The beast's blood came from the existence who had battled against the Qin Emperor. Zhou Shu had seen it with his own eyes. Every drop of the beast blood had fallen like a meteor, creating deep craters in the ground. He had seized the opportunity and obtained a drop of blood. Although it was just a small drop, this drop of blood was even heavier than an ordinary adult. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Shu placed the beast's blood back. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique could also be used with blood. With this beast blood, Zhou Shu could use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique to go back to the past year. The method was to transform into the other party in a dream. Although it was a little awkward to transform into a human in a dream, it was still acceptable. But to transform into a demonic beast? What if that demonic beast was like Shi Songtao, unable to spend a night without a woman? Zhou Shu shuddered at the thought of it. He was afraid that he would be traumatized. He hadn't even gotten married yet. The demonic beast isn't much weaker than the Qin Emperor. How did Great Wei manage to control a demonic beast with cultivation of at least the first rank? A first-rank demonic beast's intelligence was no weaker than a human's. It wouldn't be easily controlled. Zhou Shu couldn't figure out how Shen Yu, or perhaps Great Wei, did it. Just as the Great Xia diplomatic mission was preparing to leave, in the Qin palace, the Qin Emperor sat on the dragon throne with an ugly expression. In front of him, in the main hall, heads were rolling. All the members of Great Wei's diplomatic mission had been killed, including Great Wei's official envoy, Shen Yu. He had killed them all, but he didn't get any information he wanted. These people from Great Wei's diplomatic mission were like death warriors. They would commit suicide immediately after being interrogated. Even when the Qin Emperor personally took action, he was unable to stop Shen Yu from committing suicide. This made him very upset. "Su Shi," the Qin Emperor said solemnly. "How's the situation with the Imperial Cauldron?" "Not very good," Su Shi said seriously. "Your Majesty forcefully used the Imperial Cauldron earlier. Will it be able to last until the end of this 10 Nations martial arts tournament?" the Qin Emperor interrupted Su Shi. He had a firm personality and wouldn't regret what had happened. Even if it happened again, he would still do the same. "I'll do my best." Su Shi bowed. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Great Xia's Prefecture, Zhou Shu, has a secret divine art known as the Iron Smelting Hands. If I can obtain the aid of the Iron Smelting Hands, I am confident that the Imperial Cauldron will be able to hold on for a period of time. Go and exchange with him," the Qin Emperor said, "gold, silver, jewelry, a high rank, generous rewards, let him name his price." Chapter 225. I am a first-rank martial artist, the Qin army cannot stop me. 1. "Lord Su, what do you mean?" At the post house where the Great Xia diplomatic mission was, Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Su Shi. The sky had just begun to brighten, and before Zhou Shu could head to the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Su Shi had rushed over to pay him a visit. Behind Zhou Shu, Yin Huiyu and Lu Wenzhuang exuded sharp auras at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, locking onto Su Shi. The two of them were like two unsheathed swords that could attack at any moment. Su Shi didn't seem to notice the change in the atmosphere. He wore his usual smile and said, "Don't misunderstand. I've come here today only to discuss a deal with you, Marquis Zhou. Whatever you want, be it gold, silver, treasures, a high rank, or beautiful women, as long as you want it, as long as my Great Qin has it, we can discuss it. Lord Su, if I refuse, will I not be allowed to leave Great Qin?" Zhou Shu said coldly. "Of course not." Su Shi shook his head. "I've already said that this is only a transaction. Great Qin isn't the type to take advantage of others. If it wasn't for a good reason, I wouldn't have come to approach you. A bitter smile appeared on Zhou Shu's face, as if he had no other choice. Zhou Shu was unmoved and said coldly, since that's the case, I refuse. Marquis Zhou, please reconsider, Zhou Shi said. We only want the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands. This in itself isn't a loss to you. Moreover, Great Qin is willing to pay a price that you will be satisfied with, Marquis Zhou. I don't lose anything. Zhou Shu laughed. Then, what would you think if I told you that I wanted your 8 quaint fire divine art? Although Zhou Shu was not the kind of person who treasured his cultivation techniques, he wouldn't easily pass them on to outsiders. No problem, Zhou Shi said bluntly. I have no problem exchanging the 8 quaint fire divine art for the iron smelting hands. Zhou Shu laughed in anger. The 8 quaint fire divine art was quite famous, and its power wasn't bad either. But in terms of power, it really wasn't as great as the iron smelting hands. Using the 8 quaint fire divine art to exchange for the iron smelting hands, only he could think of this. Alright, Lord Su, let's cut the crap, Zhou Shu said, I will not sell the cultivation technique of the iron smelting hands. Oh right, the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament has already been decided. It's time for us to return to Great Xia. Originally, I was prepared to bid farewell to the Qin Emperor. Lord Su, since you are here, I'll have to trouble you to pass the message. Zhou Shi's brows furrowed imperceptibly, but they quickly returned to normal. He looked at Zhou Shu and said, Marquis Zhou, are you leaving? Can't I? Zhou Shu asked. Of course you can. But during the demonic beast outbreak earlier, you helped Great Qin. His Majesty has yet to express his gratitude. He has already done so, Zhou Shu said. The gold and jewelry from before are enough. Alright, since you've made your decision, then I'll report it to His Majesty, Zhou Shi said. When His Majesty issues the imperial decree, you may return to Great Xia. Before leaving, Zhou Shi said once more, Marquis, although I know you may not like what I'm saying, I must say something. Marquis, I hope that you can consider the matter of the iron smelting hands. As long as you are willing, you can have anything you want. Bastard. After Zhou Shi left, Yin Wu swung the shadow sword in the air a few times. Shameless to the extreme. How dare he scheme for someone else's cultivation technique? I've never seen such a shameless emperor. Yin Wu cursed. She didn't know how to scold people at all. All she could say was that he was a bastard and shameless. If it were Zhou Shu, he would be able to scold them for a month without repeating his words. Zhou Shu was also a little surprised. He thought that Great Qin might stop Great Xia's diplomatic mission from leaving, but he never expected that Great Qin would actually want to trade for his iron smelting hands technique. Zhou Shu had been hiding his strength all this time because he was worried that if his strength was revealed, there would be people who would suspect how he had obtained it. At that time, there would probably be people suspecting that his cultivation techniques could rapidly increase people's strength. This has always been the source of trouble. At that time, who knew how many people would come for his secrets? What he didn't expect was that he didn't even attract the attention of many people in Great Xia. But in Great Qin, he had merely revealed the iron smelting hands technique, yet it had already attracted the attention of many. But Zhou Shu didn't regret publicly displaying the iron smelting hands technique. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of people coveting his things. It was just slightly troublesome. If Great Qin really didn't give up, Zhou Shu didn't mind letting them know that they couldn't mess with some people. Do you want me to kill him? Lu Wenzhuang said coldly. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist. Stealing someone else's cultivation technique was an irreconcilable grudge. Zhou Shu shook his head. You want to kill him? If you really went, who knows who would kill who? Don't worry about him. Zhou Shu shook his head. I don't think Great Qin would be so shameless as to try and rob us. Follow the plan. Everyone, get ready. Once we get the Qin Emperor's imperial decree, we will immediately return to Great Xia. After instructing Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang to leave, Zhou Shu prepared to discuss it with Meng Bai. Meng Bai's idea was to let him, Yin Wu, and the others leave first. Now, if Zhou Shu wanted to bring everyone from the diplomatic mission away, he had to tell Meng Bai. Chapter 226. I am a first-rank martial artist, the Qin army cannot stop me, too. Halfway there, he was stopped by Shi Songtao. Marquis, Han Daji requests an audience, Shi Songtao said to Zhou Shu. Han Daji? Zhou Shu asked curiously, what is he doing here? I don't know. Shi Songtao shook his head. Zhou Shu thought for a moment. It won't be too late to meet Han Daji first. When he arrived at the front hall, Zhou Shu saw Han Daji sitting there nervously. Beside his feet was a large chest half the height of a person. General Han, what are you doing? Zhou Shu asked. Marquis. Han Daji stood up and hurriedly bowed. This is the reward from Great Qin to Great Liang's diplomatic mission. I've brought it all here. Han Daji pointed at the chest. We didn't do anything yesterday. We don't deserve to receive these. At least you know your place, Shi Songtao said. Zhou Shu glared at Shi Songtao. General Han, what do you mean? We only picked up a bargain by following behind you, Marquis. These rewards should naturally belong to you, Han Daji said. Take inventory, Marquis. We haven't touched any of this stuff. General Han, what are you saying? These were given to you by Great Qin, so why should I accept them? It's for you. Just take it. Great Qin is rich anyway. No, Marquis, Han Daji said anxiously. General Han, I understand. Great Xia and Great Liang are allies. It is only right for us to help each other. If we're in danger, will Great Liang stand by and do nothing? Of course not. Han Daji patted his chest. Then, it's settled. Zhou Shu smiled. You can just accept these things in peace. By the way, I have something to ask you, General Han. What is it? Han Daji said. Feel free to instruct me. I will do it as long as I can. If I reject you, I will be a coward. It's like this. This matter has already been settled. We are preparing to return to Great Xia immediately. On our way back, we still have to pass by Great Liang. I was thinking, does Great Liang's diplomatic mission want to go together? We can take care of each other on the way back, Zhou Shu said. Of course. Han Daji heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that it was a big deal, but it turned out to be a small matter. This was Great Xia taking care of them. If they followed the Great Xia diplomatic mission, they wouldn't have to worry about any accidents on the way. Great Xia's diplomatic mission was much stronger than Great Liang's. When I return, I'll have our official envoy bid farewell to the Qin Emperor and return with Great Xia. Han Daji patted his chest and promised. After a series of rejections, Han Daji finally brought the chest he brought back. Shi Songtao smacked his lips regretfully. The chest contained quite a lot. Although he wasn't poor, who would despise money? Great Liang had it easy. Marquis, why are we leaving with Great Liang? Shi Songtao asked in confusion. The people from Great Liang were not strong, but they were good at taking advantage of others. If they left with them, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a group of burdens? If we leave with another diplomatic mission, Great Qin will have to think twice if they want to try anything funny, Zhou Shu explained. Even a country as powerful as Great Qin would have to think twice about offending two countries at the same time. Do you think Great Qin would restrain themselves because of the existence of the Great Liang diplomatic mission? In Meng Bai's room, after Meng Bai heard Zhou Shu's idea, he shook his head and said, No. You don't understand the Qin Emperor. If he wants to do something, he won't change his mind so easily. Even if he became enemies with everyone in the world, he wouldn't care. Great Qin actually wants to trade for your cultivation technique. This is slightly troublesome. Meng Bai's expression became a bit grave. If it was just an unforeseen event occurring in Great Qin, even if Zhou Shu wanted to bring all the members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission with him, it would still be possible. But now, Great Qin was already tempted by his cultivation technique, so it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. Meng Bai sighed inwardly. The emperor asking Zhou Shu to come to Great Qin was a bit too hasty. But then again, no one expected so many unforeseen events to occur after coming to Great Qin. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't have been too much risk on this trip. Otherwise, Meng Bai himself would have strongly opposed it back then. At the time, he had also felt that this trip was an extremely good experience for Zhou Shu. Talents needed to be tempered in order to grow. Furthermore, he thought that with him around, it would be enough to ensure Zhou Shu's safe return to Great Xia. Grand General, do you think that if I don't agree to the trade, the Qin Emperor will send people to rob it? Zhou Shu said. With the Qin Emperor's character, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Meng Bai frowned. The Qin Emperor only cares about results, not the process. Rules cannot restrict him. The Qin Emperor's character could be seen from how he decided on the host of 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Prior to this, determining the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament's host had always had set rules. But it just so happened that Great Qin had created some sort of trial this time. Even if his country objected, the Qin Emperor didn't compromise. Could it be that he dares to brazenly attack the Great Xia diplomatic mission? Zhou Shu said. During the war between the two nations, Great Xia didn't do anything to Great Wei's diplomatic mission even when Great Wei's diplomatic mission left Great Xia. What happened to Xiao Shunzi and Shen Yu was not instigated by the Great Xia imperial court. This is Great Qin. It will be easy for them to do anything, Meng Bai said. This made sense. Wasn't this how Zhou Shu treated Great Wei's diplomatic mission? If Great Xia's diplomatic mission was really attacked in Great Qin only needed to show that they would strictly investigate the attacker and even directly push out a few scapegoats. What could Great Xia do then? Even if Zhou Shu dragged the Great Liang diplomatic mission with him, as long as the Qin Emperor wanted to attack, the outcome would be the same. Great General, what do you think we should do now? Zhou Shu asked. He wasn't afraid himself. Even if he fell out with the Qin Emperor now, he was confident in being able to kill his way out of Great Qin. But there were more than 2,000 people in the Great Xia diplomatic mission. If the Qin Emperor made a move, these 2,000 people would probably be completely annihilated here. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu and fell into deep thought. The best method was naturally to have Zhou Shu hand the iron smelting hands technique over to Great Qin. But this couldn't be done. First of all, the iron smelting hands technique was Zhou Shu's personal possession. Meng Bai didn't have the authority to make him hand it over. Even Emperor Yuanfeng didn't have this authority. Second, the two countries were allies. It was not a good thing to show weakness. But from Zhou Shu's description, it seemed that Great Qin was determined to obtain the iron smelting hands technique. They had even asked Zhou Shu to state a price. From this, it was apparent just how determined they were. According to the Qin Emperor's style, he would never stop until he achieved his goal. Even if he had to resort to unscrupulous means, he wouldn't care. If Zhou Shu refused to trade, it was obvious that it was impossible for them to return safely to Great Xia. You definitely can't hand over the iron smelting hands technique just like that. Meng Bai pondered. If I'm not wrong, Great Qin will issue an imperial decree agreeing to let us leave. At the very least, they probably won't make a move until we leave Great Qin. This is our chance. After we leave Great Qin, I'll think of a way to draw Great Qin's attention while you leave secretly. No, Zhou Shu directly denied. Wouldn't this mean they had returned to the original plan? If he let Meng Bai lead the team to cover him, then there was simply no need to discuss so much. Wouldn't it be fine if he left now? My life is important, and so are the lives of others. I can't let so many people take risks just because of me. Zhou Shu shook his head. Great General, if your injuries recover, how confident are you in leading the diplomatic mission away? If I recover? Meng Bai sighed. About 60 to 70%. He was burdened by his body and couldn't execute many of his plans. If he recovered from his injuries, then not to mention anything else, he would have a certain amount of confidence in escaping Great Qin, even if he did it forcefully. Great General, what if you can become a first-rank martial artist? How confident are you? First-rank martial artist? Meng Bai couldn't help laughing. If I were a first-rank martial artist, Great Qin's army wouldn't be able to keep my Great Xia diplomatic mission. Chapter 227. First-rank martial artist, the return of the god of war. If I were a first-rank martial artist, Great Qin's army wouldn't be able to keep my Great Xia diplomatic mission. Meng Bai's tone was calm, but the confidence within was simply about to break through the horizon. Meng Bai's ability to lead an army didn't lose to anyone in this world. If his cultivation could reach the first rank of the martial Dao, he would have no shortcomings. Unless Great Qin brazenly mobilized its army. Otherwise, with the 2,000 elite soldiers of the Great Xia diplomatic mission and a first-rank martial artist, Meng Bai was confident that he could lead the Great Xia diplomatic mission to leave Great Qin. But this was provided he was a first-rank martial artist. How was it possible? He sighed. Before he was injured, he might have had a chance to break through to the first rank. But ever since he was injured, his cultivation level kept dropping. Until now, he didn't even have a bit of spiritual essence left in his body. Let alone a first-rank martial artist, he was far inferior to even a ninth-rank martial artist. In that case, I think there's something we can do, Zhou Shu said. Great General, you haven't taken the pill I gave you, right? Not yet. Zhou Shu changed the topic too quickly, and even Meng Bai couldn't keep up. They were originally discussing how to leave Great Xia, yet he suddenly asked about his cultivation. Now, he suddenly brought up the medicinal pill he had given him. What exactly did he want to say? While Meng Bai was confused, Zhou Shu already continued, Great General, why don't you take the pill first, and then we can talk. Take the pill. Meng Bai's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't think that a mere pill could cure his injuries. If it was that easy, why would he have suffered so many years of pain? You Marquis, the matter at hand is, Meng Bai said. He was already on the verge of death, so he didn't care about his own life and death. If he sacrificed his life to allow Zhou Shu to leave safely and save a talent for Great Xia, he felt that it would be worth it. Great General, did you forget what I told you before? Why don't you try taking the pill at a moment of crisis? Zhou Shu interrupted. Now, isn't the current situation a moment of crisis? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu, his expression somewhat grave. Could it be that the pill he gave him was a pill that allowed him to erupt all his strength for a short period of time by consuming the rest of his life? Otherwise, why did he have to consume it at a critical moment? If it really was that type of pill, Meng Bai didn't mind taking it. He knew that with his current condition, he would only have one final attack left after consuming the medicinal pill. Once the medicinal effect wore off, he would definitely die. Okay, I'll take it. Meng Bai nodded. If he was given a few days, or even if he didn't recover his full strength, even if he only recovered 50 to 60% of his peak strength, he was still confident that he could lead the Great Xia diplomatic mission and fight against Great Xia. Meng Bai asked his guard to bring the porcelain bottle over. Seeing this, Zhou Shu sighed. He didn't tell Meng Bai the truth about the breakthrough pill, so Meng Bai didn't take it too seriously. If he didn't bring this pill with him at all times, how could he consume it in times of danger? Meng Bai opened the stopper of the porcelain bottle, revealing a thumb-sized pill inside. Without much hesitation, he put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. It transformed into a cool aura that entered his stomach. Zhou Shu stared at Meng Bai without blinking. He was also very curious whether this breakthrough pill was useful to Meng Bai or not. The effect of the breakthrough pill was very clear. It could defy all external conditions and allow martial artists below the first rank to advance a rank. Defying all external conditions. Meng Bai's injuries could be considered external conditions, right? Back then, when Yin Wu and Sun Gongping were seriously injured, the breakthrough pill had allowed them to directly break through a rank. Meng Bai should also be fine, right? But Meng Bai's situation was a bit different. He had lost his cultivation due to his serious injuries. There was no way to know his current rank. In terms of spiritual essence, he was indeed not even a ranked martial artist. But when he was at his peak, he was a second-rank martial artist. In terms of the martial Dao, it was possible to call him a second-rank martial artist. Thus, whether or not the breakthrough pill would be useful to Meng Bai, Zhou Shu didn't know. It doesn't work. Zhou Shu stared at Meng Bai. After a long time, Meng Bai's body didn't change at all. He had neither broken through to the first rank nor the ninth rank of the martial Dao. After he consumed the breakthrough pill, it seemed to be completely ineffective. That shouldn't be the case, Zhou Shu muttered. The breakthrough pill was a reward from the legendary Armament Canon. It was impossible for it to be ineffective. No matter how Meng Bai's cultivation was determined, at the very least, he should have the strength of a ninth-rank martial artist. Sigh, Meng Bai was just about to open his mouth to speak. His body was already like a dried-up lamp. Even if it was a pill that burned his life force, it might not necessarily be useful to him. Suddenly, his expression changed. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly emitted from Meng Bai's body. The expression of the carriage driver and bodyguard, who had always been guarding Meng Bai, changed greatly. Just as he was about to move forward, the tyrannical aura already directly pushed him several meters away, smashing him into the wall with a bang. Zhou Shu also felt a powerful pressure coming at him. He stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. His face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This aura, did Meng Bai break through to the first rank? Zhou Shu looked over, only to see Meng Bai's eyes tightly shut as heaven and earth vital qi crazily surged into his body. In the air, an enormous vortex that was over 100 meters in diameter appeared. Heaven and earth vital chi formed the shape of a funnel, and Meng Bai was below it. Chapter 228. First Rank Martial Artist, The Return of the God of War, 2. Crack. Zhou Shu heard a light noise. He saw a pained expression appear on Meng Bai's face, and then his body twisted, as if he couldn't bear the burden. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. Although his strength was not weaker than any first-rank martial artist, his spiritual essence cultivation was far from the first rank. He didn't know what it was like for martial artists to break through from the second rank to the first rank. Judging from Meng Bai's current situation, was it the right choice for him to take the pill? Zhou Shu didn't dare to interfere rashly. If he affected Meng Bai's breakthrough, then it would be too late for regrets. Only the first breakthrough pill was effective. Crack. Melodious sounds rang continuously. Meng Bai's body seemed to have been reconstructed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even with Meng Bai's willpower, he couldn't help releasing a suppressed low roar due to the tremendous pain. At this moment, in Great Qian's imperial palace, the Qin emperor suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the post house where Great Xia's diplomatic mission was. "Who is breaking through to the first rank?" the Qin emperor said in a low voice. "I don't know," a minister replied. "That direction is where Zhou Shuzhang's residence is. Zhou Shuzhang's cultivation is already at the peak of the second rank. Did he break through?" Joy flashed across the Qin emperor's eyes. If Great Qin could have one more first-rank expert, the pressure on Great Qin would be greatly reduced. "Let's go and congratulate Zhou Shuzhang." The Qin emperor revealed a rare smile. The Qin emperor brought a few trusted ministers and headed toward Zhou Shuzhang's residence. Ah! Blood gushed out from all the pores on Meng Bai's body, covering his entire body in blood. The blood was reddish-black and emitted a foul stench. "Great General!" Meng Bai's guard shouted loudly, his face full of panic. "Shut up!" Zhou Shu shouted. "If you don't want to kill the Great General, then stop shouting." The guard's expression changed. He struggled for a moment and swallowed the words about to come out of his mouth. He was no fool. He could already vaguely guess what had happened. But deep down, he found it hard to believe. It was too unbelievable. The Great General had visited all the famous doctors in the world but was unable to cure his injuries. But the Yu Marquis was able to cure him with a single medicinal pill? Not only did his injuries heal, but it seemed like the Great General was about to make a breakthrough as well. The Great General was a second-rank expert back then. If he broke through... The guard's eyes were full of surprise and joy as he involuntarily looked at Zhou Shu. What kind of pill was it? Zhou Shu glanced at him coldly. This glance made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instantly sobered up. No matter what kind of medicinal pill it was not something he should be tempted by. "I saw nothing. I know nothing. I have no idea how the Great General recovered from his injuries," the guard thought. Zhou Shu no longer paid him any attention, and his gaze returned to Meng Bai's body. Meng Bai clenched his fists tightly, and in the end, he growled in pain. This situation continued for some time before he slowly stopped growling. The pain on his face subsided and was replaced by relief. At this moment, he still didn't open his eyes. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was still pouring into his body endlessly. His aura rose rapidly too. Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Meng Bai should have passed the dangerous period and officially begun to break through. The breakthrough pill was indeed effective. Meng Bai broke through to the first rank and underwent a rebirth. His old injuries naturally healed without any medicine. Boom! An intense storm spread out from Meng Bai. Zhou Shu retreated until he reached the door. Meng Bai breaking through was a good thing, but his body full of filthy blood really was too smelly. Zhou Shu turned around and left the room. People were already standing outside the door. How could such a huge commotion not alarm the people of Great Xia? Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang, Chen Ji, Shi Songtao, and the others all came to Meng Bai's door. When everyone saw Zhou Shu come out, their gazes landed on him. What happened? Yin Wu was the first to speak. The Great General has recovered from his injuries, and his cultivation has risen to another level. Zhou Shu smiled. Everyone, don't be nervous. It's a good thing. The Great General has recovered from his injuries. Yin Wu was startled. She was the one who knew Meng Bai's condition the best. In the past decade or so, for Meng Bai's injuries, Emperor Yuan Feng had approached countless doctors. But none of them had been able to treat the Great General. How did his injuries suddenly recover? Who cured the great general? Yin Wu asked. Yin Wu understood her father. Although many people said that Great General Meng retired because his achievements were too great, Emperor Yuanfeng had never doubted Meng Bai. He sincerely wanted Meng Bai to recover. Now that someone had cured Great General Meng, if her father knew, he would definitely reward him heavily. I don't know. Ask Great General Meng yourself later. Zhou Shu shrugged. Apart from Meng Bai, only the guard knew that he had given Meng Bai a medicinal pill. Zhou Shu was certain that Meng Bai wouldn't betray him. As for the guard, since Meng Bai had him by his side, he should be able to trust him. In any case, the reason Meng Bai came to Great Qin this time was to seek medical treatment. His injuries completely recovered, which meant he found a famous doctor. Meanwhile, the Qin Emperor and his entourage arrived at Zhou Shuzhang's residence. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhou Shuzhang bowed to the Qin Emperor in surprise. The Qin Emperor frowned slightly. Zhou Shuzhang, didn't you break through to the first rank? He could tell at a glance that Zhou Shuzhang's cultivation level was clearly at the second rank. I am incompetent. Zhou Shuzhang said. It has nothing to do with you. The Qin Emperor waved his hand and looked up. The commotion from the breakthrough had already disappeared, which meant that the advancement had ended. Which other second-rank martial artist lives here? The Qin Emperor raised his finger and pointed. The officials looked at each other and shook their heads. Your Majesty, that's the post house where the Great Xia diplomatic mission resides. Among them, there are second-rank martial artists, Su Shi said softly. The Qin Emperor frowned. Great Xia's Princess Wu revealed her cultivation base a few days ago. She is at the second rank, Su Shi continued. She was the one who broke through. The Qin Emperor frowned. That old fellow Emperor Yuanfeng doesn't have much talent in the martial dao, but he has a daughter who is a martial dao genius. On the other hand, he had been a great man all his life, but his sons were all useless. I don't think so. Su Shi shook his head. She should have just broken through to the second rank. I've seen her fight before. She's still far from the first rank. What do you mean? The Qin Emperor said unhappily. There is another second-rank martial artist in the Great Xia diplomatic mission, Su Shi said softly. Meng Bai. Meng Bai. The Qin Emperor frowned. Yin Wu was only a junior, so the Qin Emperor didn't pay much attention to her. But the name Meng Bai didn't need a prefix. Everyone knew who Meng Bai was. Meng Bai, that Meng Bai. Great Xia's god of war Meng Bai. Didn't he lose his cultivation due to his injuries? The Qin Emperor frowned. It's like this. When I visited him previously, he was already on the verge of death and didn't seem to be faking it, General Wang Mu said. They were both commanders-in-chief of the military, but Wang Mu and Meng Bai were considered enemies and friends. Like new like. Back when Meng Bai first arrived in Great Qin's capital, Wang Mu had visited him. After seeing Meng Bai's situation, he even sighed with emotion for many days. When he saw his old opponent become like this, not only was he not happy, but he instead felt endless sorrow. Let's go and take a look at the Great Xia diplomatic mission, the Qin Emperor said after pondering for a moment. Previously, the Great Xia diplomatic mission helped us, and I have yet to thank them personally. The eyes of the Qin Emperor flickered. It was naturally a joyous occasion for someone to break through to become a first-rank expert in Great Qin's capital. But if it was an outsider, it would not be a joyous occasion. And if this outsider was Great Xia's god of war, it would be far from a joyous occasion. Chapter 229. My sword has only attacked a first-rank martial artist. 1. In the post house where the Great Xia diplomatic mission was staying, Zhou Shu once again came into close contact with the Qin Emperor. With the Qin Emperor personally arriving, Zhou Shu, the official envoy of the diplomatic mission, definitely had to show his face. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Zhou Shu said while cupping his hands. I heard that your country's Great General Meng is also in the diplomatic mission. In the past, Great General Meng and I met once. I came here today to meet an old friend, the Qin Emperor said calmly. Sorry. Zhou Shu shook his head. Your Majesty, you came at a bad time. The Great General's injuries are severe. After taking some medicine, he fell asleep. Meng Bai was still consolidating his cultivation in his room. Zhou Shu naturally wouldn't let the Qin Emperor disturb him. Is that so? The Qin Emperor said indifferently. I heard that Great General Meng was seriously injured, so I specially brought the imperial physicians over to let them diagnose him. The Qin Emperor looked straight at Zhou Shu, his gaze filled with oppression. Zhou Shu didn't avoid it and looked straight into the eyes of the Qin Emperor. He was observing the Qin Emperor. If his previous speculations were true, then the cultivation of the Qin Emperor would be affected if something went wrong with Great Qin's imperial cauldron. Now, the Qin Emperor didn't seem to have changed. His aura was as deep as the ocean, and he gave people the feeling that he was a lion ready to attack. It was so deep that even Zhou Shu felt a sense of danger. The sense of danger was stronger than what he felt from Su Shi. Zhou Shu was just about to speak when Meng Bai's voice suddenly sounded. I appreciate your kind intentions. A wheelchair was pushed out. Meng Bai was sitting in the wheelchair, his face aged, his hair already white. His breath was weak, and he coughed from time to time, looking like he was in his last years. Seeing Meng Bai's appearance, the Qin Emperor, Su Shi, and others all frowned slightly. Meng Bai didn't look like a first-rank martial artist at all. My injuries are incurable. There's no need to trouble your imperial physicians. While speaking, Meng Bai coughed intensely again, looking like he might die at any time. Since we're here, we have to let them diagnose you, Great General. The Qin Emperor narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for Meng Bai to agree or refuse, he waved his hand, and a middle-aged man already walked out from behind him. This middle-aged man directly walked in front of Meng Bai and reached out his hand to take Meng Bai's pulse. Suddenly, his vision went black. A tall and sturdy figure was already standing between him and Meng Bai. Cheng Liang, stand down, Meng Bai ordered. The guard named Cheng Liang hesitated for a moment before retreating back behind Meng Bai. Meng Bai generously extended his arm. Your Majesty, since you are so generous, then I will have to trouble you. The man reached out his fingers and pressed them against Meng Bai's wrist. After a while, he retracted his hand. I am incompetent. I am powerless against Great General Meng's injuries. He sighed and shook his head before returning to the Qin Emperor's side. It's not that. My injuries are already ineffective against medicine, Meng Bai said with a bitter smile. The Qin Emperor's expression didn't change as he said, Great Qin still has many famous doctors. Later, I will get them to diagnose you, Great General Meng. Thank you, Your Majesty, but there is no need. Meng Bai shook his head. I am well aware of my own situation. My body cannot hold on any longer. Since Your Majesty is here, I shall be thick-skinned and make a request. As the saying goes, the fallen leaves return to their roots. I am about to die from old age, and I want to die in my homeland. Now that the matters of the Great Xia diplomatic mission are more or less settled, I wish to bid farewell to Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will permit it. Sure, I will issue the imperial decree. Great General Meng, please rest well. I won't disturb you any further. He stood up and bid farewell. After leaving the diplomatic mission of Great Xia, the Qin Emperor frowned. Are there any experts from Great Qin residing nearby? If the one who broke through wasn't Meng Bai, then who was it? There are 2 second-rank martial artists. I wonder if they are the ones who broke through, a minister said. Go and investigate. I don't believe that a second-rank martial artist would suddenly appear in my capital. The Qin Emperor snorted. Inside the post house, after Meng Bai confirmed that the Qin Emperor and his group had already left, his face revealed a relaxed expression. Great General, you, Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang and the others all looked at Meng Bai in shock. Meng Bai had already stood up from the wheelchair. Following his movements, his white hair turned black at a visible speed. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have flattened. He only took a second to stand up. A second ago, he was a seriously injured old man on the verge of death. 1 second later, he turned into a suave middle-aged man. Yin Wu blinked and asked, Great General, have you really recovered? I'm fully recovered. Not only am I fully recovered, but I've also profited from a disaster and attained the first rank of the martial Dao. Meng Bai was unable to conceal the happiness on his face. After being entangled by injuries for decades, even Meng Bai found it hard to hide the excitement in his heart. Great General, how did you recover? Yin Wu asked curiously. Great General, how did you hide from Great Qin's imperial physician? Zhou Shu interrupted. Meng Bai glanced at Zhou Shu and understood his thoughts. He smiled and said, it's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Chapter 230. My sword has only attacked a first-rank martial artist, 2. Your Highness, I was only able to recover from my injuries because I was lucky, Meng Bai continued. Originally, I was trying my best, wishing to see if I could break through before I died. In the end, I was lucky and actually succeeded. Let's not talk about this anymore. Meng Bai didn't elaborate further and instead changed the topic. Even though I've managed to bluff my way through, the Qin Emperor will definitely become suspicious. We have already bid farewell to the Qin Emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to obtain the imperial decree today. The commotion of him breaking through to the first rank was too great. The reason the Qin Emperor came here was likely that he was suspicious. Although he had managed to bluff his way through, he couldn't hide it for long. In addition, the Qin Emperor was still coveting Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands technique. If he was really ruthless, the Great Xia diplomatic mission would face a calamity. Meng Bai had completely recovered, and he had even broken through to the first rank. But the Great Xia diplomatic mission didn't celebrate openly. They even hid the news intentionally. Even though the commotion caused by Meng Bai's breakthrough was great, if people didn't personally see it, they wouldn't suspect him either. There were only 7 or 8 people in the diplomatic mission who knew about this. When they came to Great Qin, Meng Bai had always lived in seclusion. He didn't show himself, so not many people suspected him. Just as Meng Bai expected, in the afternoon, an official from Great Qin delivered the imperial decree. The members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission had already packed up. As soon as they received the decree, they immediately set off. On the other hand, Great Liang's diplomatic mission had yet to obtain the Qin Emperor's approval and couldn't leave with Great Xia's diplomatic mission. About 15 kilometers away from the capital, just as Meng Bai was preparing to take over and lead the Great Xia diplomatic mission to return to Great Xia, a fully armed army suddenly appeared in front of them. The hearts of the Great Xia's diplomatic mission instantly rose to their throats. Chen Ji gripped his green dragon crescent blade tightly and whispered to Zhou Shu, "Marquis, it's Great Qin's General Wang Mu." "I know," Zhou Shu said. He had once entered a dream and became Wang Xin. In his dreams, he had interacted with his grandfather Wang Mu. General Wang Mu's status in Great Qin was equivalent to Meng Bai's status in Great Xia. He was an out-and-out general. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. Could my and Meng Bai's estimations be wrong? Great Qin actually mobilized its army to stop us from leaving? In that case, why did the Qin Emperor still sign the imperial decree? Now, even Wang Mu had come to personally block the path. Even though Meng Bai had broken through to the first rank of the martial dao, it might be difficult for them to leave. "Calm down. I'll go and see what he wants," Zhou Shu said as he urged his horse forward. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang hurriedly followed him. They were facing fully armed soldiers, so they had to be on guard against sudden attacks. "Greetings, you Marquis." Wang Mu looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face and looked dignified. He had an air of authority about him. He cupped his hands slightly on his horse. "Greetings, Great General." Zhou Shu also cupped his hands. "Great General, why is your army blocking our path?" "I'm here to send you off," Wang Mu said as he glanced at the carriages in the diplomatic mission. He raised his voice. "Brother Meng, we have been friends for decades. After this farewell, we might never meet again. I'm here to send you off. Please meet me." Zhou Shu frowned. "Are they still suspicious? Brother Wang, why are you doing this? It's better to miss each other than to see each other. It's really quite embarrassing for me to meet you like this." Meng Bai's voice sounded from within the carriage. "Brother Meng, are you unwilling to meet me?" Wang Mu said. "Great General Wang, is this how you send him off?" Zhou Shu suddenly said. "Our Great General is not feeling well. Must he come out to see you? It doesn't seem like you're here to send him off. Instead, it seems like you're here to send him to his death. You Marquis, are you doubting me?" Wang Mu glanced at Zhou Shu indifferently. "I've heard that your forging skills are unparalleled. I wonder if you will be able to comment on my sword." With a clang, Wang Mu unsheathed his sword. "How dare you!" Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang attacked at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, the two women and their horses retreated several steps. Wang Mu casually brandished his sword. "If I want to attack, you won't be able to stop me," Wang Mu said. "You Marquis, what do you think of this sword?" He had forced back Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang with a single strike of his sword, but he didn't continue to attack. He held his sword horizontally in front of him as if he really wanted Zhou Shu to comment on the sword in his hand. Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Mu truly had the style of someone from Great Xia. You keep saying that you are here to send him off. But you drew your sword without saying a word once I disagreed. Is that how you send someone off? But then again, Wang Mu sure is tough. First-rank martial artist? Great Xia was truly worthy of being the strongest nation among the 10 nations. He had only been in Great Xia for a short period of time, yet he had already seen several first-rank martial artists. The Qin Emperor, Zhou Shu, and Wang Mu. Zhou Shu had been in the Grand Xia for so long. But other than the false first-rank martial emperor Yuan Feng, he had only seen one true first-rank martial artist, Yin Changhao. Clang! Behind Zhou Shu, the sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out. After Yin Wu and Lu Wensuang were forced back, Chen Ji and the others all drew their weapons. Wang Mu smiled faintly as the soldiers behind him placed their hands on their saber hilts. The atmosphere became tense. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. Great General, your sword is ordinary, Zhou Shu said. It's not worthy of your status, General. Is that so? Wang Mu said with a smile, this sword of mine is a heaven-grade weapon. It once killed 5 third-rank martial artists and 1 second-rank martial artist. Yet it's only an ordinary weapon in your eyes, you Marquis. I'm just telling the truth. Zhou Shu shrugged, unmoved. Weapons that are not heaven-grade can kill martial artists too. V. My Great Destroyer sword is only a yellow-grade weapon. Zhou Shu patted the Great Destroyer sword on his back. It doesn't have many battle achievements. All it did was cut off Great Wei's Imperial Preceptor Xiao Shunzi's arm. Also, Grand Minister, show General Wang your shadow sword. Yin Wu raised her right hand with a cold expression. Under the sunlight, he could vaguely see a shadow. Wang Mu's smile stiffened. This shadow sword is only a yellow-grade weapon. It is slightly stronger than the Great Destroyer sword and killed Great Wei's Imperial Preceptor Xiao Shunzi. The smile on Wang Mu's face vanished, and his expression darkened slightly. His heaven-grade sword had only killed 5 third-rank martial artists and 1 second-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu casually took out 2 yellow-grade weapons. One had cut off the arm of a first-rank martial artist, and the other had killed a first-rank martial artist. To say that his sword was ordinary was an understatement. Wang Mu was at a loss for words. Using my sword to trade for the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands technique? How can such a lousy thing be used for this trade? Wang Mu suddenly felt that his heaven-grade sword, which he had treated as a treasure for more than 10 years, seemed weak and useless. Damn it! What's going on? Wang Mu cursed inwardly. This is a heaven-grade weapon. It is one of the top 10 swords in the heaven-grade armament manual. Why does it feel so inferior in front of this junior? Great General Wang, if you have something to say, just say it. Meng Bai's light laughter sounded from the carriage. Beating around the bush isn't something you're good at. Humph. Wang Mu snorted coldly. You Marquis, my sword is ranked 9th in the heaven-grade armament manual. I'll use it in my Wang family's sword technique to exchange for your iron smelting hands technique. The sword technique passed down in my Wang family is one of the strongest sword techniques in the world. Strongest? Not necessarily. Lu Wensuang snorted. She was still indignant after being repelled by Wang Mu's strike. It wasn't easy for her to find an opportunity to interject. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit as she stared at Wang Mu. If we were at the same rank, it's still not certain who would win. Even your master wouldn't dare to say such words before me, Wang Mu said indifferently. The sword is average, and the swordsmanship is not necessarily good, Zhou Shu said. Great General Wang, do you think I lack a sword or sword technique? Chapter 231. Forced Trade, Whatever You Want, 1. Are you questioning my Wang family's sword technique? Wang Mu said in a deep voice while staring at Zhou Shu. Not really, Zhou Shu said. I have sword techniques, so I don't need yours. How can your sword techniques compare to my Wang family's sword technique? Why can't they be compared? My sword techniques have killed a first-rank martial artist. Great General Wang, has your Wang family's sword technique killed more powerful people? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Wang Mu. He was going crazy. Where did this brat come from? Why is he so difficult to deal with? What do you mean your sword techniques have killed a first-rank martial artist? The sword technique I've learned is the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique, Zhou Shu continued. The Great Wei's Imperial Preceptor No, it should be the late Great Wei's imperial preceptor, died under the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique. Great General Wang, you should be the strongest person in the Wang family. I don't think you've killed a first-rank martial artist before, right? Wang Mu nearly vomited blood. Go to hell. So what if I've never killed a first-rank martial artist? So what? Go out and ask around. In this world, how many people had killed a first-grade martial artist? Damn it! You make it sound as though you were the one who killed Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi. Whether the sword technique is powerful or not depends on who uses it, right? The freak who killed Xiao Shunzi could kill a first-rank martial artist with a yellow-grade weapon. Is it important what sword technique he used? If he used my Wang family's sword technique, he might even be able to kill me. Does that mean that my Wang family's sword technique isn't powerful enough? Pui! Wang Mu cursed silently. What am I thinking? Tell me. What do you want for you to hand over the iron smelting hands technique? Wang Mu said with a cold expression. Didn't I already tell Zhou Shu? Zhou Shu shook his head. I don't lack anything. I won't trade the iron smelting hands technique. You Marquis, it's a good thing to have an opinion. However, nothing good will happen if you insist on your ways, Wang Mu said coldly. Great Qin is extremely sincere. It's best if you reconsider it. He glanced at the sword in his hand. The soldiers behind him showed their sabers, their armor rattling. Their movements were uniform, and they exuded a murderous aura. Behind him were 3,000 mounted soldiers. All of them were wearing black armor and were fully equipped. It was obvious that they were elite soldiers. Originally, Zhou Shu and Meng Bai thought that even if Great Qin made a move against Great Xia, they would do it secretly. They never expected Great Qin to be so direct. 3,000 elite soldiers blocked their path. Even with Meng Bai around, there was no other way out. They could only fight head-on. Now that they were face-to-face with Great Qin's army, military tactics were useless. Although Great Xia's diplomatic mission was also made up of elites, they were temporary soldiers after all. They were well qualified to be part of the diplomatic mission, but if they had to fight a battle, they would definitely not be able to defeat this elite troop. Brother Wang, don't you think it's beneath your dignity to treat a junior like this? Meng Bai sighed. I treated all of you with respect. How am I impolite? Wang Mu said indifferently. Great Qin has never taken advantage of others. You Marquis, if you agree to trade the iron smelting hands, from today onward, you will be a friend of Great Qin. You will be an honored guest of Great Qin whenever you come here. I've never seen anyone treat their friends this way. Zhou Shu was not frightened by Wang Mu's stance. I'll say it again. I won't trade the iron smelting hands. If you want to learn it, sure. Send someone to Great Xia to learn it. If you can pass my test, you will have a chance to learn the iron smelting hands, Zhou Shu said. You Marquis, it seems like you want to do this the hard way. Wang Mu's expression sank as he pointed his sword at Zhou Shu. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhou Shu. Wang Mu's pupils constricted slightly as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. It's really you. Brother Meng, I didn't expect that your injuries have already healed, and you have even broken through. Is this why you dare to reject Great Qin? Meng Bai, standing in front of Zhou Shu, said with a sigh, Brother Wang, Great Qin is too overbearing. The cultivation technique belongs to the Yu Marquis. He has the right to decide whether to trade or not. I've never denied his right. I've said it before. Great Qin wishes to trade for it. Whatever he wants, he can request. Wang Mu interrupted Meng Bai. Zhou Shu was so angry that he laughed. Great Qin is saying it's a trade, but in reality, it's a forced transaction. Don't I have to agree to the exchange? What kind of logic is that? If you have money, must I sell it to you? Well, sometimes, having money does give one the upper hand. I can have anything I want. Zhou Shu said coldly. You Marquis. Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. You don't have to do this. Even if Great Qin's army blocks our way, I have the confidence to get us out of this situation. It was true that Wang Mu was a first-rank martial artist, but Meng Bai was also a first-rank martial artist. Wang Mu had 3,000 elite soldiers, while Meng Bai had 2,000 guards. The difference in strength between the two was not irreparable. Even though Meng Bai didn't have any chance of winning, if he wanted to leave, it was still achievable. But once they started fighting, there might be casualties. Fighting and killing is a bad idea, Zhou Shu said. Brother Meng, he can see more clearly than you, Wang Mu said with a smile. Meng Bai grunted coldly. If this was Great Xia, he could let Wang Mu see it clearly. You Marquis, speak. What do you want? Chapter 232. Forced trade, whatever you want, too. Wang Mu looked at Zhou Shu and said, in this world, there aren't many things Great Qin doesn't have. Zhou Shu looked at Wang Mu and sneered. He didn't care about heaven-grade weapons. The few heaven-grade weapons he had obtained from Zhu Chuanfeng were still collecting dust. Initially, the reason he worked so hard to snatch the heaven-grade weapons was to exchange them for some money to improve the Oth workshop. But before he could do it, the Oth workshop had already evolved into the Huaxia pavilion, and money was no longer a problem. Thus, those heaven-grade weapons lost their meaning. It was the same even if he took Wang Mu's heaven-grade weapon. As for the Wang family's sword technique, he was even less interested. When he entered the Wang Xin dream, he had witnessed the power of the Wang family's sword technique. Although he didn't remember the specific cultivation method after he woke up, he didn't take it to heart. With the legendary Armament Canon, he had no lack of weapons and cultivation techniques. Although the Wang family's sword technique was good, his astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique wasn't bad either. Furthermore, he would have other sword techniques in the future. I heard that Great Qin's princesses are twin sisters, Zhou Shu said slowly. Yin Wu's heart skipped a beat. What is he trying to do? I want them to be my maids for 3 years. Yin Wu let out a sigh of relief. He only wants them to serve him as maids. I thought Zhou Shu had a change of heart. Sure. Wang Mu said without hesitation. His straightforwardness stunned Zhou Shu. He actually agreed? They're princesses. Great General Wang, don't you need to seek the Qin Emperor's opinion? Zhou Shu asked. No matter how high Wang Mu's status was, he was only a general. How could he decide the fate of Great Qin's princesses? No need. His Majesty has given me full authorization, Wang Mu said. Zhou Shu turned to look at Yin Wu. They were all princesses, but the difference in treatment was a bit too great. Yin Wu was the apple of Emperor Yuan Feng's eye, yet the princesses of Great Qin were casually sold off by their subject. Astonishment flashed across Yin Wu's face, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Although she was the princess of another nation, and this had nothing to do with her, how could she not be angry when she heard that the other party treated their princesses as items and simply traded them away? Forget it. I've changed my mind. Zhou Shu shook his head. Say, how can you treat people like objects? You're too disrespectful. At this point, he backed down. It was not that he was a saint, but he was really not used to using people as trading objects. Speaking of which, the reason he made this request was to make Wang Mu back off. But he didn't expect Great Qin to be so determined. Even the nation's princesses were sacrificed without a care. Zhou Shu felt that this matter was a little tricky. I can see your sincerity. Let me think about it, Zhou Shu said. Now, it seemed that Great Qin was determined to obtain the iron smelting hands technique. Zhou Shu still couldn't understand. Although the power of the iron smelting hands technique was extraordinary, was it worth doing this? Not only did they mobilize an army to block the way, but they could even let their princesses become servants. There was much more to it. Since Zhou Shu could think of this, Meng Bai naturally also thought of it. His expression was extremely solemn. He originally believed that Wang Mu's attention would be diverted after he appeared. Unexpectedly, the fact that he had fully recovered and broken through to the first rank of the martial Dao didn't attract Wang Mu's attention. From the start, Wang Mu had been staring at Zhou Shu, hoping to obtain the cultivation method for the iron smelting hands technique. And Meng Bai only became an excuse for Wang Mu's appearance. This made Meng Bai feel a bit defeated. He had broken through to the first rank, but just how big of a matter was this? Great Qin actually didn't care about it. Meng Bai shook his head, throwing these useless thoughts out of his mind. He started to seriously consider Great Qin's objective. From the attitude they were displaying now, they wouldn't rest until they obtained the iron smelting hands technique. Now, they were still willing to negotiate. If they couldn't get what they wanted, they might forcefully seize it. Hand the iron smelting hands technique to them? A thought flashed through Meng Bai's mind. This was the best way to break through this situation, perhaps the only way. But if that happened, Zhou Shu would suffer greatly. He knitted his brows together tightly. The reason he had gone to Great Qin this time was that he and Emperor Yuanfeng wanted Zhou Shu to gain experience and some accomplishments. But now, because of this matter, he would suffer an enormous loss. Great Xia had treated him unfairly. Meng Bai thought, after returning to Great Xia this time, I have to discuss with His Majesty and properly compensate Zhou Shu. Yin Wu looked at Zhou Shu's back, and tears welled up in her eyes. For the sake of Great Xia, he's shouldered too many things. He's already helped Great Xia win the right to hold the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. But in the end, he still has to lose his own cultivation technique. I owe him too much. Everyone was deep in thought. Actually, Zhou Shu didn't think too much about it. Suffer a loss? Not necessarily. Great Qin only saw the power of the iron smelting hands technique and not the difficulty of the iron smelting hands technique. To put it bluntly, even if Zhou Shu handed the iron smelting hands technique to them, no one would be able to master it. In the beginning, Zhou Shu hadn't agreed to trade the iron smelting hands technique with Great Qin not because he didn't want to part with it but because he didn't want any trouble. It was just a cultivation technique. Zhou Shu didn't have the intention of keeping it for himself. In any case, he had plenty of cultivation techniques. Since Great Qin refused to give up, he might as well give it to them. At that time, it would be their own business if they regretted it. Anyway, I'll name my price. If they can't afford it, they can't blame me. As long as the price is right, anything can be discussed. Now, Great Qin is begging me. What should I ask for? Zhou Shu rubbed his chin in thought. Wang Mu didn't rush him. He played with the sword in his hand with a relaxed expression, occasionally swinging it. Lu Wenchuang's eyes lit up as she looked at him. She wished she could immediately draw her sword and spar with him. Great General Wang, what good stuff does Great Qin have? Zhou Shu asked. Great Qin has everything. Wang Mu said. What a boast. Everything? I am an existence that none of you can possess. Maybe I should ask for the twin sisters. Zhou Shu thought. Although it was a little despicable, it was quite exciting just thinking about it. I can't. It would be a loss. Although the iron smelting hands is difficult to cultivate, it's still a peerless divine technique. If I exchanged it for a pair of twin sisters, I would still have to support them. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Not only would they receive the cultivation technique, but someone would also help support their princesses? I definitely can't do that. Grand Minister, is there anything you want? I'll give it to you. Zhou Shu said to Yin Wu. Me? Yin Wu's eyes suddenly reddened. Even now, he's still thinking about me. Yin Wu, oh, Yin Wu, he's sacrificed so much for you. What have you done for him? Zhou Shu, you don't have to do this. We won't agree to the trade. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll protect you, and we'll leave Great Qin together. Forget about the trade. Yin Wu shouted. Why not? Zhou Shu felt that she was a little strange. Why is she so agitated? Great Qin is so sincere. If I reject them again, it wouldn't be very nice. What do you think about having 2 new maids? Zhou Shu asked. He hadn't forgotten about the twin princesses. They were really unforgettable. No. Yin Wu said firmly. All right then, help me think about what good things there are in Great Qin. Zhou Shu asked, such an opportunity doesn't come by so easily. We can't let it go. Everyone, think about it. If you have anything you want, I will help you get it. There won't be another chance like this. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Wang Mu's hand froze, and his sword nearly fell off. He was speechless. Is even this possible? Great General Wang said that Great Qin will give me whatever I want. Everyone must seize this opportunity. Perhaps this is the only chance in your entire lifetime, Zhou Shu said loudly. Chapter 233. Great Qin Workers, 1. You Marquis, are you serious? Wang Mu looked at the thick stack of paper Zhou Shu handed him as his expression darkened. Great General Wang, do I look like I'm joking? Zhou Shu said. This is business. As the saying goes, the seller asks a sky-high price, and the buyer makes a rock-bottom offer. If you think I'm asking a high price, you can bargain. If we really can't reach an agreement, then Great General Wang, you don't have to agree to the trade. I can't possibly force you to trade. Wang Mu narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had a relaxed expression on his face. He had set the price, so the rest was up to Great Xia. If you can't afford it, don't block the way. Perhaps you might be shameless enough to forcefully snatch it from me. But my sword is not to be trifled with. Seeing Zhou Shu's expression, Wang Mu grunted heavily. He had personally seen Zhou Shu make almost everyone in the Great Xia diplomatic mission write down what they wanted. This was where the dozens of pages came from. He was simply taking Great Xia to be a fool. Wang Mu hesitated. Should I use underhanded means to kidnap Zhou Shu back? But when he saw Meng Bai guarding against him at the side, he temporarily put away this thought. Meng Bai was also a first-rank expert now. He was completely capable of stopping him temporarily. In the Great Xia diplomatic mission, there was still a second-rank martial artist and a third-rank martial artist. If they really fought head-on, defeating the Great Xia diplomatic mission wouldn't be a problem, but capturing Zhou Shu alive wouldn't be that easy. Very well. Wang Mu grunted heavily. Wait a moment. Wang Mu turned his horse around and returned to the army. About an hour later, just as Zhou Shu was getting impatient from waiting, Wang Mu came out from the army once again. He spurred his horse to the front of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. His Majesty has agreed to your conditions. Wang Mu said in a deep voice. Everything will be delivered before you leave the borders of Great Xia. You can hand the iron smelting hands technique to me. He agreed. Zhou Shu was somewhat stunned. Although the iron smelting hands technique was a peerless divine technique, even Zhou Shu didn't think it was worth that much money. When he gave Wang Mu the list earlier, he had no hope that Great Xia would agree. The Great Xia diplomatic mission had a total of 3,000 people. Great Xia agreed to the wish list of 3,000 people without batting an eye. This was equivalent to emptying 3,000 shopping carts. How much would that cost? Was the iron smelting hands technique worth that much? Zhou Shu began to doubt himself. Could it be that I haven't figured out the value of the iron smelting hands technique? Great General Wang, it's not that I don't trust you, Zhou Shu said. He found it unbelievable that Great Xia would agree to his conditions. This was too ridiculous. No matter how rich Great Xia was, did they have to go to this extent? He suspected that Great Xia was tricking him. The Great Xia Empire would renege on its debt and not pay after he handed over the iron smelting hands technique. According to Great Xia's style, it was completely possible for them to do such a thing. The army was already blocking their way. Wasn't it a piece of cake to renege on the debt? I will stay with the Great Xia diplomatic mission as a hostage. You don't have to worry about Great Xia going back on their word, Wang Mu interrupted. You Marquis, we have shown you our sincerity. Don't try to challenge Great Xia's bottom line. Wang Mu's voice was full of killing intent. The earlier they obtained the iron smelting hands technique, the earlier Zhou Shu could start cultivating it. They simply couldn't wait. Zhou Shu also sensed the killing intent from Wang Mu. If he provoked him further, he might really go berserk. Since Great General Wang has said so, I'll give you face, Zhou Shu said. Wait, Meng Bai suddenly said. Brother Wang, there is no problem handing over the iron smelting hands technique now, but since you said that you will stay behind as a hostage, we will specify terms clearly at first and use a good deal of courtesy later. Brother Wang, please seal your cultivation. If not, it won't be reassuring to hold a first-rank martial artist as a hostage. Meng Bai stared at Wang Mu. If Wang Mu refused, he would stop Zhou Shu from handing over the iron smelting hands technique. Wang Mu narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. To gauge the heart of a gentleman with one's own mean measure. As he spoke, the spiritual essence on Wang Mu's body fluctuated violently before it quickly dissipated. Excuse me. Meng Bai was not angry. He took a step forward with a calm expression and tapped Wang Mu a few times, sealing his cultivation completely. When the 3,000 Great Xia elite soldiers saw this scene, anger flashed across their faces. But Wang Mu didn't say a word, and none of them moved. The might of the Great Xia army was evident. Seeing that Wang Mu had really offered himself as a hostage, Zhou Shu said directly, Great General Wang, I'll record the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands. Who will you send back to Great Xia's capital? When doing business, one had to be particular. Great Xia had already agreed to his terms. If he continued to refuse, then it wouldn't be the attitude of doing business. Deputy General. Wang Mu shouted. Among the 3,000 elite troops of the Great Xia Empire, a robust man walked out from the crowd. Yes. Do you know what you need to do? Wang Mu said coldly. Even if the 3,000 elite soldiers die, we will definitely deliver this back to the capital, the deputy general said. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. They're making it sound so grand. This place is only slightly more than 100 kilometers away from the capital. What danger could there be? He took the brush and paper from Yin Wu and wrote quickly on a horse's back. Moments later, he finished writing the cultivation technique for the iron smelting hands. He shook it and handed it to Wang Mu. Chapter 234. Great Qin Workers, 2. Wang Mu carefully folded the paper and handed it to the deputy general. Seeing them like this, Zhou Shu once again wondered if he had underestimated the value of the iron smelting hands technique. But thinking about it, it seemed that he had asked for a lot. The 3,000 Great Qin elite soldiers carefully escorted Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands cultivation method back to the capital. As for Great Qin's general Wang Mu, he sealed his cultivation and stayed in Great Xia's diplomatic mission as a hostage. When Zhou Shu thought about this matter, it felt a little magical. Was Great Qin really going to go to such lengths for the sake of the iron smelting hands technique? Brother Wang, it's a lonely journey. Why don't we have a match? Meng Bai invited Wang Mu onto the carriage. Although Wang Mu was now the collateral, he was still a great general. They couldn't humiliate him too much. Wang Mu naturally didn't have any objections. He boarded Meng Bai's carriage in an imposing manner. His proud look made him look nothing like a hostage. When he walked past Zhou Shu raised his hand. Wang Mu frowned slightly as he continued forward. Zhou Shu hit a strand of hair and was overjoyed. Great Qin's general Wang Mu's hair. If not for the fact that he had sealed his cultivation, it would have been difficult for him to obtain his hair. Even though Zhou Shu didn't dare to use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique right now, as his cultivation increased, he would no longer have to worry about the side effects of the technique. With Wang Mu's hair, he could enter a dream as Wang Mu anytime. Everything aside, Wang Mu's military tactics were still very valuable. Marquis. Chen Ji came to Zhou Shu's side and looked at him with admiration. Great Qin's general Wang Mu had become a hostage. He didn't even dare imagine such a thing. But the Marquis had turned it into reality. The constant change of events on this trip made him dizzy. Thinking about how Great Qin had agreed to everything he wrote on the list, he felt his heartbeat accelerate. As the Marquis had said, this might be the only chance in my lifetime. This time, I should be able to pay off the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. No, that's not right. The Marquis gave me the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and he also gave me the opportunity to make a fortune. It's not appropriate to use this money to repay the money for the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Chen Ji felt that he could no longer repay Zhou Shu. Keep moving, General Chen, Zhou Shu said with a relaxed expression while patting Chen Ji's shoulder. Chen Ji nodded. He would think about how to repay the Marquis later. He reorganized the guards and continued to lead the way. He had benefited so much from this trip. How could he not work hard? The diplomatic mission continued forward. Yin Wu rode her horse side by side with Zhou Shu and suddenly asked, Zhou Shu, do you have any wishes? What wish? Zhou Shu said curiously. It's when there's something you particularly want to do, Yin Wu said. Why do you ask? Zhou Shu said. Nothing. Just asking. Yin Wu gathered the hair on her forehead nonchalantly. I want absolute freedom. Does this count as a wish? Zhou Shu joked. Yin Wu blinked her bright eyes with a puzzled expression. Zhou Shu smiled awkwardly. All right, this was a little too much. Wishes, hey. Zhou Shu pondered. What are my wishes? Forging, becoming strong, making workers everywhere. Are these wishes? Perhaps they are. What else do I want? He turned to look at Yin Wu. Well, I wish, Zhou Shu said. What? Yin Wu asked anxiously. Guess. Zhou Shu laughed. Yin Wu was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. You want me to guess again? How would I know? Perhaps it was because Great Qin had gotten what they wanted and obtained the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands, or perhaps it was because Great Qin's general Wang Mu was a hostage in the Great Xia diplomatic mission. In any case, the Great Xia diplomatic mission's subsequent journey was very smooth. Several days later, they were getting closer and closer to Hang Pass. On this day, a group of Great Qin soldiers caught up with the Great Xia diplomatic mission. They weren't here to cause trouble. They were here to deliver something. Dozens of huge wooden chests were thrown into the camp of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Then they turned around and left. There were so many soldiers among them, but they didn't say a word. This is the first batch. Wang Mu's voice came from Meng Bai's carriage. Although Wang Mu was here as a hostage, it didn't feel like he was a hostage at all. Every day, other than eating, he slept. When he was awake, he would play chess with Meng Bai. Looking at his relaxed expression, Zhou Shu suspected that he was taking the opportunity to give himself a break. He got paid while resting and even relieved the Qin Emperor of his worries. How could he be so shameless? After sending the first batch of items, a team of Qin soldiers would send dozens of chests over every 2 days. Zhou Shu had asked for too many things. The Great Xia diplomatic mission had 3,000 people, and each of them wrote down what they wanted. Each of them wrote down at least 1 or 2 items and at most 3 or 4 items. Although most people didn't dare to ask for an exorbitant price, with so many people, it was still a massive amount of resources. Later on, because there were too many chests, the Great Xia diplomatic mission's speed slowed down. The amount of things had become happy worries. In the end, Zhou Shu simply distributed everything. Everyone would carry what they requested. Everyone would take care of their requests themselves. Of course, he didn't have to carry his share. There were plenty of people fighting to carry it for him. General Wang, I say, you're not here to be a hostage on purpose, are you? The Great Xia diplomatic mission set up camp to rest. Wang Mu was sitting beside a bonfire. When roasted meat was delivered, he ate it without hesitation. As expected of a first-rank martial artist, not only did he snatch it quickly, but he also ate it even faster. And he ate a lot. He could eat as much as 8 to 10 ordinary soldiers. Zhou Shu's eyelids twitched. Wang Mu had been eating like this for the past few days. Although he was a hostage, Great Xia had to be humane. They couldn't possibly stop him. In the end, it was a loss. If he had known that Great Qin would send the items over so easily, why would they need a hostage? This was purely inviting a git. Without me as a hostage, would you have handed over the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands to Great Win first? Wang Mu said indifferently. Although the Great Xia diplomatic mission had been traveling, Wang Mu did feel very comfortable. He didn't have to worry about anything, and neither did he have to do anything every day. He couldn't remember the last time he'd lived like this. Although the Great Qin's general was powerful, when could he let his guard down? On the contrary, he really didn't have to worry about anything in the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Anyway, being a hostage was a public job. General Wang, Great Qin has almost finished delivering everything. Why don't you go back? Zhou Shu said. Although it didn't cost much to feed a person, a little food was still food. You have to know what you're doing. Since I promised you, I'll send you to Hang Pass, Wang Mu said righteously. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. Are you addicted to being a hostage? Do you really think I'm a pushover? On this trip to Great Qin, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find many workers. You came to me yourself. General Wang, you're a general of Great Qin after all. The sword you use is too ordinary. It's not worthy of your status at all. Zhou Shu's gaze landed on the sword at Wang Mu's waist. Wang Mu rolled his eyes. Is my sword ordinary? This is the famous sword ranked 9th in the Heaven Grade Armament Manual. It's just that it's never killed a first-rank martial artist. But how many weapons in the world have this record? Humph, Great General Meng is still the commander-in-chief of your Great Xia. He doesn't even have a decent weapon. What right do you have to criticize me? Wang Mu said angrily. Meng Bai was speechless. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you involving me? I was seriously injured for many years and stopped fighting. Even before I was injured, I was only a second-rank martial artist. Isn't it normal for me not to have a heaven-grade weapon? Who says our great general doesn't have a weapon he can use? Zhou Shu shook his head. Our great general's weapon is much stronger than your sword. Chapter 235. Overlord Spear, Bluffing Workers, 1. Great General Meng's weapon. Wang Mu looked at Meng Bai. Meng Bai had been seriously injured for many years. His current reputation was built on his ability to lead troops. How many years had it been since someone treated him as a martial artist? Naturally, no one would pay attention to what weapon he used. In fact, Meng Bai had not killed any enemies for many years. Meng Bai appeared calm and composed. There was a smile on his lips, and he looked unfathomable. But he was cursing inwardly. What weapons do I have? Even if I have a weapon, can it compare to the famous sword ranked 9th in the Heaven Grade Armament Manual? What should I do if Wang Mu wants to see my weapon? Before Meng Bai could finish thinking, he heard Wang Mu say, I wonder what Brother Meng's weapon is. Could you show it to me to broaden my horizons? I have never seen a weapon that's more powerful than my sword. Being 9th place in the Heaven Great Armament Manual meant that Wang Mu's sword was one of the most powerful weapons in the world. There were not many weapons more powerful than it in the world. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Mu had always been so conceited about his sword. As for the fact that this sword had never killed a first-rank martial artist, it wasn't that the sword was useless. Meng Bai. Where could he find a better weapon than Wang Mu's sword? Not only did he not have a better weapon, but it was probably impossible to find someone with a better weapon in all of Great Xia. In the Heaven Great Armament Manual, there were only 8 weapons ranked higher than Wang Mu's. Most of these 8 were in Great Qin. Meng Bai only wanted to curse. Zhou Shu had dug a hole for him. Why did you have to talk about weapons? If you want to talk about weapons, you should have asked for Wang Mu's sword from the beginning. The great general's weapon is not with him, Zhou Shu said. I'm afraid you won't have the luck this time. Is that so? Wang Mu sneered. Then, which weapon did your country's Emperor Yuanfeng reward to Brother Meng? One of the top 10 weapons in the Heaven Great Armament Manual was indeed in Great Xia. But Wang Mu's words were obviously mocking Meng Bai. Meng Bai was silent. How should he answer? If we tell you, will you know? Zhou Shu said. Have you heard of the heavenly halberd? Heavenly halberd? Wang Mu frowned. He knew what a halberd was, but he had never heard of the heavenly halberd. It's normal not to have heard of it. The heavenly halberd is our great general's exclusive weapon, Zhou Shu said. Veins popped on Meng Bai's forehead. Am I being used as a tool? What is this heavenly halberd? Not only has Wang Mu never heard of it, but even I have never heard of it. How come even I don't know about my exclusive weapon? In that case, I'm even more interested in seeing it. Wang Mu said in a deep voice. I still remember Brother Meng's glory back then. All these years, I've always regretted not being able to fight you, Brother Meng. Now that you have recovered from your injuries and your cultivation has broken through to the first rank, why don't we spar? Let me see how your heavenly halberd is stronger than my sword. I suppose there's a reason why you abandoned the sword and learned the halberd. Although Wang Mu's spiritual essence had been sealed, his battle intent surged, and he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword. Meng Bai was a little speechless. Where could he find the heavenly halberd? He knew how to use a halberd, but that was all. He was better with a sword. Great General Wang, did you not hear me? Zhou Shu was speechless. Didn't I say that the great general doesn't have his halberd with him? How can he spar with you? I can wait, Wang Mu said calmly. I wonder what rank Brother Meng's heavenly halberd is on the Heaven Great Armament Manual. Wang Mu asked. Great General Wang, don't tell me you are also one of those common people who judge strength by ranking. Zhou Shu said. If a heaven grade weapon is ranked at the top, then the weapon will definitely be strong? A heaven grade weapon is definitely stronger than a yellow grade weapon. But of course. Wang Mu said. If a heaven grade weapon wasn't stronger than a yellow grade weapon, why would there be a difference between heaven grade and yellow grade? His gaze landed on the great destroyer sword behind Zhou Shu, and he said angrily, don't use your great destroyer sword as an example. The great destroyer sword can kill a first-rank martial artist not because it's strong but because the person who used it is too strong. We're just ordinary people who don't have such impressive cultivation. In a battle between people of the same level, those who use heaven-grade weapons will definitely be stronger. Wang Mu saw it very clearly and stopped Zhou Shu's thoughts. In terms of weapons alone, yellow-grade weapons definitely couldn't compare to heaven-grade weapons. The achievements of the Great Destroyer Sword and the Shadow Sword were only irreplicable examples. Okay, Great General Wang, you have a point, Zhou Shu said. I've heard that the Wang family has a son, Wang Xin, who is good at using long weapons. I have a weapon that's not weaker than our Great General Meng's halberd. I was wondering if I should give it to him. Wang Mu was stunned for a moment before saying solemnly, do you dare to sell me your weapon? Aren't you afraid that Emperor Yuanfeng will punish you for treason? Weapons were the foundation of a country. It was impossible to sell a country's weapons to another country. Great General Wang, didn't you want to trade your sword for my iron smelting hands? Zhou Shu asked. Is that considered treason? How can that be the same? Wang Mu was stunned. How is it different? Chapter 236 Overlord Spear, Bluffing Workers, 2. Zhou Shu said, if I use my own weapon to exchange something with you, Great General Wang, is that considered treason? Great General, does our Great Xia have such a rule? Zhou Shu asked Meng Bai. You have the right to dispose of your own items. Although Meng Bai was a little puzzled about what Zhou Shu wanted to do, he still replied. You've been laying the groundwork for so long because you want to trade the weapon you have for something of mine. Wang Mu finally understood. He sneered. If I remember correctly, you're not a grand craftsman yet, right? If you can't forge a heaven-grade weapon, what weapon will you use to make a deal with me? If it wasn't a heaven-grade weapon, he, Wang Mu, wouldn't care at all. Great General Wang, you're wrong. Zhou Shu shook his head. Although a heaven-grade weapon is good, it doesn't mean that other weapons aren't. My Great Destroyer Sword. Stop. Don't mention your Great Destroyer Sword to me. Wang Mu shouted. As soon as Zhou Shu mentioned the Great Destroyer Sword, Wang Mu felt a headache. No matter how good the Great Destroyer Sword was, it was only a yellow-grade weapon. As for the results, it was merely one occasion. Not everyone could sever the arm of a first-rank martial artist with the Great Destroyer Sword. Even Wang Mu couldn't do it. But a heaven-grade weapon could unleash 120% of his strength. This was definitely not something a yellow-grade weapon could match. Fine. I won't talk about the Great Destroyer Sword. Zhou Shu looked a little regretful. Great General Wang, are you sure you don't want it? My weapon isn't much worse than Great General Meng's halberd. Although it's only a yellow-grade weapon now, if it can be upgraded in the future, it can also become a heaven-grade weapon. Upgrade. Not only did Wang Mu raise his voice, but Shi Songtao, who had been listening, also pricked up his ears. Shi Songtao was a forging master. He knew more about forging than Wang Mu and the others. In theory, weapons could indeed be upgraded. This was just like humans. Some people were born weak, but they could become stronger through cultivation. The same was true for weapons. Their internal star paths determined their grades. In theory, the star paths inside weapons could be expanded. But a theory was still a theory. It was just like how it was extremely difficult for a person to go from weak to strong. It would only be more difficult for a weapon to be upgraded. Generally speaking, the cost of upgrading a weapon was greater than the cost of forging a new weapon. Therefore, very few people would spend so much effort to upgrade a weapon unless it was really worth it. As far as Shi Songtao knew, there were only a handful of examples of successful upgrades in the recent centuries. Are you sure? Wang Mu frowned. Of course. Great General Wang, you might not know me very well. Zhou Shu smiled. I've never failed in forging. Since I dare to say it, I'm naturally sure. Otherwise, wouldn't I be spoiling my reputation? If it's as you say, it's not impossible for me to take your weapon, Wang Mu said. Where is your weapon? Great General Wang, please wait a moment. Zhou Shu got up with a smile and walked toward his tent. Zhou Shu had spent so much effort convincing Wang Mu not because he liked him. To be honest, with Wang Mu's status, there were not many opportunities for him to kill enemies personally. Zhou Shu wanted to pass the weapon to his grandson, Wang Xian, through him. When he entered the Wang Xian dream, Zhou Shu knew that he was a battle maniac. He spent most of the year slaying demonic beasts. What did this mean? He would be the most diligent worker. If Zhou Shu went to look for Wang Xian directly, Wang Xian might not believe him, not to mention that he could only forge yellow-grade weapons now. The weapon that Wang Xian was using now was an earth-grade weapon. Zhou Shu had fooled around with Wang Mu for a long time to make him believe that the power of a yellow-grade weapon was actually not bad. Zhou Shu walked into the tent. It was more than an hour before he walked out again. When he came out, he was carrying a long weapon. The long weapon was a spear. It was 13 feet 8 inches long. Its entire body was gilded gold and covered with a coiled dragon, and the tip of the spear gleamed coldly in the firelight. Just by walking over with the spear, the bonfire kept flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished by the cold air emanating from the spear. This is... Wang Mu's eyes lit up. Although he was good at using swords, he also liked to use spears in battle. With just a glance at the spear in Zhou Shu's hand, Wang Mu fell in love with it. To describe this spear in one word, domineering. It didn't matter what grade it was or how powerful it was. But from the looks of it, Wang Mu already liked it. Exactly. He was this shallow. Great General Wang had already made up his mind. He had to obtain this spear. Meng Bai's breathing quickened. Zhou Shu wants to sell such a domineering spear to an outsider? If you need money, tell me. You Marquis, if you need money, I can buy this spear, Meng Bai couldn't help saying. I've accumulated some savings over the years. Brother Meng, what do you mean by that? Marquis Zhou is negotiating a deal with me. You are being rude if you want to intercept. You may have money, but I also have money. Marquis Zhou, I want this spear, no matter how much it costs. Wang Mu said earnestly. Meng Bai didn't care about Wang Mu's teasing and continued, you Marquis, we're on the same side. Meng Bai. You already have the heavenly halberd. Don't be greedy. Wang Mu said angrily. Veins popped out on Meng Bai's forehead. That damned heavenly halberd. I've never even seen it. I just like this spear. Can't I? The Great Qin general and Great Xia's god of war glared at each other like children, not giving in to each other. Great General, Zhou Shu couldn't help but speak. Meng Bai and Wang Mu turned their heads at the same time. Great General Meng, Zhou Shu said again. This spear doesn't suit you. It won't be able to unleash its full power in your hands. It's more suitable for General Wang. Zhou Shu was referring to Wang Xin, but Wang Mu thought he was referring to him. Wang Mu smiled reassuringly. Did you hear that? Even the person who forged the weapon said so. Marquis Zhou, don't worry. I won't let this spear down. I thought you said you didn't care for weapons that weren't heaven grade. Meng Bai sneered. He was unwilling to refute Zhou Shu in public, but he also couldn't bear to see Wang Mu's smug face. Did I say that? I never did, Wang Mu said. Marquis Zhou is right. It depends on who uses a weapon. What kind of person am I? Do I still need a weapon to show my strength? Even if I use a standard weapon, I can still kill enemies. As expected of an old general, he was all about practicality. What was pride? Meng Bai was so angry that he only sneered. What else could he say when facing someone with such thick skin? Zhou Shu, oh, Zhou Shu, why are you selling such a good weapon to him? Meng Bai complained inwardly. Marquis Zhou. Wang Mu ignored Meng Bai's sneer and extended his hand to Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu understood and casually threw the spear over. With the spear in hand, Wang Mu's arm sank slightly, and his face revealed surprise. What a heavy spear! Buzz! Wang Mu shook his wrist, and the spear trembled like a flood dragon emerging from the water, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Although his spiritual essence had been sealed, he still had his martial Dao cultivation, and his body was still that of a first-rank martial artist. With this spear thrust, it could be seen that Wang Mu's attainments in the spear were not something ordinary martial artists could compare to. Boom! Wang Mu shook his spear and drove it into the bonfire. Sparks immediately flew everywhere. Everyone dodged. Meng Bai shouted angrily, Wang Mu. Wang Mu didn't care at all and laughed loudly. Good spear. Marquis Zhou, does this spear have a name? How much does it cost? This spear is named Overlord Spear. As for the price, General Wang, how much do you think it's worth? Chapter 237. The fastest kill, benefits from the Overlord Spear, 1. Overlord Spear. Wang Mu couldn't help looking impressed. Good spear, even better name. Overlord Spear, good, good. Just as Wang Mu was feeling overjoyed, Zhou Shu was looking at the legendary armament cannon in his consciousness. There was already an additional page, and the content was the Overlord Spear. Zhou Shu had thought twice about selling the Overlord Spear to Wang Mu. No matter what, even if Great Qin was not an enemy of Great Xia, it was still another country. Emperor Yuanfeng might not say anything about Zhou Shu selling the Overlord Spear to the Great Qin, but he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Of course, Zhou Shu didn't care too much about whether Emperor Yuanfeng felt comfortable or not. But since he planned to continue staying in Great Xia, he would have to pay attention to some things. In the end, he decided to sell the Overlord Spear to Wang Mu. First, it was because the style of the Overlord Spear matched Great Qin's violent style. Second, it was because of his understanding of Wang Xin when he entered the dream. The Overlord Spear should fall into the hands of a battle maniac with a promising future like Wang Xin. Only in his hands could the Overlord Spear erupt with brilliance. To be honest, Zhou Shu had never seen anyone in Great Xia who was worthy of the Overlord Spear. Although this Overlord Spear is only a yellow-grade weapon, its power is probably not inferior to ordinary black-grade weapons. Wang Mu touched the overlord spear lovingly and pondered. If anyone had told him before that he would be so fond of a yellow-grade weapon, he wouldn't have believed them. Wang Mu had seen all kinds of weapons in his life. With his current cultivation and status, if it wasn't a heaven-grade weapon, he wouldn't even bother to look at it. But now, this yellow-grade weapon was like a slap in his face. He loved this overlord spear. Money is no longer enough to justify its value, Wang Mu said solemnly. I still have hundreds of kilograms of meteoric iron. In addition, I have a crimson fire copper mine at the border of Great Xia. I'll give you another 5,000 kilograms of crimson fire copper. Meng Bai, Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang and the others were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Wang Mu was going to join Great Xia. Aside from the meteoric iron, the crimson fire copper was a unique forging material of Great Xia. In the past, if other countries wanted to import some crimson fire copper, not only would they have to spend a lot of effort, but the price was still sky high. Now, Wang Mu was giving Zhou Shu 5,000 kilograms of crimson fire copper. This value simply far exceeded a yellow-grade weapons. But thinking about how Zhou Shu had personally forged this yellow-grade weapon, it was fine. Everyone knew that the weapons Zhou Shu forged were by no means ordinary. The weapons in the yellow-grade armament manual were enough to explain this. The yellow-grade weapons he personally forged were not ordinary yellow-grade weapons. And didn't you hear what he said? The weapons he forged could still be upgraded in the future. If another forging master had said this, everyone would have just taken it as a pinch of salt. After all, there were countless cases of weapons being destroyed instead of upgraded. But Zhou Shu didn't care if others believed him or not. In any case, Yin Wu believed him. Sure. This time, Zhou Shu was much more straightforward than the last time he traded the iron smelting hands technique. General Wang, please get someone to send the items to Great Xia. This time, not only did he not bargain, but he was not even worried that Wang Mu would go back on his word. In the end, Zhou Shu didn't care how much he could sell the Overlord Spear for. Even if it was a loss, as long as the Overlord Spear fell into Wang Xian's hands, it would be worth it. With Wang Xian's frequency of killing demonic beasts, it wouldn't take long for him to obtain countless rewards. How could money compare to the rewards of the legendary armament cannon? Marquis Zhou, don't worry. I will use my moral standing to guarantee that these things will definitely be sent to Great Xia. Wang Mu patted his chest and promised. Meng Bai pursed his lips. Wang Mu, do you even have moral standing? Other people think you are poised, but I know what you are like. That's easy. General Wang, you must give this Overlord Spear to General Wang Xian. Wang Mu chose not to hear this. In front of Hang Pass, Wang Xian stopped on the main road. Ever since he learned that his grandfather had been a hostage in the Great Xia diplomatic mission, he had been brimming with anger. If not for the Emperor's strict orders not to cause trouble, he would have long summoned his troops and gone straight for the Great Xia diplomatic mission. But since the Emperor didn't allow trouble, he didn't lead the troops. It wouldn't be considered trouble if he came alone to block the way, would it? Is that the Great Xia diplomatic mission up ahead? Wang Xian shouted, sounding like a certain someone from Changban Slope. General Wang Xian, we meet again. Zhou Shu urged his horse forward and greeted him with a smile. Who are you? Do I know you? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. Before he could finish, he saw a general fly out of the Great Xia diplomatic mission and reach him almost in the blink of an eye. Thump! Wang Xian was stunned by the slap. His fingers moved, but he didn't fight back. Because the person who had hit him was his grandfather. Bastard! How can you speak to Marquis Zhou like that? Wang Mu scolded angrily. Wang Xian felt a little aggrieved. I was worried about you being mistreated by them. I'm here to avenge you. Chapter 238. The fastest kill, benefits from the Overlord Spear, 2. Apologize. Wang Mu berated. I apologize, Wang Xian said in a low voice. He was dejected. But when he suddenly saw the Overlord Spear in Wang Mu's hand, his eyes lit up. Grandfather, where did you get this spear? Wang Xian said while reaching out to touch the Overlord Spear. Wang Mu retracted his hand and scolded, didn't you hear me? I told you to apologize. Show me this spear first. Wang Xian stiffened his neck. What is there to look at? This is the Overlord spear that the Marquis of Great Xia specially forged for me. Wang Mu said. Zhou Shu. General Wang, don't you feel guilty saying that in front of me? Beside him, Meng Bai looked like he had expected this. Let's just say this old man is shameless. Soldiers were treacherous. How many people who led armies were bound by rules? Overlord spear. Wang Xian's eyes lit up even more. He liked this name. Grandfather, you're already so old. You don't need to kill enemies anymore. Can't you give me this Overlord spear? Wang Xian said while leaning forward. When I die, it's all yours, Wang Mu said. Cough cough. Zhou Shu couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't sell the Overlord spear to Wang Mu for his collection. If he didn't kill enemies, how could this Overlord spear earn him rewards? General Wang, did you hear me wrongly just now? This Overlord spear was custom-made for General Wang Xian, Zhou Shu said. Grandfather, did you hear that? Even the Marquis said so. This Overlord spear is for me. Wang Xian shouted excitedly and stopped pretending not to know Zhou Shu. He reached out to snatch the Overlord spear. Before he touched the spear, he felt an impact. He flew off the horse's back and landed on his butt with a thud. Humph! How can you control this Overlord spear with your ability? Wang Mu snorted. I'll pass it to you when I've studied it thoroughly. Zhou Shu slapped his forehead, speechless. He had already said so much, yet Wang Mu still wanted to keep the Overlord spear for himself? Although this was between the Wang family, this wouldn't do. General Wang Xian, General Wang Mu's spiritual essence has been sealed, Zhou Shu whispered. Wang Xian, sitting on the ground, was stunned and then overjoyed. He jumped up and laughed. Grandfather, give me the Overlord spear. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfilial. Wang Xian rubbed his fists and walked toward Wang Mu. Wang Mu's face darkened. Damn it! I was too careless. He had no doubt that this grandson would dare to attack him. The people of Great Xia were that direct. Now that his spiritual essence had been sealed, he was really no match for this grandson. With a gloomy expression, Wang Mu tightened his grip on the Overlord spear. Although his martial Dao realm was high, his spiritual essence was sealed. He couldn't defeat his grandson. Being defeated by his grandson in front of so many outsiders would be extremely humiliating. Did he still want his face? Hand over the Overlord spear? Did Wang Mu not care about his reputation? General Wang, you're a first-rank martial artist. This Overlord spear is only a yellow-grade weapon. It's not worthy of you. On the other hand, General Wang Xian's cultivation is far inferior to yours, and this Overlord spear is perfect for him. Zhou Shu smiled. Wang Mu's expression softened as he took advantage of the situation. That's true. Wang Mu nodded. Wang Xian, I'll let you use this Overlord spear first. If you disgrace it, I'll take it back. He held out his arm with some reluctance. Wang Xian had already jumped up and grabbed the Overlord spear in his hand. In the air, he spread his arms and brandished the spear. Good spear. Wang Xian laughed loudly. He flipped in the air and landed back on his horse. Go. He took the Overlord spear and rode away. Everyone. What was going on? Why did he run away? Wang Mu was also speechless. He had already made up his mind. When he got back his cultivation, he would definitely teach this grandson a lesson. General Wang, what a man of temperament, Zhou Shu looked at Wang Xian's back and was overjoyed. Among everyone present, he should be the person who understood Wang Xian's personality the best. Even Wang Mu might not be able to understand his grandson as well. Wang Xian spurred his horse into the forest. Zhou Shu guessed that he couldn't wait to test the spear. This is the attitude a worker should have. If every worker is as diligent as him, I won't be far from the peak. Zhou Shu increasingly felt that giving the Overlord spear to Wang Xian was the right choice. You Marquis, Brother Meng, we have arrived at Hang Pass. I won't send you off anymore. Wang Mu looked at Meng Bai. His meaning was obvious. Now that we've arrived, you can unseal my spiritual essence cultivation, right? Meng Bai also understood and said with a smile, this place is still 5 kilometers away from Hang Pass. I still want to talk to you for a while. Why don't you leave after we leave Hang Pass? If he unsealed Wang Mu's cultivation now, what if he trapped the Great Xia diplomatic mission in Hang Pass? When Wang Mu heard Meng Bai's words, he knew that it was useless for him to say anything else, so he stopped wasting his breath. Marquis Zhou, if you have any weapons available in the future, feel free to contact me. Wang Mu looked at Zhou Shu. Our Wang family will definitely not disappoint you. General Wang, you have to be content, Meng Bai interrupted. The Yu Marquis is the master of Great Xia's Huaxia Pavilion. If you want weapons, fine. Take a letter of state and go to the Huaxia Pavilion to ask for weapons. Is that so? Wang Mu narrowed his eyes. Marquis Zhou, are you interested in coming to Great Qin to open a pavilion? Name any conditions you want. I guarantee that it won't be worse than what you have in Great Xia. No need. I'm doing well in Great Xia. Zhou Shu shook his head and smiled. Great Qin wasn't bad, but it was also very dangerous. Who knew how big the matter of their imperial cauldron was? Zhou Shu didn't want to take this risk. If Great Qin was destroyed, wouldn't he be asking for trouble by jumping ship to Great Qin? Besides, he was quite comfortable in Great Xia. Although Emperor Yuanfeng was a little petty, he was not a particularly domineering emperor. On the other hand, the Qin emperor didn't look like someone easy to deal with. Boom! As they spoke, a loud bang came from the distant forest. Dust rose in all directions, forming a pillar of smoke that soared into the sky. The roars of demonic beasts resounded as well. This direction was where Wang Xian had just headed. As expected, he went to test the power of the Overlord Spear on the demonic beasts in the forest. The Overlord Spear you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the cultivation technique, the God of War catalog. A message flashed past Zhou Shu's eyes. Zhou Shu was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that Wang Xian would be a good worker, but he hadn't expected him to be so awesome. He had just obtained the Overlord Spear when he received benefits. As expected of a battle maniac. Good luck, little Wang. I have high hopes for you. The sound of hooves came as Wang Xian rode his horse out of the forest. With the Overlord Spear at his waist, he charged out like an army alone. The Overlord Spear really suited him. Good spear. Wang Xian said loudly from afar. You Marquis, everyone says that you're a forging genius. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced. A yellow-grade weapon can already have such power. You are probably the only one who can achieve this in the world. After receiving your Overlord Spear, you'll be my brother from now on. If anyone bullies you, let me know, and I'll deal with them for you. Wang Xian said arrogantly. It's just a fair trade. General Wang, you don't owe me anything. Great General Wang paid me. Zhou Shu smiled. This worker is really awesome. As long as the Overlord Spear can unleash its full power in your hands, I'll be satisfied. Chapter 239. The God of War Catalog, blocked by Su Shi, 1. Zhou Shu's mind was full of the feedback from the legendary armament cannon after the Overlord Spear completed kills successfully. In his consciousness, pictures kept flashing. He had no time to talk about friendship with Wang Xian. He cupped his hands and urged the diplomatic mission forward. Before Wang Xian returned to the Great Xia diplomatic mission, they had already begun to enter Hang Pass. During the march, Zhou Shu closed his eyes on his horse. The information from the legendary armament cannon made his sea of consciousness tremble, and his aura was fluctuating. It was almost impossible for him to hide his expression. Although they didn't understand what was happening, Meng Bai, Yin Wu, and Lu Wen's Huang, the three strongest members of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, flashed to Zhou Shu's side almost at the same time to protect him. Chen Ji's reaction was slightly slower, but he had already raised the green dragon crescent blade and alerted the guards. Wang Mu watched all of this in shock. He was a first-rank martial artist. Although his spiritual essence had been sealed, he could tell what was going on. Zhou Shu appears to be having an epiphany. In the cultivation of the martial Dao, there were martial artists who had epiphanies, and their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. This was something that even geniuses could only dream of. When Wang Mu was young, he had had an epiphany. After this epiphany, his martial Dao cultivation rose from the 6th rank to the 4th rank in just a year. Afterward, Wang Mu pursued obtaining another epiphany, but he never received one again. What was he looking at now? Zhou Shu is having an epiphany? Did something just happen? Did anything affect him? Nothing seems to have happened. Wang Mu looked at Zhou Shu enviously. He had no intention of interrupting Zhou Shu. Although Zhou Shu was not from Great Qin and Great Xia were not enemies. Besides, with his status, Wang Mu couldn't do such a thing. He looked at Zhou Shu and then at his grandson. He originally thought that his grandson was not bad, but the more he looked at him, the more he disliked him. How dare you snatch my overlord's spear? I'll let you know who's the grandfather and who's the grandson later. Wang Xin shuddered, but he didn't notice his grandfather's murderous gaze. He was now looking at Zhou Shu with envy and admiration. As expected of my brother, he's as powerful as me. Wang Xin muttered. When Wang Mu heard this, he staggered and almost fell off his horse. Why have I never realized how shameless my grandson was before? Zhou Shu had no idea what everyone was thinking. Right now, he was completely overwhelmed by the complicated information that had appeared in his sea of consciousness. The God of War catalog contained an immense amount of information, far exceeding all the cultivation techniques Zhou Shu had obtained before. If not for his visualization of the five mountains' true form stabilizing his sea of consciousness, Zhou Shu even suspected that his consciousness would have been instantly crushed by the massive amount of information, and he would have become an idiot. The last time Zhou Shu had experienced this feeling of being about to explode was when his cultivation was very low. At that time, his cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique had soared, causing him to almost explode and die. He didn't expect that he would experience it again now that his cultivation level was so high. It seems that my cultivation level is still not high enough. Zhou Shu thought as he constantly visualized the five mountains' true form in his consciousness. The five mountains suppressed the raging waves in his consciousness. After what seemed like an eternity, the torrent of information finally calmed down. Only then did Zhou Shu have the mood to see what the God of War catalog was. With a thought, a heavy book seemed to appear in his consciousness. On the cover of the book were the words God of War catalog. Flipping open the first page, Zhou Shu felt his head buzz, as if it had been hammered by a huge hammer. Even the five mountains' true form he visualized in his sea of consciousness shook and almost dissipated. Heaven and earth are unkind. They treat all creation as sacrificial straw dogs. A line of words was printed on the title page of the God of War catalog. The aura it carried made Zhou Shu's heart tremble. He flipped through the pages in his mind and quickly finished flipping through the God of War catalog. The God of War catalog was made up of 49 pictures. Each picture was accompanied by some explanation, ranging from a few sentences to a dozen sentences. These sentences were profound and difficult to understand. Zhou Shu was confused. He knew his aptitude very well. If he tried to comprehend the God of War catalog, he might not be able to learn it in his entire life. However, he had the legendary armament cannon and workers. As long as Wang Xin continued to use the Overlord spear to complete kills, his understanding of the God of War catalog would continue to improve. Therefore, Zhou Shu simply flipped through it and exited his consciousness. Zhou Shu opened his eyes and saw pairs of eyes staring at him. Being stared at by thousands of people made Zhou Shu feel slightly uncomfortable. Zhou Shu coughed. Why are all of you looking at me like that? Are you a monster? The speaker was someone unexpected. Liu Wenchuang's cold face revealed a rare look of disbelief. From Chang'an to Great Xia and then to here. Liu Wenchuang almost never left Zhou Shu's side. She had personally seen his cultivation break through from the 6th rank to the 5th rank. And this process was just a nap. At the time, she had suspected that Zhou Shu had had an epiphany. Only a few days had passed since then. He actually had another epiphany. Were epiphanies something that happened every other day? Chapter 240. The God of War Catalog, blocked by Su Shi, 2. Everyone said that she was a rare martial Dao genius. If she was a martial Dao genius, then what was Zhou Shu? She had only had 2 epiphanies in the past 10 years. Yet, I'm a monster. Zhou Shu bared his teeth and made a face. Liu Wenchuang's heart raced. How can such a childish fellow be a martial Dao genius? Right, not only is he a martial Dao genius, but he's also a forging genius. Liu Wenchuang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Zhou Shu, did you just have an epiphany? Yin Wei wasn't as unconvinced as Liu Wenchuang. She was sincerely happy for Zhou Shu. An epiphany? Sort of. An image suddenly flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. In the third picture of the God of War catalog, there was a big circle. A man and a woman were intertwined with each other, circulating endlessly. Below it was written, one opened, one closed. When the state of yin was perfect, all was cold and severe, when the state of yang was perfect, all was turbulent and agitated. The vitality is in the breath, the anger is in the breath. Those who move must not be self-sufficient, and those who do not move must not abandon themselves. When nothing comes out from the cultivation, something will appear through the cultivation. Heaven is heaven. If yin doesn't reach the extreme, yang will not happen. Extremities cause the opposite to happen. If one's Dao cultivation is not sufficient, there will be changes. Where there's no way in, there is a way in. Zhou Shu was a little dazed. The faces of the man and woman in the picture seemed to become familiar. Who else could it be but him and Yin Wu? He shook off the thoughts in his mind. It's all Shi Song Tao's fault for messing around all the time. It affected me too. Zhou Shu cursed. Achu Shi Song Tao sneezed a few times, and a chill ran down his back. The 49 pictures of the God of War catalogue contained the truths of the Great Dao. If one could comprehend them thoroughly, one would reach the peak of the martial Dao and be able to use any martial technique at will. It was almost all-encompassing. This third picture was an orthodox yin-yang dual cultivation method. It was extremely beneficial to both men and women. Of course, Zhou Shu was only thinking casually. If he really dared to propose dual cultivation to Yin Wu, she would probably immediately pull out the shadow sword and attack him. Then, are you about to become a grandmaster? Yin Wu's eyes sparkled excitedly. A grandmaster? I'm still far from it, Zhou Shu said casually. Another thought flashed through his mind. If his spiritual essence cultivation broke through to the second rank of the martial Dao, would he break through to the first rank together with Yin Wu if he used the God of War catalogue to dual cultivate with her? It seemed very possible. But first, he had to completely comprehend the God of War catalogue. Second, Yin Wu had to agree. Since that's all, let's get back on the road, Meng Bai said, interrupting their conversation. The Great Xia diplomatic mission continued forward. They were about to pass the Hang Pass and leave the borders of Great Qin. Meng Bai, Chen Ji and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They would be much safer after leaving Great Qin. Even if Great Qin wanted to do anything to them, the forces they could employ outside Great Qin were very limited. At that time, it would be hard to determine who had the upper hand. Suddenly, a large fireball seemed to fall from the sky. With a bang, it smashed heavily in front of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, blocking the exit of Hang Pass. Prepare for battle. Meng Bai raised his hand and shouted. Swish! The sound of the guards drawing their weapons filled the air. Chen Ji held the green dragon crescent blade and stood beside Meng Bai. Yin Wu and Lu Wensuang were already standing in front of Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu felt a little helpless. These two girls really treat themselves as my guards. They didn't know that even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for him. The reaction of the Great Xia diplomatic mission made the troops under Wang Xin react. They also picked up their weapons and were brimming with fighting spirit. Stop! Wang Mu shouted. Great General Meng, it's a misunderstanding. Wang Mu said anxiously. Misunderstanding? Meng Bai snorted. He stared ahead, but his aura had already locked onto Wang Mu. If he wanted to attack, he could kill Wang Mu immediately. There would be no hesitation, even though they had known each other for many years. Before the battle, there was no room for emotions. Hesitation would only harm others and oneself. Boom! The flame of the big fireball rose sharply and then died quickly, revealing a figure inside. Su Shi! Zhou Shu was surprised to see him. Su Shi didn't seem to see the Great Xia diplomatic mission. His gaze wandered, and he finally saw Zhou Shu. He let out a long breath and said, Su Shi requests an audience with the Yu Marquis. Lord Su, your appearance was very impactful. Zhou Shu didn't know if he was exaggerating or being sarcastic. It's an emergency. I'm sorry, Su Shi said. If he had come any later, the Great Xia diplomatic mission would have left Great Qin's borders. Lord Su, just speak your mind. I don't like to beat around the bush, Zhou Shu said. All right, Su Shi said solemnly, I'm here to ask for your help, Marquis. Marquis, please help me cultivate the iron smelting hands technique. Su Shi's face was full of determination as he stared at Zhou Shu without blinking. He came after all. Zhou Shu sighed inwardly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fool them so easily. Lord Su, I've already given the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands technique to Great Qin. I can guarantee with my life that the cultivation method is definitely correct, Zhou Shu said. I know the cultivation method is correct. Su Shi smiled bitterly. But you Marquis, you should know that under normal circumstances, the iron smelting hands technique isn't something that humans can master. Are you trying to say I'm not human? Zhou Shu said angrily. I didn't mean that. Zhou Shu shook his head. You Marquis, I'm sincerely asking for help. Please help me cultivate the iron smelting hands technique. If I can master the iron smelting hands technique, then my Great Qin will owe you a favor. Zhou Shu actually said he would owe Zhou Shu a favor in the name of Great Qin. A favor could be big or small. But with Great Qin's usual style, they wouldn't play any tricks. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu in shock, then at Zhou Shu. He understood the meaning of Zhou Shu's words better than anyone else in the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Since Zhou Shu dared to say this, he must have obtained the approval of the Qin Emperor. Previously, from Great Qin's reaction, Meng Bai could tell that Great Qin was determined to obtain the iron smelting hands technique. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands technique. In order to let Zhou Shu cultivate the iron smelting hands technique, the Qin Emperor didn't hesitate to promise a favor from Great Qin. In a sense, a favor from Great Qin was much more precious than the gold and jewelry that Great Qin had sent over previously. What if I tell you that I can't help you? Zhou Shu said. He could master the iron smelting hands technique because of the legendary Armament Canon. How would he know how to help Zhou Shu master the iron smelting hands technique? Unless Zhou Shu could withstand the painful process of cultivating the iron smelting hands technique, even Zhou Shu had no way to help him. You Marquis, I'm not joking. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, the iron smelting hands is very important to me. No matter what price I have to pay, I must master it. I'm not joking either. Zhou Shu shook his head. I really don't know how to help you. I've already given you the cultivation method for the iron smelting hands. Whether you can master it or not is up to you. When we first made the deal, I didn't promise you would master it. Now, I have to go. Lord Su, please make way. Zhou Shu looked at Meng Bai. The Great Xia diplomatic mission was about to move forward. Suddenly, Zhou Shu's figure flashed, transforming into a ray of light that pounced at Zhou Shu. How dare you! Meng Bai was furious. He roared and punched. Meng Bai's recovery was an accident, and his cultivation breakthrough was even more unexpected. He didn't have a weapon in hand. But even though he was barehanded, a first-rank martial artist was still a first-rank martial artist. His punch caused an explosion in the air, and a visible shock wave appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The ball of fire was shattered by Meng Bai's punch. Meng Bai's heart sank. I was tricked. He suddenly turned around and saw that Zhou Shu had already appeared beside Wang Mu. Chapter 241. Receive 3 of my moves without getting hurt, and I'll do as you wish. 1. Thump. Zhou Shu's palm landed on Wang Mu's shoulder. A flame circled around Wang Mu. Amid crackling sounds, a monstrous aura suddenly rose from Wang Mu's body. His spiritual essence cultivation had been unsealed. Meng Bai's heart kept sinking. There were 2 first-rank martial artists here, as well as the defenders of Great Qin's Hang Pass. There was no way out for the Great Xia diplomatic mission. If there was only one first-rank martial artist, Meng Bai was confident that he could fight. But he was definitely not a match for 2 first-rank martial artists. Even with Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, they were definitely not a match for 2 first-rank martial artists. As for the Great Xia diplomatic mission, they were at most on par with Wang Xin's army. It was impossible for them to provide any help. In other words, the Great Xia diplomatic mission would definitely lose. Wang Mu. Zhou Shu. What are you trying to do? Meng Bai said solemnly. Do you want to fight Great Xia to the death? A fierce killing intent erupted from his body. He had been seriously injured for many years. Although Meng Bai had not killed enemies personally for a long time, he had always been leading the army, and his killing intent was still extremely strong. He was truly angry. They had already taken a step back and traded the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands technique to Great Qin. But Great Qin was simply too much. Great General Meng, I don't want to hurt anyone, Zhou Shu said. However, the iron smelting hands technique is very important to Great Qin, so I have to master it. As long as I can master the iron smelting hands technique, I don't mind even if I am cursed for all eternity. Great General Meng, after this matter, I can go to Great Xia to apologize. But you can't leave now. Humph. Try it then. Meng Bai shouted coldly. If you want to stop my Great Xia diplomatic mission, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Meng Bai's aura was astonishing. This place was only a few kilometers away from the borders of Great Qin. If he desperately held back Su Shi and Wang Mu, Zhou Shu and the others might have a chance of escaping. I got my life back by luck. Su Shi, Wang Mu, I want to see which of you will accompany me to death. If Meng Bai really gave up his life, one of them might really have to die with him. Wang Mu's expression was a little complicated. He had been getting along well with the Great Xia diplomatic mission during this period of time. Not long ago, Zhou Shu had just made a deal with him. He really liked the Overlord spear. But now, he had to be the bad guy. Between home and country, country came first. As Su Shi had said, for the sake of Great Qin, what was there to fear even if he had to bear infamy for 100 lifetimes? When Wang Mu thought of this, his expression gradually became determined. You Marquis, regardless of the outcome, my Wang family owes you one, Wang Mu said seriously. Wang Xian, are you here? Yes. Wang Xian, who was still in a daze, subconsciously said. Lockdown hang pass. No one from the Great Xia diplomatic mission is allowed to leave. Wang Mu shouted. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked at the Overlord spear in his hand. He had just called someone his brother, but now, he was going to turn hostile. He was still young and couldn't be as adaptable as Wang Mu. He felt very conflicted now. Wang Xian. Wang Mu shouted again. As you command, General. Wang Xian said reluctantly. Before taking action, he said to Zhou Shu, brother, please don't worry. As long as you don't attack, I definitely won't attack first. Wang Mu didn't stop his grandson's nonsense. The truth was, he wasn't willing to do it either. As long as they detained Zhou Shu, it was enough. Why do you have to go to this extent? Zhou Shu sighed. Isn't it good to be friendly? Why do we have to fight and kill? Isn't it good to be alive? If the last time Great Qin had forced him into trading his iron smelting hands technique was still within his acceptable range, then after Great Qin blocked his way, Zhou Shu was already getting impatient. Again and again, do they really think that I'm easy to bully? Lord Su, if you want me to help you master the iron smelting hands technique, fine, Zhou Shu said. Receive 3 moves from me without getting hurt, and I'll do as you wish. Even a clay figurine had a temper. Zhou Shu was usually easy to talk to, but he wasn't someone to be bullied. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would really think that Great Qin was the #1 in the world. Su Shi and Wang Mu looked at each other and laughed. That was right. They all thought that Zhou Shu was giving himself a way out. A mere 5th-rank martial artist said to a 1st-rank martial artist to receive 3 moves from him. What was the difference between this and scratching an itch? As expected, Great Qin's elites are unparalleled in the world. Even if the Great Xia diplomatic mission is led by Meng Bai, they don't dare to directly fall out with us. All right, I'll receive 3 of your moves, Su Shi said. Let me get this straight. If you're hurt, then get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Zhou Shu said with a straight face. Su Shi thought that Zhou Shu was young and impetuous and wanted to give him face. After all, young people didn't want to lose face even if they lowered their heads. So what if he gave him some face? He didn't care as long as he could master the iron smelting hands technique. I, Su Shi, swear on my character that if I'm injured in 3 moves, I'll immediately move aside and stop pestering you, Su Shi said solemnly. You Marquis. Meng Bai frowned. His thoughts were similar to Su Shi and Wang Mu's. He also thought that Zhou Shu didn't want the Great Xia diplomatic mission to take the risk, so he would rather make himself suffer and lower his head to them. Chapter 242. Receive 3 of my moves without getting hurt, and I'll do as you wish. 2. A 5th-rank martial artist attacking a 1st-rank martial artist, not to mention 3 moves, even if it was 30 moves or 300 moves, how could he hurt Su Shi? Zhou Shu. Yin Wu's eyes were red and full of humiliation. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Zhou Shu's clothes, unwilling to let him suffer such humiliation. Lu Wenzhuang also frowned. As a guard, she had to helplessly watch Zhou Shu fight. This was a humiliation to her. In the Great Xia diplomatic mission, Chen Ji, Yin Chengshan, Yang Hong and the others clenched their fists. It was because they were incompetent. This was why the Marquis had to suffer such humiliation. If they were strong enough, there would be no need to waste their breath on Great Qin. They could just charge over. We owe the Marquis our lives. What do you say, Great General Wang? Zhou Shu didn't think too much about it. He just felt unhappy, so he wanted to vent his anger. If Lord Su is injured and you come to pester me again, I won't have the time to continue to play with you. Zhou Shu stared at Wang Mu. Since Lord Su has already promised you, Lord Su and I will naturally advance and retreat together. Wang Mu felt that there was no need to say anything else. After all, this was just an excuse for Zhou Shu to step down. It was impossible for Zhou Shu to hurt Su Shi. But since Zhou Shu asked, he would satisfy him. If you can hurt Lord Su in 3 moves, then you can also hurt me, Wang Mu said. In that case, we naturally won't pester you anymore, Marquis Zhou. Great! Zhou Shu clapped his hands. Everyone, be our witness. Lord Su, get ready. I'm going to make a move. Zhou Shu reached for the hilt of the Great Destroyer sword on his back. You Marquis, please. Su Shi stood with one hand behind his back and the other making an inviting gesture. Wang Mu took a few steps back and gave them more space. Seeing that Zhou Shu was determined, Meng Bai and the others knew that it was useless to say anything. They each took a few steps back to give Zhou Shu some space. They weren't worried about Zhou Shu's safety. After all, Great Qian's intent was not to kill. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. The Great Destroyer sword left its sheath, and sword light seemed to burst out of Zhou Shu's chest like a rain of light. The rain spread and instantly arrived in front of Su Shi. For a moment, everything within 5 steps of Su Shi was full of light spots. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. They couldn't believe that this was only a sword move. Su Shi also looked impressed. The clothes on his body blown by the mountain wind suddenly stopped. He stepped lightly with his right foot, and a sound like muffled thunder came. A spinning fire dragon appeared on his body like a tornado. The fire dragon circled and roared. The light spots filling the sky suddenly dissipated as if they had been swallowed by the fire dragon. Then the fire dragon entered Su Shi's chest and disappeared. From beginning to end, Su Shi didn't even move his hand. It was not an exaggeration to describe the difference between a first-rank martial artist and a fifth-rank martial artist as worlds apart. If not for the fact that Su Shi didn't want Zhou Shu to lose so badly, he wouldn't have even needed to use the 8 quaint fire divine art technique. Even if he stood still, a fifth-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to hurt him. His astounding heavenly 18 swords technique has become stronger again. Lu Wenchuang's eyes flickered. Zhou Shu's astounding heavenly 18 swords technique was even stronger than the last time he sparred with her. Now, it was unstoppable within 5 steps. Unfortunately, his opponent was a first-rank martial artist. If it were an expert of the same level, Zhou Shu would probably have already won. As expected of a first-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu stood there with a leisurely expression. The Great Destroyer sword had long been sheathed as if it had never attacked. In terms of bearing, Zhou Shu already looked like an expert. If not for the fact that everyone knew that he was only a 5th-rank martial artist, they would have thought that he was an expert of the same rank as Su Shi. Without waiting for Su Shi to speak, Zhou Shu continued, "My sword technique can't hurt you." Zhou Shu turned around and said to the Great Xia diplomatic mission, "Who can lend me their saber?" "Me," an unknown number of voices cried out almost simultaneously. Chen Ji took a step forward and shouted, "Marquis, use my green dragon crescent blade. My flaming sunset saber is not weak either." Yin Chengshan was also unwilling to fall behind. Zhou Shu shook his head. The green dragon crescent blade and the flaming sunset blade were both large sabers. He wasn't used to them. "Brother, can you lend me your Great Xia dragon sparrow saber?" Zhou Shu said to a soldier in the diplomatic mission. The soldier started slightly, as if he hadn't realized the question was directed at him. "Here you go." The soldier subconsciously handed over the Great Xia dragon sparrow saber in his hand. Chen Ji, Yin Chengshan, and the others were a little stunned. Although the Great Xia dragon sparrow saber was not bad, it was only a standard weapon after all. It was far inferior to the green dragon crescent blade and the flaming sunset saber in their hands. Although the green dragon crescent blade and the flaming sunset saber might not be able to hurt Su Shi, they should still be more powerful, right? Zhou Shu didn't seem to notice everyone's reaction. He reached out and took the Great Xia dragon sparrow saber from the soldier. He weighed it in his hand and twirled it. He looked pleased. "Thanks, brother," Zhou Shu said casually. The soldier trembled with excitement, unable to speak. Chapter 243. Receive 3 of my moves without getting hurt, and I'll do as you wish. 3. Many years later, when a veteran held his grandson on his knee, he always said, "That year, he personally called me a brother." Zhou Shu returned to Zhou Shi with the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Saber. Seeing Zhou Shu's actions, Su Cheng couldn't help laughing in his heart. The Yu Marquis has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. First, he used a sword, then a saber? Are you doing all that just to look good? Forget it. I'll act with you. Second move. Be careful, Zhou Shu said. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura changed. Between him and Su Shi, there was a murderous aura. Clang! The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Saber slashed through the air, and saber light flickered. In an instant, the aura between heaven and earth seemed to focus on the blade, and the sky darkened. Everyone felt extremely strange. In their eyes, Zhou Shu seemed to have disappeared. All they could see was a long saber tearing through the air and heading straight for Su Shi. Su Shi also looked surprised. He faced Zhou Shu's saber directly. Zhou Shu's saber didn't make any sound, and he couldn't feel any saber chi. However, he could clearly sense that Zhou Shu's saber enveloped the world. Other than fighting head-on, he had no other choice. His saber technique was stronger than his sword technique. And it was more than a level stronger. A thought flashed through Su Shi's mind. If I was also a 5th-rank martial artist, I wouldn't be able to withstand this slash. I would either die or be severely injured. But now, he wasn't afraid because he was a 1st-rank martial artist. A 1st-rank martial artist was on a completely different level from a 5th-rank martial artist. Su Shi stepped slightly and raised his arms. His sleeves swelled, and 2 fire dragons flew out. For a moment, flames and blades danced in the sky. No one could even see Zhou Shu and Su Shi. After a few seconds, the 2 figures separated again, and the saber light and flames disappeared at the same time. The 2 of them returned to their original positions. Su Shi was relaxed, and Zhou Shu wasn't in a sorry state. But only the handle of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Saber was left in his hand. Standard weapons couldn't withstand such a confrontation. "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll compensate you when we get back to Chang'an," Zhou Shu turned around and said to the soldier who had lent him the saber. "It's okay," the soldier said fearfully. "You Marquis, there's no need to compete in this 3rd move, right? I, Su Shi, swear to the heavens that as long as you help me master the iron smelting hands technique, Great Xia will send you home." Su Shi said. "I said 3 moves." Zhou Shu shook his head. "Not even 1 move less." There was a twinkle in his eye and a slight straightening of his back. His whole manner changed again. Zhou Shu casually threw away the handle of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Saber. "The 3rd move." He gave a low shout and stomped his feet on the ground. Amid the muffled thunder, all of Hang Pass seemed to shake. Zhou Shu turned into a cannonball and appeared in front of Su Shi. Su Shi shook his head slightly. Even weapons couldn't hurt him, let alone a fist. He extended his palm and was about to hold Zhou Shu's fist in his palm. The fist and palm collided, and an overwhelming power surged over. Su Shi wanted to mobilize the spiritual essence in his body, but it was too late. He flew out as if he had been hit by a flying dragon elephant. Chapter 244. Victory, Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, 1. Boom! Su Shi's figure flew dozens of feet in the air. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. With a flash of light, he flipped over and landed on the ground. There was a crash, and his feet sank several inches into the ground. The ground rumbled and shook. Su Shi looked down at his palm in disbelief. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. What just happened? The 1st-rank martial artist, Su Shi, was sent flying by a 5th-rank martial artist? Are we dreaming? How is this possible? Wang Mu and Meng Bai, the 2 other 1st-rank martial artists present, frowned. They could tell that Su Shi hadn't used his full strength earlier. Whether it was the 1st move, the 2nd, or the 3rd, Su Shi was just dealing with them. But even though he didn't use his full strength, he was still a 1st-rank martial artist. Moreover, when Zhou Shu's punch hit Su Shi, they could clearly tell that he was already mobilizing his spiritual essence. But before he could react, he was sent flying by Zhou Shu. The reaction of a 1st-rank martial artist was extremely fast. In their opinion, such a thing was basically impossible. "Lord Su, that was the 3rd move. What do you say?" Zhou Shu's voice rang out in the silent Hang Pass, bringing everyone back to their senses. All eyes turned to the 2 men. "Yeah, that was the 3rd move. Although Zhou Shu had sent Zhu Shi flying with a punch, Zhu Shi shouldn't have been injured, right? Everyone suddenly realized that being sent flying and being injured were two completely different concepts. Zhu Shi was giving Zhou Shu face by pretending to be sent flying so that Zhou Shu could have a way out. After all, a 5th-rank martial artist could send a 1st-rank martial artist flying with a single punch. It was enough to brag for the rest of his life. In any case, their previous agreement was that as long as Zhou Shu couldn't injure Zhu Shi in 3 moves, he had to help Zhu Shi cultivate the iron smelting hands technique. At most, Zhu Shi would only lose some face. Who would believe that a 5th-rank martial artist could really send a 1st-rank martial artist flying with a punch? Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Shi's expression turned bitter. "You Marquis, you are indeed impressive." Zhu Shi smiled bitterly. Everyone froze again. "What do you mean?" "I lost," Zhu Shi continued. He seemed to have wilted a little, giving off the feeling that he was about to collapse. "I admit defeat. You Marquis, you injured me in 3 moves. I won't pester you anymore," Zhu Shi said in a deep voice. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Mu frowned. Was Zhu Shi injured? How is this possible? Lord Su. Wang Mu knew the situation best. He looked at Zhu Shi. "This isn't a joke." Zhu Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He raised his right hand at Wang Mu. The little finger on his right hand was bent strangely. It was broken. The fracture of the little finger was not considered an injury to a 1st-rank martial artist. With their bodies, they would recover very quickly. In a real battle, this small injury wouldn't affect their actual combat strength at all. But if he was injured, he was injured. The agreement between Zhu Shi and Zhou Shu was that Zhou Shu would help him cultivate the iron smelting hands technique only if he wasn't injured after receiving 3 moves. In the sense of their agreement, Zhu Shi had really lost. Wang Mu's pupils constricted. Although he couldn't believe it, the truth was already in front of him. "Let's go, Great General," Zhou Shu said to Meng Bai. Meng Bai nodded and raised his hand. The Great Xia diplomatic mission began to move forward slowly. They passed by Zhu Shi and Wang Mu and the troops of Hang Pass. Everyone was on full alert, afraid that Great Qin's people would stop them. But Zhu Shi and Wang Mu didn't speak. Wang Xin scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Since they didn't speak, the Great Qin army naturally wouldn't act on their own. Just like that, the Great Xia diplomatic mission of 3,000 people was getting closer and closer to the exit of Hang Pass. As long as they got through Hang Pass, they would be able to leave Great Qin. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy for the Great Qin army to stop them. If they crossed the border without permission, they would be provoking Great Liang. Even if Great Liang was weak, they wouldn't sit back and watch such a thing happen. The Great Xia diplomatic mission was about to cross Hang Pass and enter Great Liang. "You Marquis." Suddenly, Zhu Shi's voice sounded. "What else do you have to say, Lord Su?" Zhou Shu asked without turning around. "The honor of my life is nothing. Since I've lost, I won't pester you anymore. However, Great Qin will not give up." "Zhou Shu. What is the meaning of this? You're not going to pester me? Will Great Qin send anyone else? Is Great Qin sticky candy? So all my efforts just now were in vain? Do you really want me to kill another 1st-rank martial artist before you are willing to stop? Unless we have no choice, our Great Qin is unwilling to do such a thing," Zhu Shi continued. "You Marquis, please reconsider." "Reconsider, my ass!" Zhou Shu was furious. "Zhu Shi, go back and tell the Qin Emperor that this won't happen again." "My patience has already reached its limit," Zhou Shu said coldly. "If Great Qin dares to send people to harass me again, I'll kill every single one of them. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's not impossible to kill a 1st-rank martial artist. Xiao Shunzi of Great Wei is a precedent." Chapter 245. Victory, Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, 2. Zhou Shu spurred his horse forward. The Great Xia diplomatic mission didn't stop. Soon, all of them left Hang Pass and entered the borders of Great Liang. Zhu Shi and Wang Mu watched as the Great Xia diplomatic mission left. They looked at each other and saw the complexity in each other's eyes. "Are you really hurt?" Wang Mu couldn't help asking. "Do you doubt me?" Zhu Shi snorted coldly. His spiritual essence cultivation is indeed only at the 5th rank, but his physical strength is definitely not as simple as that. Either he was born with divine strength, or he has specially tempered his body. It's said that the Yu Marquis cultivated the Great Xia's Emperor Xian Jade Book. Back then, Emperor Xian was famous for his powerful body, Wang Mu pondered. It's useless to talk about this now. I underestimated my enemy. If he had treated Zhou Shu as a true opponent right from the start, then even if Zhou Shu's physical strength exceeded the 5th rank, it would have been impossible for him to injure him. In the end, he had underestimated his enemy. Lord Su, you've always been steady. Why? Wang Mu sighed. Su Shi snorted coldly. How could I have expected such a thing to happen? Tell me. What should we do now? Wang Mu said. Great Xia had always been worried that Great Qin would mobilize its troops. In fact, Great Qin had already reached its limit. They didn't dare to really attack Great Xia's diplomatic mission. It was not quite accurate to say that they didn't dare. To be precise, they didn't want to fall out with Great Xia now. The current situation in Great Qin was tense. They had to take revenge on Great Wei while dealing with their own matters. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were in a terrible fix. If they fell out with Great Xia, it would really add fuel to the fire. Therefore, they didn't dare to go too far. If we can't do it the hard way, we'll have to do it the soft way. Su Shi sighed. You've had more contact with the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Does the Yu Marquis have any preferences? I don't know. Wang Mu shook his head. The Princess of Great Xia is his personal guard. Do you think this method of pleasing him will work? Would he lack anything? Su Shi sighed and shook his head. Back in Great Qin's capital, he had tried to recruit Zhou Shu. But he didn't seem to lack wealth or women. Su Shi didn't know what he could use to move Zhou Shu's heart. Lord Su, can you really not master the iron smelting hands technique yourself? Wang Mu asked. I can't. Su Shi shook his head. There's really no other way. We can only. A fierce look flashed across Su Shi's eyes. Great Qin is facing internal and external problems now. It's not appropriate to fall out with Great Xia. Su Shi said coldly, but now, the Great Xia diplomatic mission has already entered Great Liang. If anything happens to them, it will have nothing to do with our Great Qin. Wang Mu frowned. Is that really the case? If we don't have the iron smelting hands technique, it will take at most 3 months for something big to happen to the Imperial Cauldron. If we have the iron smelting hands technique, I'm confident that we can extend this time by a year and a half, Su Shi said solemnly. Wang Mu sighed. He had a good impression of Zhou Shu. But for the sake of Great Qin, that was the only way. Yu Marquis, leave immediately after nightfall with Her Highness and Lu Wen's Huang. Don't alarm anyone, Meng Bai said with a grave expression. I will create the illusion that you are still with the diplomatic mission. Grand General, is that necessary? We've already left Great Qin, Zhou Shu said. You're too young to understand Great Qin. Meng Bai shook his head. According to Great Qin's style, it should have been impossible for us to leave Great Qin so smoothly. But we left so smoothly. This can only mean that something happened to Great Qin. And it isn't a small matter. Isn't that perfect? If something happens to them internally, they won't have the energy to care about us. Zhou Shu asked. On the contrary. Meng Bai said in a low voice. You can tell that they are determined to obtain your iron smelting hands techniques. This means that your iron smelting hands technique might be able to help them solve some problems. Under such circumstances, why do you think Great Qin could hold back from directly using their soldiers? In his previous life, Zhou Shu had only been an ordinary worker. Although he had some ability in this life, to be honest, he was not good at scheming. Who said that every transmigrator was good at political strategy? Ordinary people knew nothing at all. Wasn't it ridiculous for an ordinary person to become a scheming official after transmigrating back to ancient times? Seeing Zhou Shu shake his head, Meng Bai continued to explain, this means that they are in great trouble and don't want to fall out with our Great Xia. Let's assume that Great Qin encountered some problems internally. Now that they are sending troops to Great Wei, under such circumstances, if Great Xia sends troops to them, wouldn't it be a calamity for Great Qin? Although there was a nominal alliance of the 10 nations, and they could not invade each other, there had been no lack of disputes between the nations over the years. Great General, are you saying that Great Qin doesn't want to fall out with our Great Xia? So although they want my iron smelting hands technique, they haven't used their army to destroy our Great Xia diplomatic mission and have only been thinking of ways to trade. Zhou Shu said. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems, Meng Bai said. If they had successfully cultivated the iron smelting hands technique, Great Qin wouldn't have made things difficult for us now. But, Meng Bai glanced at Zhou Shu. Your iron smelting hands technique doesn't seem to be that easy to cultivate. As such, you yourself have become their target. They're unwilling to fall out with Great Xia, so they never really attacked in Great Qin. But now that we've already left Great Qin, if anything happens again, it will have nothing to do with Great Qin. If I were the Qin Emperor, I would definitely send someone to kidnap you in Great Liang and destroy the Great Xia diplomatic mission. In that case, Great Xia and Great Liang will probably be entangled. At that time, the gazes of the various nations will not be on Great Qin. Meng Bai's explanation sent a chill down Zhou Shu's spine. What are these people thinking all day? It seems I'm still too naive. If that's the case, what will you do if I leave? Zhou Shu frowned. Should I teach Great Qin a painful lesson? Humph, Meng Bai, have been on the battlefield for decades. I'm not a pushover. Meng Bai snorted. We'll have to see if they have the ability to destroy the Great Xia diplomatic mission. With you around, Great General, and 2,000 guards, even if Great Qin makes a move, we're still in Great Liang. Can they send out tens of thousands of troops? Zhou Shu asked. It's not like we don't have the ability to fight. What does it matter if I leave or not? No one can say for sure who will lose on the battlefield. Meng Bai shook his head. You're a forging master. Killing enemies is not something you should do. It's not worth staying here and taking risks. If you have an accident here, then even if we can avenge you later, what's the point? Don't worry about the diplomatic mission. I'll do my best to protect them, Meng Bai said in a deep voice. Besides, if we lose and you're not here, Great Qin will have no reason to kill us. This will be a good thing for you and the rest of the diplomatic mission. Zhou Shu frowned, wondering if he should tell Meng Bai about his true strength. Suddenly, a wolf's howl sounded in the distance. Meng Bai's expression changed. It's too late, Meng Bai said grimly. They're coming. Zhou Shu looked in the direction of the howl. Who are they? His gaze pierced through the night. Zhou Shu seemed to see black shadows speeding over from the distant forest. Great Qin, Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. Chapter 246. A man shouldn't be so wishy-washy. 1. Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. Zhou Shu's pupils constricted. Then under the moonlight, he saw figures rapidly approaching. Upon closer look, they were people riding giant mounts. These people were dressed in black armor, masks, and scarves. Long sabers hung from their waists, and they had bows on their backs. Prepare for battle! Meng Bai shouted. Rustle! The sound of the Great Xia diplomatic mission unsheathing their weapons filled the air. At this moment, the black shadows had already descended from the sky and landed within the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Clank! In an instant, blades flashed, and blood splattered. Some belonged to the Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards, while some belonged to the attackers. The attacker was the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry that Meng Bai had mentioned. Some of their mounts were tigers, some were wolves, and some were leopards. The only thing these mounts had in common was their large size. They were all more than 2 meters tall and looked abnormally ferocious. In comparison, the soldiers of the Great Xia's diplomatic mission appeared exceptionally small. Die! Chen Ji shouted. The green dragon crescent blade turned into a stream of light and slashed a Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry soldier in half. Blood splattered as the Great Xia's diplomatic mission guards shrank their formation. The Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry also retreated dozens of feet away and surrounded the Great Xia diplomatic mission. The low roars of the demonic beasts echoed in the surroundings. In the forest, countless Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry troops were eyeing them covetously. The green dragon crescent blade you forged effectively completed a kill. Divine ability unparalleled benevolence has improved greatly, duration increased by 1 day. A message flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes, but he didn't feel happy at all. In the first wave of attacks just now, more than 10 guards were killed or injured. As for the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, other than Chen Ji killing one of them, the others were at most injured. In just one collision, the strength of both sides was obvious. Although Meng Bai, Zhou Shu, and the others didn't attack in this situation, it also meant that the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry was far stronger than the Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards. Meng Bai's eyes narrowed. The Great Xia diplomatic mission's escort army was just a group of guards that had been pieced together. As for Great Qin's Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, they were true elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. Among all the troops in Great Xia, they ranked in the top 3. He looked at the dense shadows in the forest. There should be around 500 tiger leopard wolf cavalry soldiers. Although their numbers were fewer than the Great Xia's diplomatic missions guards, they were one person and one mount. They rode demonic beasts that were even stronger than humans. With this bonus, the 500 tiger leopard wolf cavalry troops were comparable to 3,000 elites. Great General, I want to kill them all, Zhou Shu said coldly. His impression of Great Xia was originally not bad. But Great Xia had repeatedly challenged his patience. This time, he had no intention to tolerate it anymore. If I don't take action, they will really think I'm easy to bully. Good. Then let's see if we can kill them all. Meng Bai narrowed his eyes coldly. Now that Meng Bai had reached the peak, it was time for some people to realize that his saber could still kill. Today, a general walked out from the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. This general was dressed no different from the others, but the tiger mount under him was more than half a meter taller than the others. Boom! A fierce aura erupted from the man. Almost at the same time, the demonic beast under him roared at the sky. Tiger roaring in the mountain forest. The wind howled, and countless trees in the forest were blown down. First rank. 2 first ranks. The general was a first-rank martial artist, and so was the demonic beast. Meng Bai didn't look afraid and snorted coldly. Leave this man to me. Your Highness, you and Wen Huang protect the Yu Marquis. After Meng Bai finished speaking, his back straightened slightly. He stomped heavily and flew out. The general's eyes flashed as he unsheathed his long saber and slashed at Meng Bai. As he slashed out with his saber, the tiger demonic beast under him pounced over. Its sharp claws were like sharp swords as they tore through the air and slashed at Meng Bai's chest. Even though he had just broken through to the first rank, even though he was fighting 2 alone and only had a standard Great Xia Dragon Sparrow saber, Meng Bai had no intention of backing down. Boom! With a loud impact, the force scattered in all directions. Kill! Chen Ji shouted. The green dragon crescent blade cut through the air and rushed out first. The demonic beasts opposite roared and pounced at the Great Xia diplomatic missions guards. The 2 sides instantly collided. The battle was explosive from the start. The Great Xia diplomatic missions guards formed a formation and blocked the first wave of attacks from the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. But many of them were already injured in this wave of fighting. Although the Great Xia diplomatic mission also had mounts, how could ordinary horses compare to the demonic beasts ridden by the tiger leopard wolf cavalry? Boom! A figure landed heavily back in the camp of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. It was Meng Bai. Only half of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow saber was left in his hand. The enemy general also retreated to the front of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. He shifted his saber to his shoulder, and his eyes flashed. Great General Meng, the man said, his voice hoarse. Although you have broken through to the first rank, it has only been a short time. You are not my match. Chapter 247. A man shouldn't be so wishy-washy, too. Is that so? Meng Bai said coldly. The winner hasn't been decided yet. You're talking too soon. You're a smart man. Stop struggling. The general said indifferently, otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Leave the Yu Marquis, Zhou Shu, behind, and I can spare your lives. There was no emotion in the man's hoarse voice, as if he were stating a fact. As he spoke, his entire body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. It was a materialized murderous aura. You can try, Meng Bai said coldly, guards. Set up the rear. Fight! Fight! Chen Ji shouted and raised the green dragon crescent blade. The diplomatic mission's guards quickly moved and formed a military formation. In the diplomatic mission, Shi Songtao and the other non-combatants also held weapons and stared at the tiger leopard wolf cavalry with red eyes. Go! Zhou Shu was about to step forward when he suddenly heard Meng Bai's voice. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Wu and Lu Wenhuang had already grabbed Zhou Shu's hands and were about to take him away. At the same time, Meng Bai had already charged at the general of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry again. He spread his arms like an eagle and crossed 100 feet to appear directly in front of the general. His body exploded with light. Boom! The general raised his hand and blocked Meng Bai's broken saber with his long saber. He took the opportunity to slash at Meng Bai's chest. Meng Bai lowered the hilt of his knife to block the attack. At the same time, he kicked the general's tiger demonic beast. Boom! Meng Bai retreated, and the general chased after him on his tiger. At the same time, Chen Ji led the guards and fought the tiger leopard wolf cavalry again. The Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards intentionally or unintentionally blocked the tiger leopard wolf cavalry away from Zhou Shu. The Great Xia diplomatic mission was using themselves to buy time for Zhou Shu to retreat. Let go! Zhou Shu shouted without moving his feet. Zhou Shu! Now is not the time to be impulsive. Yin Wu said anxiously. The other party has 2 first-rank martial artists. The great general won't be able to hold them back for long. As long as there's life, there's hope. Don't let everyone's sacrifices be meaningless. Yin Wu pulled Zhou Shu, wanting to retreat. But however hard she pulled, Zhou Shu didn't move an inch. Lu Wenzhuang was the same. She turned around and said, as a man, don't be wishy-washy. Staying here will only make them die faster to protect you. With Lu Wenzhuang's personality, saying so much was already an exception. Zhou Shu suddenly smiled. You're right. Zhou Shu said. Why am I being so wishy-washy? I am a reasonable person, but I don't have to be reasonable when others are unreasonable. His arms shook. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang felt their palms go numb. Zhou Shu's hands had already left their palms. Before the two of them could react, Zhou Shu had already turned around and walked toward battle between the Great Xia diplomatic mission and the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. No! Yin Wu exclaimed. She drew her sword and chased after him. Lu Wenzhuang frowned slightly as she looked at Zhou Shu's back. A strange look suddenly flashed across her eyes. It makes sense. How could a man who could use the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique be a coward? His current appearance matches the temperament of the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique. Swish! Shi Song Tao dodged desperately, but the wolf's claws still left a few marks on his chest. He was slightly out of breath, and there was fear in his eyes, but he didn't take even half a step back. He was not a combatant. Although his martial Dao cultivation wasn't weak, he didn't have much combat experience. This scene today should be the most tragic scene he had ever experienced in his life. He was not a seasoned warrior, and he was also afraid. The demonic beast was as tall as a human. It had sharp teeth and a foul stench when it opened its mouth. How could an ordinary person not be afraid? But even though he was afraid, he didn't escape. He insisted on fighting with his companions. He couldn't escape. If he did, what if the Great Xia diplomatic mission couldn't stop them? At this moment, although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that if only one person in the Great Xia diplomatic mission could escape, this person should be Zhou Shu. He was more valuable to Great Xia. Boom! Shi Song Tao knocked back a tiger leopard wolf cavalry soldier with a slash of his sword. The wound in his chest ruptured, and blood stained his clothes. At this moment, another tiger leopard wolf cavalry soldier attacked from the side. The leopard cavalry was extremely fast, and his saber light was like lightning, blinding Shi Song Tao. The saber was aimed at Shi Song Tao's neck. Shi Song Tao couldn't dodge in time. The next moment, his head would fly into the sky. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. The saber suddenly stopped in the air less than a foot away from Shi Song Tao's neck. There was only a pause. Then Shi Song Tao saw the tiger leopard wolf cavalry who had ambushed him fly out with a whoosh. Shi Song Tao had good eyesight. He could see clearly that the chest of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry had caved in. He was in the air, and blood was already pouring out of his 7 orifices like running water. He obviously wouldn't have survived. Awoo! The roars of the demonic beasts entered Shi Song Tao's ears. He came back to his senses and focused his gaze. He saw that the mount of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry who had just ambushed him, a yellow leopard demonic beast, had its front leg grabbed, swung in a circle, and slammed on the ground. There was a loud rumble. Shi Song Tao felt his heart tremble. It felt painful just watching. The leopard demonic beast shrieked. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down its eyes. Its breathing gradually slowed down, and it was soon unable to move. Marmarki, Shi Song Tao stammered. Who else could it be but Zhou Shu? Be careful, old Shi. Don't die. Zhou Shu said without turning around. He stepped forward and leaped to the front of the next tiger leopard wolf cavalry. With another punch, Zhou Shu smashed the tiger leopard wolf cavalry into the ground. Just like that, with every step and every punch, a tiger leopard wolf cavalry was sent flying. With every punch, a tiger leopard wolf cavalry soldier would either die or be injured. Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang, who were chasing after him, were dumbfounded. They could also easily kill tiger leopard wolf cavalry. But why did Zhou Shu's method make their hearts race? After they hesitated slightly, Zhou Shu was already dozens of feet away from them. Further ahead was where Meng Bai and the tiger leopard wolf cavalry general were fighting. A battle between first-rank martial artists was extremely grand. The Great Xia guards and the tiger leopard wolf cavalry all tacitly distanced themselves from the battle zone. But Zhou Shu was now heading there. Yin Wu and Lu Wen's Huang were shocked and quickened their pace. The two of them used the same sword technique. Sword light flashed as they killed tiger leopard wolf cavalry one after another. The pressure on the Great Xia diplomatic missions guards immediately decreased. Don't be arrogant. With a few shouts, a few tiger leopard wolf cavalry experts surrounded the two women, forcing them to slow down. Yin Wu's footsteps were blocked as she shouted anxiously, "Zhou Shu, no!" Zhou Shu sent a tiger leopard wolf cavalry soldier flying with a punch. He turned around and glanced at Yin Wu. "Help the guards. I'll help the great general." Before he could finish, Meng Bai flew backward and appeared in front of everyone. His right shoulder was a bloody mess. The general of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry rose into the air and pounced at Meng Bai at lightning speed. The saber light and the tiger demonic beast's claws intertwined, and they were about to kill Meng Bai. Suddenly, a figure appeared between Meng Bai and the tiger leopard wolf cavalry in a blur. A door-like sword slashed horizontally, blocking the tiger demonic beast's sharp claws. Clank! The enormous tiger demonic beast was forced dozens of steps back. And the figure who had suddenly appeared was straight-backed and unmoving. "Today, I'll be a man and fight to my heart's content." His voice echoed in the sky above the battlefield as sword light tore through the sky and slashed at the enemy general. Chapter 248. Qin Emperor, you owe me an explanation. 1. The sword light and the tiger claw collided, and time seemed to stop for a moment. Everyone felt the sound in their ears disappear completely. It was utterly silent. This feeling was a stark contrast to the killing on the field. This feeling was extremely strange and uncomfortable. But the feeling lasted only for an instant. Then a deafening sound filled the air. A shadow flew high into the air. Everyone was stunned. The tiger leopard wolf cavalry and the Great Xia diplomatic mission stopped what they were doing. They seemed to see something unbelievable. Meng Bai stood there, stunned. He even blinked, doubting his eyes. After a moment, he gasped. Standing in front of him was Zhou Shu. And the one who flew out was the general of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. Just like Su Shi, the general of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry was sent flying dozens of feet away by Zhou Shu's sword. Zhou Shu didn't even take half a step back. If Meng Bai hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The other party was a first-rank martial artist. Even he was no match for the other party's combined forces. Zhou Shu was only a fifth-rank martial artist. How could he force the other party back with a single strike? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu. The spiritual essence fluctuations on Zhou Shu's body were indeed only at the fifth rank of the martial Dao. There was no mistaking this. But he could clearly see that the power of the sword strike just now was definitely not inferior to a first-rank martial artist. Is that pure power? What's going on? Is this a divine technique similar to the iron smelting hands technique? What has his mysterious senior brother taught him? As Meng Bai pondered, he saw Zhou Shu's figure flash and attack the general of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry. The great destroyer sword turned into a sword shadow reflecting the moonlight. Like a meteor chasing the moon, it slashed at the long saber of the tiger leopard wolf cavalry general. There was another explosion, and the tiger leopard wolf cavalry general stepped back again. After 2 consecutive attacks, everyone finally understood that Zhou Shu could really suppress 2 first-rank martial artists. After slashing twice in a row, Zhou Shu felt refreshed. Even when he was fighting Xiao Shunzi, he didn't feel so carefree. It turned out that the feeling of attacking without holding back was not bad. Back then, before his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique reached perfection, he could already fight Xiao Shunzi to a draw. Now, his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique had reached perfection, and so had his Golden Bell Shield Technique. Zhou Shu's strength had already reached a shocking level. Even a first-rank martial artist was far inferior to him in terms of strength. Moreover, although the perfected Golden Bell Shield Technique could not completely block the attack of first-rank martial artists, first-rank martial artists would have to put in a lot of effort to severely injure him. Would Zhou Shu give them the chance? Today, the Great Destroyer Sword has gained another victory. Since Zhou Shu had already decided not to hide his strength, he wouldn't hold back. With a loud shout, the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique transformed into sword shadows filling the sky. With boundless strength, they enveloped the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry General. The Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry General only saw sword lights covering the sky. Almost without thinking, he flew backward. Swish! There was a soft crack as the visor of the general's helmet was cut open. There was a cut on his face too, a cut that threatened to split his head in two. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have been split in two. He dodged. The tiger demonic beast he rode didn't have this luck. The 3-meter-tall tiger demon beast's eyes flashed with disbelief. With a bang, its enormous body split in two. Blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. In just a few moves, the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry General who had almost killed Meng Bai was severely injured, and his mount was dead. The scene fell silent. Drip. The blood on the Great Destroyer Sword dripped to the ground along the tip. The sound was abnormally ear-piercing. Zhou Shu slowly raised his arm and pointed the Great Destroyer Sword at the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. "Aren't you going to kill all of my Great Xia diplomatic mission? Come on!" Zhou Shu shouted. There was a shocking wound on the general's face. His flesh was exposed, and it was abnormally terrifying. "Retreat!" he shouted. Without hesitation, he turned around and plunged into the forest, instantly disappearing. "You want to leave? Not so easy." Zhou Shu snorted and chased after the general with his riding on cloud and wind technique. With the general's shout, the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry and demonic beasts roared and instantly scattered, rushing into the dark forest. The Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry's mounts were all demonic beasts. The forest was the home of demonic beasts. If they wanted to escape, the Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards couldn't stop them at all. Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang, Chen Ji and the others attacked one after another, but they only left behind a few corpses of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. The rest of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry had already fled into the forest and disappeared. "Where's Zhou Shu?" Yin Wu exclaimed. "Oh no, he's in danger." Yin Wu wanted to chase after him, but she suddenly stopped after taking a step because she realized that everyone was looking at her strangely. Would Zhou Shu be in danger? Would someone who was able to kill a first-rank martial artist and severely injure another be in danger? The one in danger should be the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, right? Chapter 249. Qin Emperor, you owe me an explanation, too. Can someone tell me what's going on? Shi Songtao muttered something. Isn't Zhou Shu a forging master like me? Can anyone tell me why Zhou Shu's martial strength is so abnormal? How can anyone be like this? His forging strength is far superior to others. Now, even his martial strength has reached the clouds. Is he the illegitimate son of the heavens? His spiritual essence cultivation is only at the 5th rank, but his physical strength is even greater than that of ordinary first-rank martial artists, Meng Bai said, seemingly talking to himself. The power of the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique isn't enough to do this. Just now, he used force to break through, Lu Wenzhuang said. Zhou Shu had killed the first-rank tiger demonic beast not with exquisite sword techniques but with unparalleled divine power. Lu Wenzhuang was obsessed with swordsmanship and didn't think much of Zhou Shu's crude killing method. But she had to admit that Zhou Shu was really stronger than her. Was he born with divine strength, or did he cultivate some kind of cultivation technique? Meng Bai muttered. Does it matter? Yin Wu said, is what you're saying important? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to help Zhou Shu now? Whether he's strong or not, he's the Marquis of Great Xia. We have to help him. Yin Wu's words brought everyone back to their senses. Yes, why think so much? Wasn't it a good thing that Zhou Shu was strong? Read the next chapter on RVJPN0VEL. C0M. If he had the combat strength of a first-rank martial artist, wouldn't that mean that Great Xia would have another first-rank martial artist? As for why he was so powerful, did it matter? It wasn't important. Didn't they see that Great Qin had paid such a huge price to obtain his iron smelting hands technique, but in the end, they couldn't cultivate it. Even if he had cultivated some divine technique to obtain his current strength, not everyone could cultivate this divine technique. Otherwise, why did his senior brother choose to pass it on to him instead of others? Meng Bai and the others selectively ignored whether Zhou Shu's senior brother was real or fake. Stay put. Meng Bai said solemnly. If the Marquis doesn't return after dawn, we'll take the route back to Great Xia to support him. Meng Bai was a mature general and didn't rashly let the guards enter the forest to pursue the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. The forest at night was the home ground of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry. With the strength Zhou Shu had displayed, it was no problem for him to chase after them. But if the Great Xia diplomatic mission's guards rashly chased after them, they would be courting death. Although Yin Huiyu was a little worried, she knew that Meng Bai's decision was right. The Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has increased by 30%. A message floated in front of Zhou Shu. He felt that the spiritual essence he had just consumed instantly recovered and was still increasing. The spiritual essence in his body surged. He had already reached the peak of the 5th rank and could break through to the 4th rank at any time. The number of Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry that had died under his sword was unknown. Now, he had to admit that the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry had escaped. First-rank martial artists were really difficult to kill. When he killed Xiao Shunzi, it was completely unexpected. He had relied on the Golden Bell Shield technique to avoid damage. Otherwise, if Xiao Shunzi had wanted to escape, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. Even with his current cultivation, he still lost the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry who was determined to escape. Of course, this was mainly because the other party was familiar with the forest, while Zhou Shu couldn't use his full speed in the forest. In addition, he wasn't very good at tracking. On the other hand, as long as Zhou Shu encountered the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry fleeing in the forest, he would just kill them. I revealed my strength. Zhou Shu sighed. But it doesn't seem to matter. With my current strength, I'm not afraid of people attacking me. It's just that there are too many flies, and it's a little annoying. It's troublesome that they don't know better and keep coming to challenge me. Actually, a long time ago, he had hidden his strength not because he was afraid but because he just didn't want trouble. In his previous life, when he read novels and watched television dramas, he had often seen those greenhorns. If they wanted to become famous, the best way was to challenge experts. Zhou Shu didn't want to be challenged every other day. Even if he could casually kill these people, it was still annoying. Didn't Liu Wenzhuang want to spar with him because of the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique? Since I've already revealed my strength, I might as well go all out. To make those chivalrous heroes who don't know better not dare to challenge me. Zhou Shu looked up in the direction of Great Xia. Great Xia, when I was reasonable, you were unreasonable. Now that I'm not prepared to be reasonable, you don't have to be reasonable with me. With a clang, Zhou Shu sheathed the Great Destroyer sword. The next moment, he rose into the clouds and stepped in the air toward Great Xia. At Hang Pass, Great Xia's guard General Wang Xian stood at the entrance with a long sword at his waist and the Overlord spear in his hand. Hundreds of feet behind him were elite soldiers of Great Xia. In the dawn, a figure stepped forward from afar. Wang Xian's pupils constricted, and his square face was full of determination. The person approached step by step. Who else could it be but Zhou Shu? Zhou Shu stopped when he was still dozens of feet away from Wang Xian. Are you going to stop me? Zhou Shu said indifferently. This is Great Xia's Hang Pass. If you want to enter, you have to pass me. Wang Xian said solemnly. He was actually still a little stunned. Isn't Zhou Shu, who had sold me the Overlord spear, a forging master? Why was he able to severely injure the commander of the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry? This person is a first-rank martial artist. If not for the fact that he had personally seen the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry returning in defeat and its heavily injured commander, Wang Xian wouldn't have believed it. No matter what, I'm the commander of Hang Pass. Anyone who wants to enter the pass will have to do it over my dead body. Wang Xian gripped the Overlord spear in his hand tightly, his fighting spirit surging. Zhou Shu looked at Wang Xian and nodded in appreciation. He should already know that I severely injured the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf cavalry. Under such circumstances, he still dares to release his battle intent at me. Such courage! As expected of the most diligent worker. One had to have the drive to overturn everything in order to be a good worker. You're no match for me. Move. I just want to talk to the Qin Emperor and get an explanation. I don't want to kill anyone, Zhou Shu said. I told you. If you want to pass, you have to get past me. Come on. Wang Xian shouted and raised his arm, pointing the spear forward. The spear trembled slightly, and a ball of light seemed to condense on the tip. Kill! Wang Xin charged at Zhou Shu with his spear. Zhou Shu's lips curled up. The ground rumbled under his feet as he shot forward like lightning. Clang! Sparks flew as Zhou Shu as Wang Xin passed each other. Wang Xin continued to charge forward for dozens of feet before stopping. He held the Overlord spear in his hand. Blood flowed from the wound between his thumb and forefinger. Even so, he never let go of the spear. Behind him, Zhou Shu had already sheathed the Great Destroyer sword. He didn't stop and continued forward. Let him pass! Wang Xin roared. The elite soldiers of the Great Qin Empire opened a path and watched as Zhou Shu strode into Hang Pass. Thanks! Zhou Shu's voice came from afar. He waved his hand with his back facing Wang Xin. Wang Xin's expression was complicated as he touched the faint red mark on his neck. Why are you walking right into the trap when you know that Great Qin wants to capture you? Although the general of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry is strong, there are many people in Great Qin stronger than him. Just because you defeated the commander of the Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry, it doesn't mean you defeated Great Qin. I owe you my life this time. When I defeat you, I will spare you once. Don't die like this. Wait for me to defeat you. Chapter 250, Unstoppable, Battle with the Qin Emperor, 1. In Great Qin's capital, the Qin Emperor sat expressionlessly on the dragon throne. Below, the ministers stood with their heads lowered. A middle-aged man in armor stepped forward and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I request to lead an army to kill this man. Lead an army? An army of 10,000 or 20,000, the Qin Emperor said coldly. Even if you do not find it embarrassing, I do. The Qin Emperor snorted. The other party came alone, and our Great Qin wants to use an army. The Qin Emperor narrowed his eyes, when did my Great Qin fall to such a state? The ministers below were silent. The Qin Emperor's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the ministers. In just a few days, from Hang Pass to Jiuyuan County, he defeated 6 of our Great Qin experts in a row, but he has not suffered any injuries. This is Great Qin, the so-called strongest nation in the world. The Qin Emperor slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. Your Majesty, it is not that our Great Qin doesn't have any experts who can defeat him, but his whereabouts are uncertain. Our experts are scattered everywhere, one of the ministers couldn't help saying. The Qin Emperor snorted. Humph, if you can't do it, let me do it. Pass down the order that the army is not to move. There is no need to use any schemes. I want to see him when he comes to see me. A visible vortex erupted from the Qin Emperor's body. His aura was so strong that the ministers couldn't help lowering their heads. Outside Hang Pass, the Great Xia diplomatic mission was not far away. Meng Bai, Yin Weiyu, Lu Wen's Huang and the others all looked at Shi Songtao. As the deputy envoy of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, this was the first time Shi Songtao had such a presence. Now, the entire diplomatic mission was watching him. All of this wasn't because of him, but because of the heavenly mirror in his hand. Has the Yellow Great Armament Manual changed? Yin Weiyu said impatiently. Shi Songtao sighed in his heart. He took out the heavenly mirror and activated it with his spiritual essence. Yellow Great Armament Manual, first, Great Destroyer Sword. Achievement, severed Great Wei's Imperial Preceptor Xiao Shunzi's right arm, defeated Great Qin's first-rank expert Zhou Donglei, defeated Great Qin's first-rank expert Gao Shun. The names of the first-rank experts were shocking. On the Yellow Grade Armament Manual, the top-ranked Yellow Grade weapons would have their battle results. But not all the results would be recorded. Only the commendable achievements would appear on the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. Otherwise, the Yellow Grade Armament Manual wouldn't be able to show the names of all the killed people. Seeing the Great Destroyer Sword's achievements continue to increase, everyone was finally certain that Zhou Shu had really returned to the Great Qin. Not only had he returned to Great Qin, but he was also constantly challenging the first-rank experts of Great Qin. Although no one knew how he did it, with this battle record in front of them, they had to believe it even if they didn't. Great General, we have to go get him. We have to. Yin Weiyu said anxiously. Wang Bai shook his head. No. If we go back to Great Qin now, not only will we not be able to help him, but we will also drag him down. The battle results of the Great Destroyer Sword are changing every day, which means that Zhou Shu is fine. It's already been so many days, but he can still continue to challenge the first-rank experts of Great Qin. This means that Great Qin hasn't used its army to surround him. With the Qin Emperor's arrogance, he shouldn't bully Zhou Shu with numbers. If it's just one-on-one, even if Zhou Shu loses, his life might not be in danger. We'd better wait and see. If he's really defeated, we can still step in and negotiate with Great Xia. Meng Bai said solemnly, if we attack Great Xia now, it will be equivalent to a war between the two nations. That way, it will be even more dangerous for Zhou Shu. Yin Huiyu was on the verge of tears. She could understand the logic, but she was still worried. Compared to the others, Zhou Shu was in a relaxed mood. Ever since he barged into Hang Pass that day, he had been heading toward Great Xia's capital. Initially, he was prepared to start a massacre. But he didn't encounter any army along the way. However, every time he walked for a while, he would encounter an expert blocking his way. Since Great Xia didn't send out an army, Zhou Shu naturally wouldn't kill his way into any cities. As for the experts blocking the way, it was very simple. He just had to defeat them. He had already reached perfection in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique. His attainments in the heavenly saber art had also reached an unbelievable level. Not to mention, he had reached perfection in the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique. With his current strength, he could defeat ordinary first-rank martial artists without even using his full strength. Zhou Shu didn't feel proud or excited at all after defeating 6 first-rank martial artists in a row. Instead, he felt some regret. It was unknown what these Great Xia experts were thinking. When they fought, they wished they could fight to the death. But after being defeated, they simply retreated. Zhou Shu couldn't even find an excuse to start a massacre. It wasn't bad to defeat 6 first-rank martial arts experts, but he didn't even kill one. After entering Hang Pass, there was no response from the legendary Armament Cannon. What the hell is Great Xia doing? Don't they know that I'm here to cause trouble? He walked straight into one of the gates. The soldiers guarding it seemed not to see him. It wasn't the first time this had happened.